Having received permission from that individual, I spent years collecting and researching his chakra. After many sleepless nights, I've managed to synthesize it. I call it Eternal Chakra, and it can help rejuvenate the cells of an older shinobi's body, letting them recover some of their lost vitality. In simpler terms, a middle-aged or elderly ninja who takes it can experience about a 10% boost over their current level of health and flexibility. And this is just the beginning. There's room for even greater improvement. Orochimaru isn't completely lying. This Eternal Chakra is indeed based on Senshi's chakra, though the actual effect is limited, probably around a 3% improvement. Still, even that small improvement can feel very real to someone whose SE abilities have been declining with age. Better yet, by calling it Eternal Chakra, Orochimaru is planting the idea that, one day, old-timers might return to their prime. Of course, that part is impossible. But these top-level, older ninja leaders don't really know the science, and Orochimaru is a master at marketing. Selling high-end health supplements is his new project, with important older clients as his main target. After all, once you hit middle age, there's no escaping it. You start carrying a thermos of goji berries like a badge of wisdom. But even goji berries can't turn back the clock, and before you know it, you'll be tossing an angelica root like a sorcerer trying to brew up lost youth. 2 Chinese. Blah blah. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Another Duping. Afterward, Orochimaru will keep making grand promises to everyone. For example, he'll say that the ultimate goal of this technique is to restore a ninja's physical condition to its peak, and so on. In the ninja world, whether it's the daime and other high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations, or the daime and leaders of smaller and mid-sized countries, they're all elderly folks. In the 5 great ninja villages and the other small or medium ninja villages, whether it's the villages Kage or the senior officials, they're generally middle-aged or older. All of these people are high-end consumers. The prospects for this business are as vast as the sea of stars. In Orochimaru's eyes, this business has many advantages, at least 3. First, no matter what, starting this business cannot possibly conflict with Senshi's missions. Second, this business is sustainable. Apart from him, everyone else in the ninja world ages. All those big names who are growing old are his potential clients. Third, his target customers are high-end consumers. He can make a fortune off these middle-aged and elderly folks. This research achievement has already given Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 3 members of Konoha's F4 a huge shock. Right now, the achievement is still lacking somewhat, but it clearly has immense potential. If, in the future, this technique could truly make a ninja's body 20 or 30 years younger, that would really be incredible. Being old? Who'd worry about that anymore? Take Sarutobi Hiruzen, for example. If he could regain the body he had 20 or 30 years ago, the ninja world would once again witness what it truly means to be a legendary shinobi. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very pleased, very gratified. Although Orochimaru went astray in his youth, he's now truly turning over a new leaf and repenting his former ways. Clearly, this research is being done with these old folks in mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen could sense his disciples' good intentions. Koharu Udaten and Homura Mitokado now looked at Orochimaru with changed expressions as well. The past is the past, now is now. The current Orochimaru truly has become a ninja who's useful to the village. His new research project is indeed excellent. Once their physical conditions are improved, not only will they be happier in life, they'll also be able to do more for the village. Unfortunately, since Konoha doesn't have Senshi's anti-fraud center, the money in their pockets can only hope for the best. The Eternal Chakra Elixir is Orochimaru's own development, there's nothing like it in the ninja world, so Orochimaru has absolute pricing power. He'll simply say it has extremely high production costs, so it must be sold at a sky-high price. These high-end customers will have no choice but to obediently pay up. After leaving 4 doses of the Eternal Chakra Elixir behind, Orochimaru was about to take off. But Danzo spoke decisively, stopping him. Orochimaru, you can't leave. This time, before Orochimaru could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Danzo, what are you planning now? Shouldn't you properly explain what happened to the 10 billion RY stolen from the treasury? As for your wood-style research back in the day, I think it's necessary to investigate that all over again. By the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disappointment in Danzo was unmistakable. Danzo, you've really let me down. I never imagined you could be this heartless, this shameless and despicable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words left Danzo furious, with no way to defend himself. All of them, including Danzo, had clearly been hoodwinked by Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru about to leave, Danzo urgently cried, Hiruzen, Koharu, Homura, we've all been swindled by Orochimaru. Konoha's remaining 3 elders, so, was it you who took 1 billion RY? Danzo, arg. While Danzo was being berated by the Konoha F3 and feeling utterly miserable, Karin far away in Kumigakure was extremely happy. These past few days, Karin has been overjoyed. She's not too sure what happened that made Haiden start calling Senshi the Lord Jashin, and she herself got promoted to assistant to the Lord Jashin, but it's definitely been to her advantage. Now, she can hand over missions selected by the Lord Jashin's assistant, herself, to Haiden for completion. Haiden can carry out the tasks automatically. Whether it's accepting, carrying out, or turning in a mission, he can do it all on his own. Moreover, thanks to Senshi's arrangement with Kumigakure, Senshi barely has to worry about missions anymore, creating a positive cycle. At present, Haiden alone can use up all the mission slots Senshi can take on. Because of that, Senshi and Karin rarely have any pressing matters, they just fool around happily every day. He. At the moment, Karin and Senshi are in a forest in Kumigakure. After carefully reading a cookbook, Karin let out a series of triumphant giggles. She's learned how to make her favorite pork cutlet rice dsh. Now it's time to officially cook pork cutlet rice. Ooh! First, Karin used Kamui to head to the market and buy ingredients for her dish. Of course, Senshi knew exactly what that silly Karin was doing, but for now, he let her be. Until the Jinchuriki Ra turned, he had no missions to do for a while. All his missions had been completed by Haiden. When it comes to doing missions, Haiden's immortal body is a huge advantage. Though Kakuzu has 5 hearts he can switch among, once one fails, he needs to find another suitable heart. But Haiden's different, he's truly an inexhaustible mission machine, no matter how many he takes, it won't kill him. A spiraling, transparent vortex ripple soon appeared not far away. Senshi knew right away this meant Karin was back from grocery shopping. Sure enough, Karin reappeared and pulled out most of the ingredients she'd bought from the Kamui dimension. Everything was still normal up to that point, but it quickly took a weird turn. Susanoo. Without wasting time, Karin immediately activated her Manjiki Sharingan, summoning a pink Susanoo. Then, hands on her hips, she directed the Susanoo giant to start cooking. Seeing this, Senshi could only raise a hand to cover his face, he couldn't bear to watch. As Karin commanded the Susanoo giant to cook, she spoke to Senshi without even glancing back. Senshi, I'm handling lunch today. We're having super delicious pork cutlet rice. Ahem. Senshi cleared his throat twice when he heard that. Karin, please don't joke around. Even though us Uzumaki have robust constitutions, we can still be poisoned. If you want to cook for fun, that's fine, but don't casually try to eat what you make. Karin, hey. Senchi's words got her riled up. Ugh, Senchi, how dare you underestimate my cooking? Don't look down on the bond between me and fine cuisine. If she weren't in the middle of a critical step, she'd have snorted at him, swung her little fists, and challenged him then and there. While Karin continued preparing her pork cutlet rice, Senchi was deep in thought. This isn't good. I've actually gone several days with no missions at all. Something about that feels off. Ever since he started dealing in the black market, Senchi had never been in a predicament of having no missions available. Even Kakazu knows that doing missions is practically a form of rest, whereas idling is as good as waiting to die in a coffin. Yet this mission to capture Kumigakure's tailed beast was making Senchi question his life choices. It was no longer just a question of whether he should harm a flower, i.e., whether to take down the Jinkraki. The real problem was that Ujito Nii, the two tails Jinkraki, hadn't returned to Kumigakure yet, and was missing. That made Senchi wonder if he should find the AB brothers and ask about Ujito's whereabouts. Or maybe go back and negotiate more pay from Nagato, then grab Killer B instead. Whatever worked. As Senchi massaged his temples in vexation, a familiar figure appeared. He was also wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He wasn't a stranger, it was Sasori. When Sasori saw Senchi, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He'd finally found him. He wanted to power up quickly with Senchi's help, just like Kakuzu and Orochimaru, to achieve his grand artistic breakthrough. Approaching Senchi, Sasori got straight to the point. Senchi, I want to commission you for a job. Help me quickly become stronger. When Senchi first noticed Sasori, he hardly reacted and kept sitting on a rock, watching that silly Karin controlling Susanoo to stir fry. But once Sasori stated his intention, Senchi used the body flicker, appeared at Sasori's side, slung an arm around his shoulders, and started chatting with him like an old friend. Sasori bro, you're being too polite, running all the way here just to give me a job. Senchi was delighted. Truly, fortune and misfortune come in unexpected turns. He'd just been worried that he'd run out of commissions because Haydn had used them all up. But there he was, just sitting in a forest, and a big spendy NG client arrived. Sasori didn't bother with niceties. Can you do it or not? Senchi lightly drummed his fingers and smiled, rubbing his hands together excitedly. How could I not? Since you've come all this way, once you explain what kind of strength you after, I'll make arrangements right away. The only question is how strong you want to be. Senchi had plenty of resources at the moment. He even had a puppet master's holy relic string fruit available for sale. For Sasori, that item was like The Yamata no Orokai fruit was for Orochimaru, it would give him an enormous boost. But selling the Orokai fruit to Orochimaru for only 100 million Ry really had been far too cheap. From then on, all such deals would require proper pricing. Sigh. At that, Sasori unfurled a scroll, which burst in a cloud of white smoke. Then 100 million Ry in cash spilled out like a mountain before Senchi. Seeing that, Senchi immediately grew serious. No surprise that a rogue ninja of the Akatsuki deals in hundreds of millions at a time. Placing the money in front of Senchi, Sasori said bluntly, here's 100 million Ry. That should at least get me to Orochimaru's level, right? Senchi gaped and then stifled a laugh. Even though Sasori respected his capabilities, he clearly had no idea about the going rates. Putting on a look of shock, Senchi replied, what? You mean you have no idea who Orochimaru really is? Sasori felt a stab of annoyance. So you're saying you can't do it? Senshi waved his hand. You misunderstand, Sasori bro Orochimaru is a major spender, he's dropped several hundred million so far. If you want to match him. He rubbed his fingers meaningfully. You'll need to show a bit more sincerity. Sasori, surprised face, he was dumbfounded. He wasn't a mission maniac like Kakuzu, he'd never been that invested in making money through missions. The 100 million he brought was already all his savings. He hadn't realized how expensive powering up through Senshi could be. By his reckoning, 100 million should have sufficed, yet it was evidently nowhere near enough if he wanted Orochimaru level strength. Had he known, he would have spent all those earlier years churning through paid missions. But now that he was short on funds, he had no solutions left. When Senshi saw Sasori's reaction, he immediately understood that being a puppet master truly wasn't lucrative and that Sasori, the pinnacle of puppet masters, still wasn't wealthy enough. If Sasori didn't have enough money, it was impossible to elevate him to Orochimaru's level. Orochimaru was on another tier altogether, not only engaging in multiple business transactions totaling around 500 million RY with Senshi but also holding as much as 1 or 2 billion in capital. Possibly even more by now. Who knew if all the daimyos in the 5 great nations wanted to revitalize themselves and add more children to their lineages? After a brief silence, Sasori had a sudden idea. He turned to Senshi and said earnestly, "You took Haiden on as a partner before. I can become your partner, too. When we do missions, you can have my share of the commission directly. Once I've accumulated enough, you can help me grow stronger. How about it?" Senshi's immediate reaction was astonishment. Sasori was trying to get in on his wealth. Not only would he get a cut of the mission payouts, he'd then use that money to buy items from Senshi. Also, Senshi wasn't keen on the idea of another partner. Did he even need one right now? Haiden was basically on autopilot and too good to replace. Yet, just as Senshi was about to refuse, he had a sudden flash of insight. Wait, that might not be so bad. Haiden, fully automated as he was, could go off solo to grind missions. In these past few days, that's exactly what could have happened. Haiden didn't need to stay at Senshi's side. In that sense, maybe he did need a new partner after all. He could let Haiden do missions elsewhere, so they wouldn't step on each other's toes or mission quotas. That would let Senshi keep grinding missions without interruption. Karin, by contrast, though she had the robust Uzumaki physique, still didn't compare to someone like Kakuzu with multiple hearts or the immortal Haiden. She'd nearly collapsed from exhaustion. During 5 straight days and nights of mission grinding in the land of lightning's black market. At best, she could only be a helper. Sasori, though he didn't have 5 hearts or immortality, but he had his own advantage. Aside from his heart, his body was entirely puppetized, so he wasn't even fully human. As the cybernetic pioneer of the ninja world, he could presumably handle a high volume of missions. While Senshi eyed Sasori thoughtfully, Sasori felt uneasy, knowing that puppet masters have significant drawbacks in earning potential. Even at the top of his field, he wasn't rich. Then Senshi started interviewing him. "Sasori, I need you to answer some questions truthfully before deciding whether to make you my partner." Sasori nodded calmly. "Ask away." Senshi began by verifying the intel Orochimaru had given him long ago. Orochimaru was notorious. Now his information always needed double-checking so as not to be fooled. "Sasori, you only need a small amount of rest each day, right?" Sasori wasn't sure why Senshi was asking, since even if they became partners, how he rested outside missions was up to him. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes, I only need a little time to rest each day. 3 to 4 hours, typically 3. Hearing that, Senshi relaxed. Sasori wasn't quite on Kakuzu or Haiden's level, but he was far better than someone like Uchiha Itachi, who was a mission novice. If Sasori joined him, Senshi could split mission profits with him so Sasori could pay him for power ups. All that money would eventually circle back around, netting Sensei a ton of contract points in internal cycle. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes grew, because this approach had multiple benefits. 1. Haiden, the fully automated grinder, could be sent off elsewhere to do missions on his own, freeing up Senshi. 2. Haiden wouldn't be competing for missions or using up Senshi's quota, letting Senshi keep grinding missions at will. 3. He'd gain a new partner to bring into his mercenary group. Sasori would continuously generate more contract points for him. 4. Letting Sasori partner with him for mission grinding would also effectively guarantee a huge commission from Sasori down the line. 1. Arrangement, 4 gains. A textbook example. Even Senshi was impressed by his own cleverness. And once Sasori got a taste of the benefits, he would certainly follow Orochimaru's path of earning more and more money to pay Senshi for repeated power-ups. After sorting everything out, Senshi grinned and slung an arm around Sasori's shoulder. Aren't we all brothers here? Soribro wants to get stronger? You just have to say the word. Sasori, surprised face, he seriously suspected Senshi of messing with him. A moment ago, it seemed 100 million RY couldn't solve the problem, and now it apparently only took a word? He didn't believe it, but achieving his main objective was enough. Senshi had agreed to let him become a partner. He could follow Senshi to earn money through missions. Then, once he saved up enough, he could reach Orochimaru level strength. But Senshi wasn't just joking around, he had a special reason. An idea popped into his head to skim money from Sasori to help him power up with the perfect plan. He intended to play a little trick and teach Sasori a lesson on how free things can often be the most expensive. Once everything was clear in his mind, Senshi looked at Sasori with even greater enthusiasm. If he executed this correctly, Sasori could bring him a 1.6 billion RY boost to his bottom line. With that, Senshi rubbed his palms together and spoke up. Sasori bro, the reason your strength hasn't reached the level you want is because you're still too conservative in your pursuit of art. Sasori, surprised face, that remark made Sasori bristle. Senshi could question his strength but not his art. His art, as far as he was concerned, was perfect. Before Sasori could get angry, Senshi went on, your art is impressive, but it's not perfect yet. Precisely because there's a final tiny defect, your power hasn't reached where it should be. Sasori forcefully retorted, impossible. My art is flawless. I grasped its true essence a long time ago, and have embodied it deeply in my creations. In other words, Sasori believes the essence of art is eternal. For eternal's sake, he turned himself into a puppet. Apart from his aura-generative core, the rest of his body is fully puppetized. Through his research, even his regenerative core is infinitely close to eternal. Therefore, his art is utterly perfect. But Senshi still questioned it. With a serious look, he said, Sasori bro, you haven't gone far enough. Flesh is weak, true art ascends as a puppet. You've indeed transformed yourself inside and out, but your regenerative core is still made primarily of flesh. That won't do. Such art can't be called truly perfect. Sasori, surprised face, Senshi's words shocked him. His regenerative core was his most closely guarded secret, nobody else should have known. Yet Senshi had casually spilled this highly confidential information. Even so, Sasori was certain Senshi didn't actually understand the underlying technology. He let out a cold laugh. If you abandon flesh completely, how can you refine chakra, or host consciousness? Hearing Sasori's laugh, Senshi only smiled. This guy wanted to lecture him? After all, hard work and determination can surpass any technology. When Sasori sneered, Senshi took out the Hextech core he'd drawn in an earlier lottery. He said to Sasori, "Sasori bro, who said that giving up flesh entirely means you can't refine chakra or host consciousness? For instance, tailed beasts are life forms made purely of chakra. They don't rely on physical bodies to refine chakra, and their consciousness persists indefinitely. You're aware of that, right?" Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Hextech Sasori. When Sasori heard what Senshi said, he made his Hirako puppet roll its eyes. Of course Senshi was right, tailed beasts truly are chakra-based life forms that don't rely on flesh. They don't need any fleshly components yet possess consciousness and can handle massive amounts of chakra. But Sasori certainly didn't have the technology to transform himself into a tailed beast. If he did, even Nagato would have to call him leader. Naturally, Senshi wasn't trying to make fun of Sasori. He was merely giving an example telling Sasori that fleshly components aren't actually mandatory. Only after Sasori accepted that idea could Senshi recommend the Hextech core to him. At the moment, Sasori was also eyeing the blue-green polyhedron Senshi had produced. Floating above Senshi's palm, it radiated a glowing aqualight and emitted a startlingly powerful energy that even Sasori, with all his knowledge, couldn't identify. He also wondered why Senshi had taken it out at this particular time. While Sasori was puzzling over it, Senshi spoke up. "Sasori, this is a great treasure I acquired through special channels. Once it's fused with your regeneration core, your core will no longer be restricted by flesh at all." That's what Senshi said out loud. But internally, he wasn't so certain. If the Hextech core he held were the same item from the arcane universe, it could indeed fuse perfectly with Sasori's regeneration core. But his own Hextech core originated in a game world, so Sensei wasn't sure it would blend flawlessly with Sasori's core. That said, it was worth letting Sasori try. If something went wrong, Senshi would figure out a way to fix it. His system storage had plenty of valuable items, so he could probably find a remedy. Hearing Senshi's explanation made Sasori's eyes widen. If Senshi wasn't making things up, this treasure could indeed elevate his art to new heights. Sasori hesitated for a moment, then asked 2 questions. How much does it cost? Are you certain it can free my regeneration core from relying on flesh? In response, Senshi slipped an arm around Sasori's shoulder and said, "Why so formal, Sasori? We're buddies, right? I'll give you this core for free. Take it, no problem at all." Sasori, surprised face, he could hardly believe there'd be something free from Senshi of all people. But Senshi's next move left him no choice but to believe it. Senshi simply handed him the Hextech core without hesitation. Seeing that, Sasori immediately realized that Pain and Kakuzu must have been biased against Senshi. Senshi didn't seem bad at all. He was just giving Sasori such a precious treasure, no questions asked. And regarding that mission conversation, Senshi was also easygoing. Since Sasori didn't have enough money, he wanted to become Senshi's partner and earn funds alongside him, saving up for future upgrades. All Senshi did was ask him a few questions before readily agreeing. Indeed, hearing from others is no substitute for seeing with your own eyes. Without direct Investigation, he shouldn't have believed every word from Pain and Kakuzu. Clearly, their prejudice influenced his perception of Senshi. Now holding the Hextech core, Sasori started carefully examining it. After a thorough look and sensing its energy, he grew even more certain it contained an enormous amount of chakra, though he had no idea how to use it. Unable to figure it out, he could only ask Senshi, "How do I use this?" Senshi responded casually, "That's easy. I'll do it for you." And with that, he interacted with the Hextech core's property interface and selected Use. Instantly, the Hextech core radiated a dazzling glow of aqua blue light. Buzz! This brilliant aqua light merged visibly into Sasori's regeneration core. During the fusion, Sasori's puppet eyes went wide in shock, for he could sense the core's mysterious power upgrading and modifying his core in an incredible way. By the time the radiant glow had completely fused with his regeneration core, his entire aura had changed dramatically. At that moment, Sasori felt a genuine union of man and puppet he could use this new regeneration core to refine chakra at will, with extreme efficiency. Not only that, his upgraded regeneration core 2.0 now let him wield a massive volume of chakra, about 3 times what he had before or even more. Most important of all, regeneration core 2.0 carried his consciousness far better than before and greatly enhanced his puppet controlling ability. He could now manipulate more puppets at once and wield them with even more finesse. He felt reborn, inside and out. It made sense that he felt this way. Previously, Sasori's regeneration core still contained living flesh. Now, he'd completely left his humanity behind, his body was a puppet, and his new core had abandoned all traces of flesh in favor of pure technology. Sasori carefully took stock of the transformations brought by his regeneration core 2.0. The more he analyzed, the more surprised he became. This Hextech core Senshi had given him was just too perfectly suited for him. And Senshi had gifted it to him free of charge. This Senshi was entirely different from the man Pain and Kakuzu had described. Still, Regeneration Core 2.0 wasn't flawless. It did give him a boost, but it wasn't earth-shattering. He was stronger than before, more solid in every way, but there was undoubtedly still a big gap between him and Orochimaru, who could single-handedly take on the AB combo plus the entire Kumagakure. Sasori looked at Senshi and said frankly, "This treasure you gave me has enhanced my regeneration core in a truly amazing way. My strength has risen greatly, and my art is that much closer to perfection. But I'm clearly still a long way off from Orochimaru's level. Is this all you can do for me?" Senshi shook his head, draping an arm around Sasori's shoulder again. "Sasori, you're not seeing the full picture." He cleared his throat, then continued. What he said next was the real purpose behind all this setup. His earlier hints had been laying the groundwork for this moment. "Sasori, your regeneration core 2.0 can be upgraded further. Now that you've fused the Hextech core, you really ought to focus a lot of effort on it. The Hextech regeneration core can be upgraded 4 times total. Each upgrade is a qualitative leap forward. In short, you can keep boosting your total chakra, and each stage unlocks a powerful new jutsu." Hearing that, Hextech Sasori couldn't help being taken aback. He already wasn't fully satisfied with his current level compared to Orochimaru. He never imagined his new regeneration core could be upgraded 4 more times, adding chakra capacity and granting 1 strong ninjutsu per stage. After 4 such upgrades, he might well surpass Orochimaru. Sasori looked at Senshi with eager eyes. "So how do I upgrade?" That was precisely what Senshi was waiting for. He squeezed Sasori's hand in excitement, then gave A troubled sigh. Sasori, you've experienced firsthand how much stronger your new core is. You know how powerful it can be. It's true that the Hextech R generation core can be upgraded 4 more times, but each upgrade is more difficult and more expensive than the last. Those words made Sasori anxious. He had finally glimpsed hope for rapidly advancing in strength. But if Senshi couldn't help him with the next upgrades, what then? He asked hurriedly, even you can't continue upgrading my Hextech core. Senshi shook his head and, with a regretful look, said, not that it's impossible, but it's definitely not easy. We'll have to pay a steep price each time we want to overcome every hurdle. At this point, Sasori caught on. Senshi had given him the Hextech core for free, but upgrading it was another matter entirely. The technology to upgrade the Hextech regeneration core was in Senshi's hands, so Sasori could either skip it or pour major resources into letting Senshi do it. If he'd never learned about these future upgrades, he would have been fine. But now that he knew how powerful the core was and that it could advance further, how could he resist? He'd go broke if he had to, so long as he could keep upgrading until it reached the limit. Resigned, Sasori asked, how much will it cost to upgrade the Hextech regeneration core? Senshi put on a conflicted look. Sasori, this isn't just a matter of money. It's also the cost of the technology itself. But fine, I know you didn't bring that much money with you today, so I'll give you a 50% discount on the first upgrade. I'll only charge you 100 million RY. Hearing that price, Sasori let out a long sigh of relief. He worried Senshi would ask for some astronomical figure he couldn't afford. But 100 million was exactly what he had. And in Sasori's eyes, the Hextech core alone was already worth more than 100 million. That meant paying 100 million would effectively get him both the core and one immediate upgrade a great deal. Without hesitating, he said, I'll pay you 100 million RY as your fee. Please upgrade my Hextech regeneration core once. Mission accepted. Client, Sasori of the Red Sand. Goal, upgrade Sasori's Hextech regeneration core once. Reward, 100 million RY. Rank, S. Mission bonus, 100,000 employment points. As that system message rang out in his mind, Senshi was elated. He knew perfectly well that once Sasori got a taste, he'd want more. And there were still 3 upgrades left. After experiencing the core's might, Sasori would stop at nothing to max it out. After Sasori formally issued the commission, Senshi didn't waste time. Under Sasori's confused gaze, he gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Spent 10,000 employment points. Hextech regeneration core is now upgrading. Sasori, surprised face, he felt his Hextech regeneration core begin upgrading immediately. He could sense it clearly. His entire puppet body was left speechless. Not long ago, Senshi had insisted how tough it was to upgrade, yet now all he did was pat Sasori's shoulder and it was already happening? How exactly? Was it difficult or technical? Where were the so-called costs? But Sasori though miffed had no time to argue. Upgrading the Hextech regeneration core was far too valuable to delay with complaints. He wanted to power up as quickly as possible. Some distance away, Karin had been happily cooking, proclaiming that Senshi would get to taste an amazing pork cutlet rice at noon. Then, with a loud sizzle and a sudden flare of flames, her dish got swallowed by a raging fire. Karin immediately realized Senshi wouldn't be having any delicious meal today. The pork cutlet rice she'd carefully prepared had failed. After the flames died down, what remained in the pan was nothing but blackened charcoal. Karin pretended nothing had happened, put away her pink Susanoo, and hopped over to where Senshi was. Although she'd been cooking not far away, she'd also kept an eye on Senshi and Sasori. She knew full well what had just transpired. Once there, she clung to Senshi's long legs and praised him. "You're amazing as always, Senshi. You've already helped Sasori upgrade his strength, hey? You really are the best." Senshi, however, wasn't letting her off so easily. "Hey, what happened to the pork cutlet rice you promised me?" Karin put on a blank expression. "Pork cutlet rice? Hey? What pork cutlet rice?" She was playing dumb. Senshi ruffled her neatly brushed red hair into a bird's nest, saying, "Karin, I've told you many times, as members of our wandering clan, our personalities can be pretty scattered. Since you lack any special talent, you need to allocate your time wisely, focusing on medical ninjutsu. Yet you keep spending all your days using SUS Anu to cook." Sigh. Karin pouted, refusing to accept his criticism. "That's not fair, Senshi. My cooking has totally been improving. And this was my first attempt at pork cutlet rice, so it's normal to fail." She put her hands on her hips and argued indignantly. A single line from Senshi, though, made her wilt at once. "Name one dish you've actually succeeded in making." Hearing that, Karin mumbled, "But all my attempts were just one little step away from success. Plus, Haiden's eaten them and survived, right?" When she brought up Haiden, Senshi felt maybe he should remind Karin that Haiden was still human. At least in some sense. Even if he was immortal, feeding him dark cuisine every day probably wasn't ideal. Just as Senshi was about to say something, Karin's eyes darted cunningly. She pointed at Sasori and cried, "Hey! Sasori's got an extra arm now." Senshi couldn't help chuckling at how blatantly she changed the subject. What did Sasori's new arm have to do with her not studying medical ninjutsu? Still, glancing over at Sasori, Senshi did see something new. After the first upgrade to his Hex deck Regeneration Core, Sasori had unlocked a jutsu called Death Ray. This caused a new mechanical arm to appear on the right side of his Hirako puppet. Thanks to the Hex deck Regeneration Core and that mechanical limb, Sasori could now unleash the powerful Death Ray technique. Having completed his first upgrade, Sasori decided to test his newly gained power. Boom! Under his control, a bright blue beam erupted from the mechanical hand on Hirako's right side. Crash! That azure beam blasted against the ground in the distance, gouging out a trench in an instant. The jutsu's power astonished Sasori. What a formidable, instantly cast technique! Not only does it require no hand seals, its power is comparable to an A-rank ninjutsu. With this in hand, I'll have so many more options in battle. An instant cast ninjutsu like this could be used repeatedly to catch an enemy off guard. Plus, I find this mechanical arm quite artistic. With it, no one in Akatsuki can threaten my seat atop the pinnacle of art. He was highly pleased with the Hex deck Core's first upgrade. Afterward, his total chakra reserves had expanded yet again. Before the upgrade, the Hex deck Core gave him an extra 10 units of chakra. After this upgrade, that bonus had increased to 20. So he could sense an even greater supply of chakra. Additionally, the mechanical arm so similar in concept to puppet mechanics sparked new ideas for him as a puppet master. Puppets offered many advantages in battle but also had clear drawbacks. Except for human puppets, most puppets were incapable of using high-level ninjutsu, they could only employ hidden needles, fire jets, poison gas, and other mechanical tools. While those SE methods were enough to kill most ninjas in the world, against elite opponents like the AB brothers of Kumagakura or Orochimaru, they were somewhat limited and weak. Though Sasori did own the third Kazekage human puppet, he kept that as a trump card and didn't casually reveal it. Now, thanks to his Hex Deck Regeneration Core, he had this death ray technique that he could freely use. Its main virtues: instant casting and A rank power made it extremely practical. Satisfied, Sasori nodded and told Senshi, "Yo, you truly are the strongest mercenary on the black market. You accomplish tasks in unimaginable ways that exceed your client's expectations. I'm very pleased with how powerful the upgraded Hex Deck Regeneration Core is." Senshi grinned at that. Draping an arm around Sasori again, he said, "Sasori, this is only the beginning. Your Hex Deck Core can still be upgraded 3 more times. Over the next 2 upgrades, you'll unlock 1A rank ninjutsu each time. The final upgrade will grant you a devastating S rank ninjutsu." Even if Senshi hadn't spelled that out, Sasori already wanted to keep upgrading. Hearing him confirm, it only made Sasori that much more eager. He wanted to max out the Hex Deck Core right away if he could. With every upgrade, his chakra capacity and puppet control would keep improving. Most of all, he was dying to see just how powerful that S-rank technique could be and whether it would bring him artistic perfection. Surely, coming to Senshi for this was the right choice. At this thought, Sasori couldn't help but ask, "So the second upgrade won't have a discount, meaning it's 200 million RY, right?" Yet the moment he asked that, Senshi, who'd been all smiles a second ago, put on a pained look, acting as though his highly advanced technical knowledge had been insulted. Clearly annoyed, he retorted, "Sasori, you're in the tech business yourself. You should know how to price such a technology. Do you really think unlocking the next stage of the Hex Deck Core is worth only 200 million? Such a grand achievement should be priceless. But hey, you're my partner, so I can't charge you a fortune. I'll give you my friendship price 300 million for the second upgrade." With that, Senshi put on an expression suggesting Sasori was getting the deal of a lifetime, as if Senshi himself were taking a loss just to help a buddy out. Sasori, surprised face, that quote of 300 million left him speechless. If the second upgrade alone cost 300 million, how much would the remaining 2 cost? Even if he took on missions until the ninja world collapsed, could he earn enough? Should he look for a huge job or 2? Because while upgrading the Hex Deck Regeneration Core was definitely necessary, the expense was staggering. Seeing Sasori's flabbergasted expression, Senshi felt a secret triumph. Sasori was just too green to realize that in many cases, free gifts can end up costing the most of all. Standing off to the side, Karin peeked her little head around to give Sasori a sympathetic look. In her opinion, he was in for it. He'd come all this way to find Senshi, only to hand over all his money, and that was just for the first upgrade. If he wanted to max out his Hex Deck Core, who knew how many years he'd have to work for Senshi? Then again, seeing Sasori's new third arm and the instant cast ability of that mechanical limb, Karin clung to Senshi's long legs and said, "Senshi, when are we going on missions next? If I work really hard on them, could I get a reward from you?" Senshi thought about it and replied, "Yes, but you'll have to not only work hard on missions, you'll also have to spend less time on your bizarre cooking experiments and devote more time to training in medical ninjutsu. Then maybe you'll qualify for a reward." Karin, oh gah! Out of Senshi's 3 conditio ns, Karin was only confident about 2, doing missions diligently and practicing her medical ninjutsu. She definitely wasn't going to cut back on cooking. She was proud of her culinary art. She kept clinging to Senshi's leg, protesting, "You jerk, I'll make a dish so tasty that you'll have to rave about it." Don't underestimate my bond with cuisine. Sigh. Senshi could only shake his head at the sight of her stubbornness. Yet he soon recalled that maybe, one day, he'd draw a legendary set of cooking gear in a random draw. If he gave Karin those magical kitchen implements, assuming she had even a hint of cooking skills, she could likely produce delicious food. Seeing how determined she was, it was pointless to make her give it up. Rewarding her with legendary cookware might be the better approach in the long run. While Senshi was thinking this over, Haydn, who had finished all of that day's missions, came walking over. He greeted Senshi respectfully. Lord Jashin, I've completed every task for today. Senshi nodded slightly and said, then you can return to Omegakure. I've found myself a new partner, so you can just solo your missions from here on. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of Lord Jashin rang in Haydn's head. You fool! Your ability to complete missions is pitifully inadequate. You're unworthy of carrying out my doctrine to its fullest. The newly arrived devout believer is far more capable and will replace you. You must go off on your own to do missions and deepen your understanding of Jashin's will. Those whispers from Lord Jashin crushed Haydn's spirit. But no matter what, he desperately wanted to remain at his deity's side. He absolutely refused to leave. Meanwhile, standing in the distance, Sasori felt every hair on his puppet body rise on end, thoroughly creeped out by the scene. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Smug. Sigma. At that moment, Sasori was utterly stunned. He knew Haydn was a new recruit brought into the Akatsuki by Kakuzu, but he had no idea what inhuman, depraved things Senshi had done to Haydn to turn him into this. Judging by how Haydn was acting, Sasori clearly still lacked a thorough understanding of Senshi. Seeing Haydn weeping and refusing to leave, Senshi felt a bit of a headache coming on. It's not that Haydn can't just go, he thought. But if Haydn kept clinging to him, how could he launch his grand 4 birds with 1 stone plan? After a quick mental calculation, Senshi came up with a plan. Hida-en, I have a difficult mission for you. Simultaneously, the divine oracle once again whispered in Haydn's ear. Haydn, my believer, I am giving you a trial. You must complete it to prove you are worthy of remaining by my side. Hearing this, Haydn instantly perked up, gazing reverently at Senshi and speaking in a humbled tone. Lord Jashin, no matter what orders you give, I'll do everything in my power to fulfill them. Wasting no time, Senshi said, Haydn, you must return to Omegakure alone and handle Miss Cyan's solo. This is a mission you have no choice but to complete. In perfect timing, the divine whisper came to Haydn's ear. Haydn, this is my trial for you. You are to go back to Omegakure, fulfill the doctrine of Jashinism on your own. Only once you've earned my approval may you again stand at my side and bask in my divine radiance. Seeing Haydn in such a miserable state, Sasori couldn't help worrying about his own future. He was afraid that once he officially became Senshi's partner, he'd end up as wretched as Haydn. But after recalling Kakuzu, Sasori felt slightly reassured. Kakuzu had been Senshi's first partner, and though the experience changed him somewhat, he never ended up as pitiful as Haydn. Haydn's situation might partly be because of Senshi, but it also had something to do with Haydn's own nature. Sasori could only comfort himself with that thought. Meanwhile, Karin felt it was unfortunate Haydn was heading back to Omegakure. After all, he was an excellent taste tester. She even believed part of the reason Haydn was crying so hard was that he wouldn't get to sample her exquisite cooking anymore. With that in mind, she walked over to the weeping Haydn and patted him on the shoulder just as Senshi often did. Haydn, Don't worry about never being able to eat my delicious cooking once you return to Omegakure. I know space-time ninjutsu. Whenever I learn a new recipe, I'll bring you a sample to taste. Just as Karin finished, a voice filled with the authority of Lord Jashin's assistant under World envoy echoed in Haiden's ears. You foolish Haiden, don't think being out of my sight means you can slack off on missions. I can appear at any time and force you to consume poison as punishment. Haiden, Omega Omega. Karen's words immediately made Haiden recall the terror of being dominated by the underworld envoy. When Lord Jashin was angry, he would merely scold Haiden. But if his assistant, the underworld envoy, got mad, she'd force him to ingest poison. Just thinking about it made Haiden's stomach ache. So even after returning to Omegakure, out of the envoy's direct supervision, he absolutely dared not slack off. With that in mind, Haiden left Kumagakure, heartbroken, and headed back to Omegakure. During this time, in Omegakure, Kakuzu had been taking Deidara Out on missions. As Kakuzu led Deidara to the Uzumaki clan settlement, Deidara frowned and asked, "We're going to that place? With all the brats again? How does that help my artistic pursuits?" Kakuzu didn't feel like dealing with him but knew that if he did offer some explanation, Deidara would probably refuse to work. So while they walked, Kakuzu gave a perfunctory reply. "Deidara, it's not that complicated. Can't you figure it out on your own?" Deidara, surprised face, he looked perplexed. How would helping a bunch of brats do anything for his art? Seeing Deidara's confusion, Kakuzu remained silent. He couldn't swindle people as smoothly as Senshi or even Orochimaru. He needed a moment to think of a suitable fib before he could come up with anything. However, Deidara's eyes lit up, as though he'd realized something, and he exclaimed, "Oh! I get it. Kids have vivid imaginations and limitless energy. Spending time around them might inspire me with new artistic ideas." Kakuzu, _ Kakuzu was taken aback that Deidara had that kind of insight. But it was definitely a good sign. He just nodded, silently endorsing Deidara's words. Before long, they arrived at the Uzumaki clan settlement. The living conditions there changed day by day. Many of the young Uzumaki were now wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds. Not everyone wore one, though, because there were conditions to qualify for the attire, namely talent, the ability to mold chakra, diligence, putting effort into simple tasks, and character, how villagers judged them. Because of that, only certain standouts among the young Uzumaki had joined the organization. As soon as Kakuzu and Deidara showed up, they were greeted with a warm welcome. "Kakuzu-san, you're back again. Kakuzu-san, can you tell us more about your mission experiences? Kakuzu-san, do you have any easy tasks for us?" Surrounded by a swarm of chattering Uzumaki kids, Kakuzu said offhandedly, "In a bit, I'll share some mission tips. As for easy work, yes, I have one job available for each of you." The kids all cheered. Kakuzu then took out a scroll, laid it on the ground, and tapped it. Ha! A puff of white smoke appeared, followed by a large quantity of basic supplies. Kakuzu addressed the group. "I'll pay each of you 120 Ry. You're all hired to distribute these supplies to the villagers here." Delighted, the kids rushed to respond. "No problem, Kakuzu-san. Don't worry, we'll get it done." As the young Uzumaki cheered excitedly, Kakuzu suddenly noticed someone in the distance. He froze, then burst into joy. The person he saw was Haiden, who, as Senshi's partner, shouldn't have been alone. Yet there he was, looking completely lost and dejected, reminiscent of how Kakuzu himself had been after Senshi abandoned him. Overjoyed, Kakuzu guessed that Senshi must have kicked Haiden to the curb. Without delay, he walked over to Haiden and, wasting no time, asked, "Haiden, why aren't you with Senshi?" Haiden, still heartbroken, replied, "I lack the ability to stay by Lord Jashin's side. He sent me back to Omegakure, telling me to do missions on my own to improve myself and, hopefully, rejoin him soon." Kakuzu didn't even wait for the explanation to end. He got downright excited. He had no idea why Haiden was calling Senshi Lord Jashin, but he was certain of one thing: Senshi had no partner right now. Kakuzu quickly confirmed his suspicions. "Haiden, does that mean Senshi has no partner anymore?" Haiden snorted, "Wrong. Lord Jashin already has a new devotee by his side." With that, Kakuzu was dumbfounded. He had assumed that by kicking Haiden out, Senshi would be open to partnering again, but he never imagined Senshi would find a new partner so quickly. Incensed, Kakuzu cursed under his breath, "Damn it! Do they have no self-awareness at all? I'm the only one who truly deserves to stand at Senshi's side and be his perfect partner." Haiden couldn't read Kakuzu's thoughts, of course. He was channeling his sorrow into renewed determination, clenching his fists. "I'll do missions harder than ever, full while embracing Jashin's doctrine, so that I can become Lord Jashin's most faithful, reliable servant and stand at his side again." Kakuzu sneered. "Haiden, do you really think your mission performance can beat mine? Get real. Only I am Senshi's perfect partner." Haiden was furious. "You heretic! How could you be worthy to stand by Lord Jashin's side? As for hard work and absolute devotion to his cause, you don't scare me." Kakuzu just laughed. "Oh, really? Looks like being dumped by Senshi messed you up. Tell me, exactly, why do you think your immortal body is better for missions than my earth grudge fear?" Haiden brandished the massive scythe on his back, speaking menacingly, "You bastard! Stop looking down on the power Lord Jashin bestowed upon me." Kakuzu replied, "I'm only stating facts. When it comes to mission work, Earth Grudge Fear is the best." Haiden insisted, "Lord Jashin's gift of immortality is the best." Kakuzu, Earth Grudge Fear. Haiden, immortality. They glared at each other, hostility mounting. And suddenly Deidara tossed out a clay ant. "Ha!" With that shout, the clay ant exploded. But Kakuzu and Haiden both used the body flicker technique to dodge it before detonation. Once the dust cleared, they both turned to Deidara with grim looks. Kakuzu said in a dark tone, "Deidara, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Deidara snorted. "Shut up! I'm trying to think. You two yelling at each other is killing my artistic inspiration." He then looked over at Haiden, speaking dismissively, "So you're also with Akatsuki? You used to be Senshi's partner, which means you know him well." Confronted by anyone other than Senshi or Karin, Haiden reverted to his bold, overbearing personality. He couldn't be bothered to answer Deidara's questions. "Don't have time to stand around yapping, I've got missions to do." He hadn't forgotten what that meddling underworld envoy assistant told him before he left Kumigakure. If he slacked off, she'd show up to punish him with poison. That thought alone was enough to make his stomach ache again. Not daring to waste another second, Haiden darted off to the black market to grind missions. On the way to the black market, he marveled at how fast Omegakure was changing. Each time he left for a while and returned, he found the place drastically transformed. Simultaneously, in the tallest tower of Omegakure, inside Nagato's chamber, the door once again creaked open as Konan stepped inside. The moment Nagato saw her, he felt a headache coming on. Previously, she'd only report matters directly related to Akatsuki for him to decide on, and she could handle many of the lesser issues herself. But now his workload had grown significantly. As expected, Konan came bearing another issue that had little to do with Akatsuki's ultimate goal. Konan's flauless face held a faint smile. Nagato, I haven't let all the children in the village join Akatsuki. I set certain requirements. They have to show talent for chakra molding, be diligent in completing minor tasks, and display good character. According to Ho W, the villagers rate them. Only then can they join as external members of Akatsuki. What do you think of that policy? Should we modify or add anything? Nagato already felt his temples throbbing when he saw Konan appear. Hearing her question made his hiatache worsen. These trivial details had nothing to do with Akatsuki's final objective. He was the leader of Akatsuki, not the land of rain. With a long sigh, Nagato told her, Konan, if it doesn't directly involve Akatsuki's ultimate plan, just handle it yourself. My body isn't in the best condition, and I don't have the energy to make so many decisions. Konan didn't seem to mind. Nagato, you needn't worry so much. I believe it won't be long before Senshi finds a complete cure for you. Akatsuki and the village are both growing rapidly, so as the leader, you'll need to get used to making a lot of decisions. Until Senshi fixes your health, I can take care of some of these village affairs so you can get some rest. I'm off to process the outstanding applications. With that, she opened the door and left. She had hoped Nagato would weigh in, but it was clear his health was lacking, so she decided to handle things herself. Staring at Konan's receding figure, Nagato suddenly found himself not wanting his health to improve. Lately, he had to handle dozens of village-related matters every day, and Konan had hinted there were even more piling up. He could only give a weary sigh. How had Akatsuki and Omegakure grown into this state so quickly? As for the villagers, they had no idea how stressed Nagato was. They were all deeply grateful to Lord Senshi, Angel-sama, and their leader, God, who was regarded privately by some as the Kage of Omegakure. Generally, only those who earn the respect of a great shinobi village are called Kage. Although Omegakure was just a mid-sized village, it was developing at breakneck speed thanks to Lord Senshi, Angel-sama, and their leader all working together. The villagers gladly referred to their leader as the Omekage. Nagato knew this but felt no joy, only headaches. Yes, Akatsuki and Omegakure were moving in the direction he, Yahiko, and Konan had once envisioned, yet Yahiko's death had shown him that the current peace and prosperity were fleeting. A wrong path. Only by letting everyone truly feel pain and detest war, then remaking the world, would there be real, lasting peace. Omegakure at the Ninja Academy. Many parents were waiting at the gates for school to let out. Among them was Mayumi. Her husband had been a struggling merchant. Because Omegakure had been closed off for so long, the economy had been severely depressed. Even though Mayumi and her husband worked hard and were relatively well off, they were far from rich. Still, they could spare a little food or clothing for those on the verge of starvation or freezing, and many impoverished neighbors were both grateful and envious of them. Some families, not as well off as Mayumi's, envied and resented them. But after Omegakure opened up, Mayumi's household, along with many others, saughed the wave of rapid economic growth spurred by Senshi's reforms. Their trading business bounced back, getting better by the day. Indeed, Senshi's blessings extended to all villagers, while her family thrived. Everyone else's lives were improving too. In the old days, plenty of people came begging for just a little food, to avoid starvation. They would flatter Mayumi in every way possible. Now it was different. Those compliments and admiring looks were fewer. Mayumi had a strong sense of vanity. It felt strange and unsettling that life had changed so much. Yes, her family was wealthier than ever and able to help more people in need. But in the new Omegakure, charity like handing out food had little value. Under Lord Senshi's shining guidance, even the truly destitute could come to Omegakure and get the basics to survive: food, warm clothes, and simple lodging. So while Mayumi, like everyone else, was grateful to Lord Senshi, Angel Sama, and the god they considered their leader, she certainly heard fewer flattering compliments. That said, Mayumi felt especially happy these days for one reason: her beloved daughter, Mikako, had made her proud. Mikako was quite talented at molding chakra, and at the Ninja Academy, she successfully completed several basic tasks, getting a favorable evaluation from her teacher. As a result, Mikako's application to join Akatsuki had been accepted. She even got a set of the Akatsuki black robes with red clouds. At that same moment, two women Mayumi knew, Madame Kori and Madame Shito, arrived at the academy gates. Seeing them, Mayumi's lips curved slightly in a smile. Like Mayumi, both Kori and Shito were wives from well-off merchant families. All three had benefited from Senshi's reforms. Their businesses flourished more each day. However, Mayumi's husband had been rather unlucky in having multiple convoys robbed by bandits, costing them huge sums. This meant, for a while, she'd felt inferior to Kori and Shito. But not today. Her chance to shine had come at last. The three elegant ladies, in their gorgeous outfits, drew quite a few looks as they gathered. Kori was a golden-haired beauty in a light chestnut suit and a hip-hugging skirt, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose that gave her the vibe of a teacher. Madame Shito wore a burgundy formal dress, covered in jewelry. Apparently, she loved the color burgundy so much that even her necklace had a burgundy gemstone. Kori greeted Mayumi, who wore a stunning blue gown, and Shito. Mayumi, Shito, what a coincidence! Are you both here to pick up your kids too? Oh? Shito, is that a red gemstone on your necklace? It seems even brighter than before. Shito smiled smugly. It was a brand new necklace with a red gemstone that cost twice as much as the old one. But before she could properly boast, Mayumi locked onto a particular keyword: red gemstone. A flash of light flickered in her eyes as she spoke with a sweet smile. My, that red gemstone is nice, but personally, I prefer the crimson on my daughter's red clouds. It's such a true, vibrant red, don't you think? At this, both Kori and Shito froze. Kori, surprised face; Shito, surprised face. Recovering from their surprise, Kori asked, wait, did Mikako's application to join Akatsuki get approved? Mayumi sighed, feigning nonchalance, yes, she just got accepted. But honestly, Mikako's so scatterbrained I'm worried she won't do well. Kori said, Mayumi, congratulations. Shito added, Mayumi, that's incredible news for Mikako. Outwardly, they were showering her with well wishes, but inside, they were cursing. Their own children had also applied but hadn't been approved. Once upon a time, money might have paved the way, but at Senshi's academy, money had no power. So Kori and Shito hastily changed the subject. Wanting to avoid gemstones or anything red or black, Shito's eyes lit up, and she ventured, I heard that Senshi-sama started out as a solo mercenary. That means maybe not joining an organization right away isn't so bad, you can still be amazing like An organization. Mayumi picked up on that word immediately and responded with a sweet laugh. Yes, Senshi-sama and Akatsuki are both the pride of this village. It's thanks to them that all the villagers live so happily. Now that Mikiko's in Akatsuki, even though she's always messing things up, she can still contribute to the village's growth and everyone's well-being. I'm sure she'll keep getting better from here on out. You have no idea how shocked I was when she brought home that black robe with the red clouds. I couldn't believe she'd really been accepted. Cory, _. Ugh. Shito, _. Ga. After exchanging a few more words, Cory and Shito were basically on the verge of mental collapse. They decided it might be safest to just keep quiet. But even their silence didn't help. Mayumi said cheerfully, "The red cloud design of the Akatsuki robe is pretty nice, isn't it? My husband and I plan to incorporate that red cloud pattern into our Hattori family crest." At this, Cory and Shito felt like they were about to explode. Why hadn't their own children gotten accepted? They'd had enough of Mayumi's smugness. And right at that moment, both Cory and Shito suddenly showed expressions of utter disbelief. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Race. At that moment, the Ninja Academy had just let out. That in itself wasn't the key point. The key point was that the children belonging to Cory and Madame Shito, namely Heiji and Jinosuke, were both wearing the Akatsuki's Red Cloud robes. As soon as Cory and Madame Shito saw that, their expressions became animated with excitement. Meanwhile, Mayumi's gaze shifted to the academy entrance and saw 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 girl, all wearing red cloud robes. The 2 boys were indeed Heiji and Jinosuke, sons of Cory and Madame Shito. Between them, clutching a sheet of paper, was Mayumi's daughter, Mikiko. Seeing that both Heiji and Jinosuke were wearing red cloud robes, Mayumi nearly fainted on the spot. What in the world? She had only been complacent for a moment, and now Heiji and Jinosuke had also joined the Akatsuki. Just moments earlier, Cory and Madame Shito wouldn't shut up about not wanting to discuss the Akatsuki with Mayumi, and now they couldn't stop talking about it. Cory, looking more and more satisfied with her son, said, "Heiji, this is wonderful. You've joined Akatsuki, too. Now, just like Mayumi's family, you can help our village grow and work for the happiness of the villagers." "I'm so happy." Madame Shito squatted down and embraced Jinosuke. "Jinosuke, I'm so proud of you. Amegakure's current prosperity is the result of Lord Senshi and the Akatsuki working together. Now, you can also take part in that great cause, helping the village become even stronger and making the villagers happier." But even in their mother's arms, Heiji and Jinosuke weren't all that happy. They and Mikiko had always had a friendly rivalry, and this time both boys had lost to Mikiko. All right, so they'd joined Akatsuki a few days later than she did. That wouldn't have been a big deal. But something had happened that day to hurt them both deeply, so even though they had finally joined, they just couldn't bring themselves to celebrate. Cory and Madame Shito, however, were far too absorbed in their excitement to notice their sons' moods. Laughing, they went on. Madame Shito touched her ruby necklace. "Mayumi, you were right, this true red on the red cloud robe really does look better than the gemstone red on my necklace." Likewise, Cory said her black swan ring next to Heiji's red clouds and said, "Yes, Mayumi's sense of style is impeccable. The pure black fabric of the robe is just so striking. Wearing it makes Heiji look so spirited." Mayumi offered them a polite smile, but inwardly she was ranting. This is insane. Wasn't Akatsuki supposed to be hard to join? How did Heiji and Genosuke both manage it in the blink of an eye? The more she had shown off earlier, the more awkward she felt now. She could no longer boast about how her daughter Mikako had joined Akatsuki first, and now, with Kori and Madame Shito both going on about the organization, there was little she could do except steer the topic elsewhere, so they could chat normally at all. She glanced curiously at Mikako's slight smile and at the piece of paper in her daughter's hand. Looking baffled, she asked, "Mikako, what's that paper you're holding?" Mikako pushed her glasses up. Opening the paper, she replied, "It's my acceptance letter to Lord Senshi's mercenary corps. Once you've joined Akatsuki, only those with the potential to inherit the Will of Rain can join his mercenary group. Right now, I'm the only one in our class who got accepted. So I plan to do my best to inherit the Will of Rain." When Mikako finished, the entire area fell silent, and Mayumi was so emotional she couldn't speak. For a moment, nearly everyone in Omegakure knew that the Akatsuki was the core of normal operations in the village. Many also knew that once ordinary shinobi joined Akatsuki, if they were outstanding enough, they could be selected for Lord Senshi's mercenary corps. But joining Akatsuki in the first place was already difficult. After that, being chosen for Lord Senshi's direct team was unimaginably harder. So far, only a handful, such as Lord Kakuzu or Dean Karin, had made it into Senshi's mercenary group. Given that Omegakure's prosperity was brought about by the entire village rallying around Akatsuki, everyone was proud if they or their children were accepted. If Akatsuki was the core of the village, then in matters of village development, Lord Senshi's mercenary corps was the core of the corps. Hence, joining Akatsuki was a major honor, joining Senshi's mercenary team was the highest honor. And now, Mikako was part of that mercenary team. In the near future, she might even be the one to inherit Lord Senshi's Will of Rain. Mayumi's heart soared, and her grin practically stretched from ear to ear. Outwardly, however, she pretended to scold her daughter. "Mikako, you still have a lot to learn. Now that you're in Lord Senshi's mercenary team, you'll have to work extra hard." Then she turned and said to Heiji and Genosuke, "Heiji and Genosuke, you two are so much more down to earth. You didn't go straight for Lord Senshi's mercenary group right away." Heiji and Genosuke both thought, "Auntie, do you even hear yourself?" Standing at the school gates in their red cloud robes, Mikako, Heiji, and Genosuke soon drew the attention of other parents and children. Many kids looked on enviously, chattering, "Mikako, Heiji, and Genosuke are so awesome. They actually joined the Akatsuki under Lord Senshi's leadership. Now they get to help build up the village with him. Yeah, I wish I could join Akatsuki, too. But I've already been turned down twice." Mikako's unbelievable. She got an acceptance letter from Principal Senshi's mercenary corps. In village-related matters, Principal Senshi's corps is practically the core of Akatsuki. No kidding. Mikako is amazing. When it came to Principal Senshi's mercenary group, the kids' eyes shone with excitement. All of them longed to join Akatsuki and, even more, to join Senshi's corps so they could help the village develop quickly and improve everyone's lives. Among the general public of Omegakure, it was understood that Kakuzu and D. Karin were members of Senshi's team. It was also known that some of the young Uzumaki kids might have the potential to join. But in truth, there were also two other youngsters in Senshi's corps, Naruto and Suzuki, who had been giving Kakashi a nightmare of a time. During the latest cycle of events, the two troublemakers had shown up outside Kakashi's room. Suzuki naturally stepped forward, politely planning to knock and wake their teacher. He had just raised his hand to knock when Naruto stopped him. Sasuke froze. "Naruto, are you slacking off now?" Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke, you can't wake Kakashi-sensei that way. Then, mimicking Senshi's no mercy footwork, Naruto suddenly kicked Kakashi's door. Bang! With a dull thud, the door flew open. Inside, Kakashi was sitting on his bed, eyes bloodshot, looking half dead at the doorway. Naruto, surprised face. Sasuke, surprised face. Naruto asked, baffled, Kakashi-sensei, why do you have the Sharingan activated? Sasuke shook his head. Naruto, that's not the Sharingan. Naruto blinked. It's not? But Kakashi-sensei's eyes are so red. What else could it be? Sasuke frowned. No idea. Anyway, let's get him to take us on a mission. Naruto nodded. Kakashi-sensei, bring us out on a mission. By the time we're done with a few assignments, maybe your eyes will look normal again. Kakashi sighed and stood up, though he looked exhausted. The moment he was on his feet, his vision went black and he collapsed on the spot. He'd been sleep-deprived for ages, at times staying up all night on missions with Naruto and Sasuke. If that weren't enough, the Hokage often gave him surprise emergency tasks. He'd barely gotten back to his room after completing a mission and hadn't even lain down before these two monsters kicked down his door. Sasuke, seeing Kakashi knocked out cold, frowned. Naruto, should we call the medical team? Naruto thought briefly, then clapped his fists together. No need. Let's carry Kakashi-sensei to the black market. If the shinobi at the village gate won't let us leave, we'll ask them to help wake him up. After a moment's deliberation, Sasuke nodded. He figured Kakashi just needed proper rest, and traveling wouldn't hurt. So they hoisted Kakashi's unconscious body and headed for the village gate. Approaching Tehi Gate, Kakashi slowly came to his senses. Blinking in confusion, he asked, Naruto. Sasuke, where are you taking me? Naruto answered casually, oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. We were just going to check with the guards at the gate about your Condit Ion. Kakashi was perplexed about why they were bringing him to the gate instead of the hospital or the medics. But, lacking the strength to protest, he forced himself to walk alongside them. As long as Kakashi was present, they could pass through the gate freely. Not long after leaving the village, Kakashi's eyes rolled back again, and he collapsed a second time. By now, Naruto and Sasuke were used to it, and wordlessly lifted him back onto their shoulders, carrying him onto the black market. Kakashi stirred to find himself already in the black market's main hall, slumped against a wall. When Naruto and Sasuke emerged, his eyelids twitched anxiously. N.A. Naruto, Sasuke, why did you accept so many missions? Each of them was holding a thick stack of job requests. From experience, Kakashi estimated it would take them till midday the next day to complete them all. Naruto replied cheerfully, Kakashi-sensei, the early bird catches the worm. Sasuke and I lucked out. There are loads of assignments perfect for us this time. Sasuke said, Kakashi-sensei, we're going to work non-stop through the night. We should be done by midday tomorrow. Kakashi? He really wanted to talk to the Hokage about switching out. Maybe they could send a 3-man team for this instead, so they could rotate. One person alone might just drop dead from the lack of sleep. But while these thoughts were swirling in Kakashi's tired mind, Naruto and Sasuke were already sprinting off to start the missions. Exuding fighting spirit, Naruto challenged Sasuke, Sasuke, let's see which one of us can finish first. Sasuke gave him a bored look. Naruto, is that really necessary? When have you ever beaten me? Naruto retorted, that's because before, I didn't have proper guidance and never improved quick KLY. Now I'm stronger than you. Sasuke sneered. You, the eternal loser, must still be dreaming. I'll show you, shouted Naruto, annoyed. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Dream on. They glared, then shot off like arrows from the bow, racing to see who'd finish their missions first. Kakashi, sporting not only red eyes but also black circles beneath them, struggled to keep up. Usually, he followed Naruto in person while sending a summoned beast to track Sasuke. His poor summon, likewise sleepless, had the same raccoon-eyed look. Just as Kakashi had feared, Naruto and Sasuke worked through the night again. By late morning of the next day, Sasuke had finished his final assignment a fraction sooner and handed it in at the Black Market's front desk, followed show RTLY by Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke had beaten him yet again, Naruto was crestfallen. Darn it, you're only faster than me because you use lightning release, and that gives you an edge when traveling. Watch out! I'm gonna learn a special speed travel ninjutsu, so I'll never lose to you again. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Assistant and Scam. After Naruto and Sasuke finished all their assigned missions, Kakashi took the two brats back to the village as per their original plan. By that point, Kakashi was exhausted to the limit, his eyes bloodshot. In such a state, even if he somehow opened his Sharingan, he probably wouldn't realize it. While the three were returning to Konoha, the other three members of the Konoha F4 intensified their formal censure and punishment of Danzo. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other two advisors glared at Danzo with grim expressions. Because the evidence was still insufficient, Danzo's matter wasn't easy to deal with. However, after Orochimaru visited Konoha last time, Danzo had let slip that talk about 1 billion RY, providing a crucial lead for the trio. Since then, Konoha's F3 had been pressing Danzo relentlessly. This time, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up first. He looked at his old comrade with anger and disappointment. Danzo, tell me once and for all what happened with that 1 billion RY. Danzo stuck to his usual spiel. The missing 1 billion has nothing to do with me. The 1 billion I mentioned to Orochimaru is for a project that requires 1 billion in early investment. It's not the money that disappeared from the treasury. Danzo's attitude enraged all three of them. If Danzo weren't the prime and sole suspect, he could say whatever he wanted. But the Konoha treasury is missing exactly 1 billion, and Danzo just happened to mention a 1 billion RY early investment project that was far too big a coincidence. Moreover, that supposed project might not even involve Orochimaru at all. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have been so baffled when he heard Danzo mention it that day. At this point, both Koharu Udadan and Homura Mito Kato looked furious. They scolded Danzo one after the other. Danzo, don't go too far. Just admit where T-Hat 1 billion went. Danzo, how long will you keep up this self-delusion? After Danzo's slip of the tongue last time, the two advisors had become almost certain he was behind the missing 1 billion. But Danzo acted like a stubborn rat that had eaten a weight, refusing to admit a thing. No matter how they tried to persuade him, he wouldn't budge. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him for a long while before finally making a difficult decision. In a chilly tone, he said, Danzo, we can't allow you free rein anymore. If you don't return that money to Konoha's treasury, we'll make public some of your crimes. First, we'll reveal to the villagers how you deceived Orochimaru and used them in your forbidden experiments on wood style. If you keep refusing to mend your ways, we'll divulge more and then take even harsher measures. Sarutobi's words shook Danzo to the core, like thunder crashing. His face twisted in rage. Hiruzen, you're slandering me, launching a disguised attack and inciting the villagers to turn on me. Hiruzen merely shook his head. Danzo, the facts are plain for all to judge. I'll only reveal the truth as it is. I won't slander anyone. All four in the office knew full well that if Danzo's secret commanding Orochimaru to use villagers as test subjects in his wood-style research came to light, the villagers' trust in him would plummet to absolute zero. No one would ever support a man who'd harmed the villagers and severely jeopardized their interests. Moreover, Danzo had taken this huge risk with age-forbidden research in hopes of mastering wood style comparable to the first Hokage's power, which would bring the village a bunch of wood-style ninjas, and thus catapult Konoha's strength so that he could become Hokage. If this scandal were exposed, it was unthinkable that the villagers would accept him as their leader. Deep inside, Danzo understood the gravity of this fallout. Yet he still refused to confess. The only alternative was to come up with the 1 billion RY to restore the village's losses, but he didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. He believed all his actions were for the sake of the village, and that his present failure was only temporary. One day, he was convinced, Hiruzen, Sarutobi and the others would regret what they'd done to him. Once the meeting reached that impasse, it ended. Konoha's F3 wasn't kidding this time. Shortly after, people were plastering bulletins around the village, listing the facts of Danzo's misdeeds. The entire village was astonished, and the news blew through Konoha like a gust of wind. Almost everyone started discussing Danzo. What? He used villagers as experimental fodder for some forbidden research? How could Danzo do that? That monster, how many villagers did he kill? So Lord Orochimaru was innocent all along, and Danzo was behind it all. This makes me so angry. I want to dig up Danzo's family graves. The villagers' wrath exploded overnight, and Danzo became a target of universal condemnation. Even the Shimura clan en route were affected. Under that immense pressure, Danzo had no choice but to lie low and avoid appearing in public. On a rooftop somewhere in the village, Danzo stood overlooking Konoha. Sarutobi's harsh new measures made him feel like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat and given the magnitude of these revelations, the villagers wouldn't just forget in a short time unless something bigger diverted their attention. Danzo was adept at guiding public attention like this, but in the face of the F3's comprehensive block and sanction S, he had no way to stir trouble for now. He'd have to remain quiet until this storm subsided, then seek a chance to retaliate. As Danzo stewed over the entire village's hostility, a wood clone of Senshi quietly appeared behind him. Senshi had been watching Danzo for some time and was well aware of his predicament. He worried Danzo might snap from all the pressure and do something drastic like leaping off a building. Senshi was Danzo's security advisor, after all, and if Danzo died, Senshi's mission would fail, blemishing his career. That was something he absolutely wouldn't allow. Looking at Danzo, Senshi said coldly, "Danzo, I advise you not to get any suicidal ideas. If you try, not only will I stop you, I'll also use force to keep you alive and prevent my mission from failing." Senshi's icy stare and threatening words made Danzo remember all too well the day they'd first met. And it sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled that time Senshi repeatedly blasted him to shreds with 60 million volt, Thunder Dragon, teaching him the meaning of cruelty. That day, Danzo once again relived the terror of being dominated by Senshi. Naturally, he didn't truly plan to take his own life, but he still left the rooftop in a hurry. Danzo wasn't afraid of death, but there were indeed horrors exceeding death. In Takigakuer, at the leader's office, it's said that whenever someone rejoices, someone else laments. While Amegakure, Kyuzagakur, Kumagakur, and Kirigakur were all flourishing, Takigakur was encountering unprecedented obstacles. In the Taki leader's office were 5 individuals: the head, Hisan, his heir, Shivuki, the 7 tails, Jinkraki, Fu, who stood beside Shivuki, and 2 top-level Taki officials, Yoro and Kigon, both looking deeply worried. Although Takigakur was a mid to small hidden village, it possessed some unique attributes. 1. It was the only non-great nation village to have a tailed beast, furthermore, a perfect Jinkraki. 2. Its overall ninja count wasn't large, yet it boasted a strong cadre of high-level shinobi. 3. It owned a special treasure, the so-called hero water, passed down through generations. Drinking it could multiply a ninja's chakra by over 10 times. 4. Long ago, the earth grudge fear technique was theirs, but Kakuzu stole it. That W as a historical leftover. At present, Taki's urgent concern was the series of events befalling it recently. Hisan furrowed his brow so tightly it looked like the character. He'd received nothing but bad news these last few days. When he saw Yoro and Kigo-en arrive looking dejected, Hisan knew they must have more bad news. He sighed. Speak. What's happened now? Kigon replied, detailing what he'd discovered. Leader, more villagers sneaked out again today. Not only that, we also have 2 more missing ninjas. When he finished, Yoro added, that missing Taki trading caravan we sent agents to find has joined Amegakure. The investigator spoke with them, and they said they'll continue doing business as a caravan for Amegakure. No plans to return to Taki. He himself decided to stay in Amegakure, sending this message to us through a third party. Hearing that, Hisan nearly fainted. Lately, it wasn't unusual for a few villagers to disguise themselves as refugees and escape to Amegakure for a better life. But now one of Taki's own trading caravans has emigrated to Amegakure. As if that weren't enough, the scout ninja also stayed there. Feeling like he'd choke from frustration, Hisan watched Fu and Shivuki exchange glances. Fu said, Leader, I have an idea to solve Taki's present troubles. He turned to her, interested. What's on your mind? Taki's stagnation vexed him daily. He'd tried everything and still saw no way out. Fu explained, it's actually very simple. Taki can join Amegakure's alliance. Then all our problems disappear. Her idea was straightforward: if you can't beat them, join them. Amegakure had everything going for it, plus massive growth potential. No wonder Taki's villagers, merchants, and even some ninja were running off there. Better to officially become part of that alliance. Hisan instantly rejected this. No. Taki mustn't get too entangled with outsiders. Protected behind our great waterfall, no matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, we can stay out of it. Yes. We're allied with Konoha, Bullet and our direct cooperation with them is usually limited. By joining Amegakure's alliance, we'd be forced into extensive outside contact, and if some upheaval occurs, we won't be able to remain neutral. He was unwilling to give up Taki's geographic advantage. Although the ninja world was presently stable, who could say if the Fourth Great Shinobi War wouldn't erupt soon? If that happened while they were linked with Amegakure, Taki would get dragged in. Yet Fu disagreed. Leader, the ninja world is currently at peace. There's no sign of a Fourth Great War anywhere. Besides, if our village grows strong enough, we can protect ourselves under any circumstances. Shivuki agreed, Father. Before he could continue, Hisan cut him off. Address my title properly while we're working. Shivuki scratched his head, then started over. Leader, sir, I also believe Fu's idea makes sense. Taki has been developing far too slowly for years now, and we've hit a bottleneck. Aligning with a Megakure could help us break free of our slump. Still, Hisan refused. Before he could say so, Fu spoke up again. A Megakure was once ravaged by war and desperately poor. Kyuzagakure was even worse, rife with internal strife, plus banditry, and running prison services for a living. But after those TWO villages formed an alliance, they both advanced at an astonishing speed, prosperous by the day. Our Takigakure has no reason not to join an alliance like that. Hisan hesitated, obviously torn. He'd actually considered it before, too. After a moment of silence, he posed a tough question. If we open ourselves up to the world via this alliance, we'll be a lot more exposed. How do we deal with reduced safety? Fu answered without hesitation, the stronger the village, the safer it is. If we join a Megakure's alliance, we can grow rapidly, and if we ever get into trouble, as allies, a Megakure would come to our aid. With that, Hisan, Yoro, and Kigon all thought the matter over carefully. If Taki wanted to progress, they had to move beyond self-imposed isolation. Otherwise, in light of that alliance's huge influence, Taki would face only further decline. Fu then threw out one more curveball. And there's another major advantage. I've always admired Lord Kakuzu, and he's now a key figure in a Megakure. Word is, he's good friends with both Angel Sama and Lord Senshi, who oversee the village. If we join the alliance, we could ask Lord Kakuzu for help so we can profit even more. Kakuzu was labeled a criminal in Taki many decades ago, but that was a miscarriage of justice. Hisan and the current leadership already knew he'd been driven to it by corrupt elders back then. They'd seen that data in their investigations and realized the old administration had essentially forced a loyal ninja into becoming a rogue. Hisan had wrestled with how to handle that legacy, but Fu's mention of Kakuzu gave him a sudden spark. She was right, for Taki, it'd be a huge net benefit to join the alliance, especially since they had a unique advantage. Kakuzu was originally from Taki. He'd become a big deal in a Megakure, enjoying close ties with Angel Sama and Lord Senshi. They could ask him to help them join the alliance. After all, Kakuzu had been wronged by Taki's old leadership. By clearing that away, they could invite him to become Taki's new leader if he was willing. Whether by seniority, skill, or contribution to the village, Kakuzu was fully qualified to lead Taki. If that happened, Taki could finally develop in ways they'd only dreamed about. Thus, Hisan decided on the spot. We'll take some hero water with us to a Megakure and request an audience with Lord Kakuzu. Invite him to be Taki's new leader, and discuss Taki joining the alliance. Fu was thrilled. As the Seven Tails Jinkraki, she was a major fan of Kakuzu, regarding him as a legendary figure. Kakuzu may have killed a bunch of clueless village elders decades ago and stolen Earth grudge fear, but that had probably saved Taki from more incompetent leadership. If Kakuzu returned to them, he could restore the stolen technique if he so desired. So a delegation promptly set off from Taki to a Megakure, bringing a precious supply of hero water. The water was produced only once every 100 years by their sacred tree, and a single sip could multiply a ninja's chakra many times over. It was a treasure any ninja would crave. In under 2 days, the Taki delegation arrived at a Megakure. There, Kakuzu was busy taking Deidara on mission after mission. Deidara was getting bored. He either did non-stop tasks with Kakuzu or occasionally visited orphan shelters. Though Kakuzu insisted these tasks honed Deidara's artistic spirit, Deidara felt it was just the same routine over and over, with no benefit to his art. Suddenly, Deidara came to a stop. A group of 5 people had blocked their path, 3 adults and 2 kids. Kakuzu shot them a cold look. Move aside. Don't get in my way, I'm on a job. Outside of Omegakure, he'd have asked if they wanted to lose their hearts. But here, he couldn't just attack or he'd face trouble from both Senshi and Nagato. But to his surprise, the strangers reacted in a way he didn't expect. A little girl ran up, beaming. Lord Kakuzu, I'm Fu of Takigakure. Kakuzu raised his head, noticed their tacky headbands, and felt an internal jolt. 5 countrymen. From Taki? Then Hisan stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Kakuzu-sama, hello. I'm Hisan, current leader of Takigakure. We've come to see you about 2 extremely important matters regarding Taki. We seek your help. Kakuzu's brain short-circuited. I'm a missing nin from Takai. Why on earth would they need me for? Something extremely important? After a quick mental rant, he frowned at Hisan. What 2 matters? With utmost courtesy, Hisan answered, first, we'd like you to be our intermediary so Taki can join Omegakure's Alia NCE. Over the years, our growth has stagnated, and now we're hitting a bottleneck. If we join Omegakure's alliance, these problems might be resolved. Kakuzu, surprised face, what was going on? Taki wanted to join Omegakure's alliance? Abandoning Konoha, their old ally? Kakuzu knew Taki's situation well, he came from there. Taki had always had Konoha's support. So, he asked 3 rapid-fire questions. Aren't you allied with Konoha? Why Omegakure? And why come to me about it? Hisan calmly addressed them one by one. Being allied with Konoha doesn't prevent us from joining Omegakure's alliance, it's not mutually exclusive. And as for why the alliance, we've had the following issues. He then recounted Taki's recent problems. Kakuzu thus learned many Takigakure, Mercha NTS, and even some ninja had defected to Omegakure. It made sense that Hisan wanted to fix this. Another wave or 2, and half the village would be gone. But Kakuzu still didn't see why they specifically needed him to negotiate, rather than going directly to Omegakure's leadership. Hisan then got to the main point. Kakuzu-sama, we've fully investigated what really happened decades ago. The old Taki leaders abused their power, ordered you around blindly, and lacked any vision. You were wrongly accused. We've exonerated you completely, and the current village population knows you contributed greatly to Taki. We're hoping you'll stand up for us before Angel-sama and Lord Senshi so Taki can join the alliance. Then, solemnly, Hisan added. Moreover, all of us, the senior leadership and most villagers, would like you to come back to Taki as our new leader, guiding our village to a brighter future. That left Kakuzu flabbergasted. What the heck? One second he was a missing nin, next second they were begging him to return as Taki's new boss. Hisan wasn't done. With a hint of shyness, he continued, if possible, we also hope you'll help us have all Taki's elite ninjas join the Akatsuki. Let's say that's our second request. Kakuzu, surprised face, he stood there in utter confusion. It sounded less like they wanted an alliance and more like Taki wanted to merge with Omegakure entirely. Every elite from Taki to Akatsuki? Kakuzu couldn't resolve these issues alone, so he decided to bring them to Konan. Having Taki join might mean more black market missions for Omegakure. Everyone would benefit. So off they went. Come with me, Kakuzu said. I'll take you to see Angel-sama, one of Omegakure's top officials. Delighted, Hisan and his party followed him. Before long, they arrived at the place where Konan was distributing supplies to orphans. Seeing Kakuzu approach with such a complicated look, Konan asked curiously, What's the matter? That expression on your face is strange. Kakuzu composed himself and replied, Konan, Takigakure wants to join a Megakure's alliance. Konan gave a slight nod, but still wondered why he looked so odd. After all, many villages openly or secretly were showing interest in an alliance. Taki's desire to join wasn't exactly shocking. Kakuzu guessed what she was thinking and explained, it's not just that. Taki also wants all its elite shinobi to join the Akatsuki. Konan? A moment ago, her calm expression matched his complexity. Having an entire village's elites sign up for Akatsuki, that was far beyond what she could decide alone. That would be a major event. Indeed. She'd have to consult the Omekage, the leader of Akatsuki. With a deep breath, Konan said, all right, bring them to my office. We'll talk in detail. As for their elite ninjas joining Akatsuki, I need to discuss it with our leader first. Kakuzu agreed, then said to Hisan, just follow her. There probably won't be any big issues with you joining the alliance. Hisan and his group were overjoyed at how smoothly it was going. They believed that once they joined, Taki would hitch a ride on a Megakure's rapid rise. Hisan expressed his thanks, Kakuzu-sama, thank you for helping us. Please consider returning to Taki as our new leader. Our doors are always open. Kakuzu merely nodded, not taking it seriously. Why be Taki's leader and hamper his mission work? When staying in a Megakure, and in the Akatsuki, was much more profitable. He chose not to say that out loud. So Hisan, Shivuki, and the others left with Konan. The Seven Tails Jinkriki, Fu, however, stayed behind. Soon, Konan reached the tower where Nagato was staying. She opened the door, and when Nagato saw her slightly amused grin, he braced for a headache. People's feelings differ. Every time Konan had that faint smile, he knew she was bringing some new matter about a Megakure's development, but again, not directly related to the Akatsuki's ultimate goal. Precisely the kind of chore she'd want him to decide on. She was definitely cementing his position as a Mekage while leaving him less time to plan the big final objective. Sure enough, Konan, in her soft but cool voice, said, Nagato, Takigakure's leader, Hisan is here. He wants Taki to join the alliance, and on top of that, all Taki's elite ninjas want to enlist in the Akatsuki. What do you think? Nagato felt his head splitting. In the last few months, he'd spent much of his time dealing with administrative matters for a Megakure and had barely worked on the Akatsuki's real plan. Now Taki wanted to hand over their entire elite force. Konan was dead set on pushing him into the Omekage role, so that he might revert to their original dream and transform the world in a gentler way. Meanwhile, back with Kakuzu, things were getting awkward. Fu stood before him, her large eyes gleaming. Kakuzu-sama, I'm well aware of your illustrious history. Back in Taki, you were our most outstanding ninja at the time, contributing greatly to the village. Even measured against the entire Taki legacy, you're among the top 3 for overall ability. Kakuzu was pushing a century in age. He'd seen and heard plenty, but having a youngster hype him up like that was still disconcerting. Though inwardly pleased, he felt slightly embarrassed. His face was hidden behind his mask, but if not, Deidara would have seen him grin ear to ear. Yet Fu wasn't done. After that brief pause, she continued. After you left Taki, you made your mark on the ninja world's black market's countless legends and tales. Until Lord Senshi appeared, you were the black market's greatest legend. At that, Kakuzu felt conflicted, both happy and uneasy. Nonetheless, Fu finished her praise with a concluding statement. That's why you're one of Taki's all-time greatest ninjas, hugely influential in the shinobi world. You're the pride of Taki. So, Kakuzu-sama, please allow me to be your personal assistant. Let me follow you and create new glory for Taki. Originally, Kakuzu was about to refuse. Having Deidara around was enough hassle, why drag along a girl? Then he recalled that Senshi had an assistant too. And if Senshi used an assistant, maybe there really was some benefit to missions. So he relented. Fine, Fu. From today onward, you're my assistant. We'll carve a new legend in the ninja world. Fu. Hearing that, Fu squealed in delight, yay! Starting today, I'm Kakuzu-sama's assistant. I'll do my best. Deidara, surprised face, what on earth? Kakuzu just abducted a girl from Taki behind her guardians' backs? And he's sure it's no problem bringing a kid along on missions? Konoha, in Orochimaru's Vermeer lab. Orochimaru and Kabuto were busy organizing and packing up instruments and tools. Orochimaru had once been naive enough to covet the Hokage seat, but now he'd lost all interest in the post. This return to Konoha was purely a business trip. If Hiruzen or anyone tried talking him into becoming Hokage before he made enough money, he'd pass the buck to Jiraiya or Tsunade. Being Hokage would only interfere with him milking money from old folks. As Orochimaru calmly adjusted various devices, Kabuto stood nearby, clearly uneasy. He hesitated repeatedly before asking, Orochimaru-sama, are you sure we won't run into trouble? The way things are playing out is different from what we initially expected. We assumed Danzo would be stuck in the hospital, so we'd never cross paths. But we've already met him. Last time at the Hokage's office, though, you brushed it off. Hiruzen, plus those two Konoha advisors, aren't so easily fooled. If this keeps up, could problems arise? Orochimaru replied casually, Kabuto, no war rise. Just do as I say. While he spoke, he took out some vials and idly tinkered with them. Danzo's beyond redemption. He's done far too many bad things. No matter how he tries to clean himself, he'll only get dirtier. And he lacks any proof that he and I ever had that $1 billion RY deal. Even if he had two more mouths, he couldn't possibly justify himself to that old man. It was clear Orochimaru had picked up some habits from Senshi. He still referred to Hiruzen as sensei in public, but in private, he now casually called him that old man. Indeed, Danzo had no way to prove any real deal with Orochimaru about 1 billion. While the two were chatting, one of Konoha's senior advisors, Koharu Udaten, was en route to Orochimaru's lab. She didn't come to accuse him of anything but to discuss business. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing it, Kabuto tensed, while Orochimaru showed no concern and signaled him to open it. Once Kabuto did, Koharu entered, smiling. Orochimaru, that eternal chakra elixir you developed is amazing. I used it, and the effects were immediate. I feel so much better now, like I could keep working for the village for another 20 years. By the way, do you have any more of that elixir? I'd like to buy some. Orochimaru smiled back. Advisor Koharu, no need for courtesy. If it helps you, I'll just give you a few more. Hearing this, Koharu beamed. But she said, no, no, I can't just take it from you younger people. Whatever it costs per bottle, I'll pay a full price. Orochimaru shook his head. No need, elder. That said, this potion can be improved by 7 or 8-fold. I simply lack the funds for further research. Otherwise, it could be much more effective. Speaking, He handed 5 vials of the elixir to Koharu. She saw his look of frustration and grew even more resentful of Danzo. Look at the damage he's caused delaying a brilliant talent like Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had stayed in Konoha, he might have researched an even stronger elixir by now. But it wasn't too late. Even in its current form, it was already potent. If it could be enhanced by 7 or 8 times, it would become a huge strategic asset for Konoha. Many elderly ninjas, barely able to move, would regain the energy to serve the village AGN. With that in mind, Koharu gritted her teeth. Orochimaru, how much do you need for research? He sighed. Advisor Koharu, this research is a massive money sink. Even with thrifty budgeting, we'd need around 1 to 2 billion RY. Yet the technology benefits not just Konoha but all the land of fire. Divided among everyone who stands to gain, each person paying a few 100 million or so would suffice to complete the research. The mention of 1 or 2 billion made Koharu's heart skip. She certainly didn't have that kind of money. But the rest of Orochimaru's explanation reassured her. If the entire land of fire's leadership chipped in and many influential individuals needed it, it could be done. At that, she immediately took out a check for 100 million and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, please use this first. I'll help you promote your research and rally the rest of the funds. Orochimaru was overjoyed inside, but outwardly he maintained a solemn air and shook his head. Advisor, the PR project is too costly and might take a year or 2. Koharu waved her hand dismissively. That's no problem. We can wait a few years if needed, let alone 1 or 2. Take this first, and I'll raise more. So Orochimaru accepted with a serious look. Koharu left tea with her 5 vials, delighted, now eager to gather more research funding. To her, this was a genuine strategic opportunity for Konoha. If the elixir's potency could be boosted 7 or 8 times, then all the old folks in the village would gain tremendous rejuvenation, even returning to the battlefield if necessary. Not long after Koharu departed, Homura Mitokado arrived next. Because he and Hiruzen had learned from Koharu that Orochimaru lacked research funding, and because of the huge potential of his technology, they too came. More importantly, Homura also needed more of the eternal elixir. For both himself and Hiruzen. The old man felt somewhat guilty about past events with Orochimaru. And Hiruzen was too embarrassed to come in person, so Homura came on his behalf. When Homura entered, Orochimaru put on a calm face while rejoicing inside. Another fish on the hook. Homura said, Orochimaru, do you still have any of that eternal chakra elixir we used last time? Orochimaru guessed right. At the question, he pulled out a box. Advisor Homura, I do still have some left. Homura was thrilled. This elixir is extremely helpful for older ninjas like us. The last dose I took really improved my condition. How much is it per vial? I'd like to buy some. Orochimaru smiled, Advisor, you're a senior, just take what you need. Homura already knew from Koharu that Orochimaru gave her 5 vials in exchange for a 100 million RY research sponsorship. But he didn't plan to exploit Orochimaru for freebies either. Instead, he asked, Koharu said the current version can be improved 7 or 8 times. Really? Orochimaru nodded firmly. Initially, the elixir was only a 10th as effective. I managed to upgrade it through further research. But once I left the village and lost funding, I had to stop. With the right financing around 2 billion RY and maybe a year of R&D, the effect could multiply by up to 7 or 8 times. Hearing that, Homura took out 2 100 million checks. Here's 100 million from me. And another 100 million from an old friend of ours who also supports your research. In return, let me take 10 vials from that box. Orochimaru appeared magnanimous. You can take them all if you'd like. He could afford to be generous because, though the research had been expensive, the cost to manufacture a single vial was minimal. If he wanted more, he could make it at any time. Giving Homura the entire box would be no issue. Homura shook his head. 10 is enough, 5 for me, 5 for my old friend. He really thinks highly of you. Honestly, everything that happened back then was Danzo's fault. Orochimaru guessed which old friend he meant. Clearly, not every elder in Konoha could casually dish out 100 million. So with feigned understanding, he replied, I've forgotten about all that. I hope your friend can also let go of the past. Hearing this, Homura's appreciation of Orochimaru deepened. A genius like him, had it not been for Danzo's lies and schemes, might have ascended to the fifth Hokage years ago. After Homura left with his 10 vials, Kabuto, who'd been observing, felt a wave of respect for Orochimaru. Previously, he worried about staying in Konoha for too long, lest Hiruzen or the advisors cause trouble. Yet it turned out the Wai were fine. Moreover, Orochimaru had, within a very short time, landed 2 big paydays. Kabuto was awestruck by both Orochimaru's innovative talents in research and his ability to make money. Recalling the remarkable power of Orochimaru's Yamata no Orokai fruit, Kabuto was already saving up money to buy something similar from Senshi. But 100 million wasn't a small sum. And that was just the beginning. Senshi had plenty more treasures worth obtaining, and even Orochimaru was still laboring to earn enough to purchase them. Determined, Kabuto decided to stick with Orochimaru long-term, learning not just scientific research but also the art of wealth building. Only then could he truly keep up with Orochimaru's grand footsteps. Hope you enjoy. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Mission Done. Omegakure, Black Market. With Omegakure developing so rapidly, there were more tasks posted in the local black market than ever before. But still, there was never a shortage of black market missions in Omegakure. If the village leader hadn't conducted certain reforms on the black market's missions, many ninja wouldn't get any commissions at all. Previously, the market only had Kakuzu, which wasn't so bad whenever Kakuzu left town on a job. Others had a window to pick up extra assignments. But now, the many mercenaries of the black market were in agony because not only was Kakuzu here, there was also a terrifying newcomer called Haiden. If other mercenaries wanted extra jobs, they'd have to wait until both Kakuzu and Haiden were gone from the black market and hope that in the meantime some employer came by to post a commission. And that wasn't even the worst part. If the legendary top mercenary, Lord Uzumaki Senshi, were around, they could kiss any chance of getting missions goodbye and just lie down in defeat. Hence, plenty of black market mercenaries weren't trying too hard to pick up tasks. Both Kakuzu and Haiden were there, so being anxious wouldn't help. In the black market hall, the atmosphere was tense. Kakuzu couldn't understand why Haiden had changed so dramatically after working under Senshi for a while. Before, when they took missions together, Haiden complained non-stop, hating the black market with a passion. Yet now, Haiden actually competed with Kakuzu over mission requests, which annoyed him to no end. He sneered at Haiden. Haiden, what's the point of snatching so many missions? Nothing you do will ever make you worthy to be Senshi's partner again. In the entire ninja world, only I whose mission prowess is second only to Senshi's and qualified to be his partner. Faced with Kakuzu's ridicule at close range, Haiden refused to back down. He loathed that guy for stealing missions, preventing him from earning his way back into the good graces of Lord Jashin. Haiden shot Kakuzu a contemptuous look and spoke coldly, "Kakuzu, you've been utterly forsaken by Lord Jashin, so stop dreaming you can crawl back into his favor. I, on the other hand, will be reunited with Lord Jashin as soon as I complete the trial he's assigned me. You don't even have an immortal body. No way can you match my ability to work non-stop, fully implementing Jashin's doctrine. You're not qualified to compete with me." Kakuzu actually found Haiden's claims amusing. Strange wording or not, he got the gist. Haiden was boasting that he could outdo Kakuzu in mission work. With a cold laugh, Kakuzu replied, "Haiden, where do you get the idea you understand missions better than me? I was famous across the black markets before your father was even born. How could you possibly know more about how to do jobs? As for capability, your so-called immortality is nothing compared to my earth grudge fear technique." He wasn't lying. Despite looking fairly young, Kakuzu was nearing age 90, while Haiden, in the original story, was only about 20-2 when Shikamaru buried him. So not just Haiden's dad. Maybe even Haiden's grandpa wasn't born yet when Kakuzu was already a black market legend. Enraged, Haiden roared, "Kakuzu, are you trying to provoke me? Want me to kill you right here?" Kakuzu sneered again. "You idiot, what makes you think you can kill me? Besides, I'd advise you to quit competing with me for assignments. You can't possibly finish that many anyway." Haiden shot back with disdain, "As I said, my immortal body gives me mission stamina second only to Lord Jashin's. In terms of raw mission capacity, aside from him, I'm the best." Kakuzu laughed. "All your immortal body does is grant extra stamina so you can do more missions. It doesn't enhance your combat strength. Meanwhile, my earth grudge fear gives me not just extra energy for missions, but powerful combat ability. Whatever trouble a mission presents, I can solve it. That's why earth grudge fear is better than immortality for mission work and why I'm the true candidate to partner with Senshi." Haiden snorted, "Immortality is number one. I'm taking as many commissions as possible so I can finish Lord Jashin's trial and return to him soon." Kakuzu's eyes grew cold, "Earth grudge fear is number one. I'll take the bigger share of black market tasks right here, so Senshi can see how capable I am." Haiden, immortal body. Kakuzu, earth grudge fear. Haiden, Kakuzu. Kakuzu, sea urchin. A jab at Haiden's hair. Just as they were about to come to blows, Fu Kakuzu's new assistant rushed between them and pleaded, "Lord Kakuzu, Sir Haiden, there's a stack of commissions here. Why not split them? The one who finishes first can come back for more." Kakuzu brightened at that. Right, why was he wasting time arguing? He could just hurry through his missions and then come back for more. Haiden, though, eyed Fu coldly. "Who's this brat? Why is she butting into our business?" Kakuzu frowned, clearly annoyed. "Haiden, if you don't want me to kill you, you'd better show respect to my assistant." Haiden immediately picked up on the key phrase assistant. He paused, then realized what was going on. Curse it, Kakuzu is copying Lord Jashin, getting an assistant of his own to boost his mission output and replace me as the core figure in Jashin's faith. I'd better find myself an assistant too, or I'll be outdone. That thought in mind, Haiden clutched his thick sheaf of requests and stomped out of the black market hall. As he headed off to do missions, he also wondered how he could recruit an assistant for himself. After Haiden left, Kakuzu likewise departed with Fu and Deidara in tow. Deidara had noticed that Senshi had an assistant and that Kakuzu had picked up an assistant. Now Haiden had probably decided to get one, too. What was going on with this organization? Akatsuki used to be a feared rogue nin group, yet now everyone was grabbing sidekicks. If it became standard for the other core members to have their own underlings, Deidara might just return to Iwagakure and kidnap Kuratsuka to join him. After all, it would be embarrassing to be the only one without a personal gopher. Elsewhere in Omegakure, at the leader's office, Tendo Pain was meeting with Takigakure's leader, Hisan, about Taki joining Omegakure's alliance. Hisan spoke nervously. Lord Pain, Takigakure will abide by all requirements to join. I was just wondering whether there's anything else we need to do besides these conditions. Pain shook his head. No. Just follow all the alliance regulations. He wanted to send them away quickly, he still had a bunch of Akatsuki business to handle, and having these tacky people around kept him from other tasks. But Hisan wasn't budging, and smilingly continued. Then, about our elite Taki ninja joining the Akatsuki. Pain massaged his temples in frustration. Negotiating village-to-village cooperation was headache enough, and now there was this matter on top of it. He gave it some thought before replying, your Taki elites can join the Akatsuki in batches once they pass our review. He couldn't just put the entire Taki elite force into Akatsuki at once, it would mean Taki and AIM ninjas each forming half the group. Also, setting such a precedent would invite other villages to do the same. But Hisan seemed happy rather than disappointed. So smooth. Thanks to Kakuzu's introduction, Taki had not only joined the alliance but also gotten the OK for their elites to enter Akatsuki in stages. Elated, Hisan brought out another file. Seeing that, Pain got a bad feeling. What is this? Hisan politely explained, Lord Pain, these are lists of Taki's elite ninjas, plus an inventory of our resources. You can review what Taki offers and see how it might help Omegakure. We can deliver whatever you need right away. Pain looked at Hisan, half wanting to ask him a sarcastic line about how many flights of stairs a sack of rice might be carried up. He could only sigh inwardly. Still, he kept calm and began going through the file. He who must not be named, China version of Mim. I might as well deal with it all now, he thought. Once Taki was sorted out, hopefully the next wave of allied villages wouldn't appear so soon. He'd take care of everything in one shot so Konan wouldn't keep pestering him. While studying the documents, he casually said, if you have anything else, just bring it up now so I can process it all at once. Hisan, surprised face. The leader and his two aides Yoro and Kigon exchanged glances. Delighted, they each sat down. The two boxes they'd been holding. Pain glanced at them. Joining the alliance doesn't require payment. The trio just gave a shy grin, then opened the two chests to reveal not money, but stacks of papers. Instead, Pain, Omega. Hisan's group had come armed with a mountain of pending paperwork, all meticulously labeled and referencing Omegakure. Pain felt the urge to unleash Shinra Tensei at once. He ended up locked in his office for the entire day, forced to work into the night. Throughout the evening, the light in the tower's office stayed on, a testament to how fast Omegakure was developing and how hard their leader had to work. He finally left at midday the next day, with Hisan thanking him profusely. Hisan couldn't stop praising, Lord Pain, now I see how Omegakure reached its current greatness, your efficiency is unmatched. Yoro and Kigon nodded fervently, and Shivuki looked starstruck at Pain. If he ever became Taki's leader, he planned to emulate Pain's work ethic. Pain gave a curt nod and didn't come nt. He was exhausted and all-nighter dealing with Taki's documents. At least that was done, so Taki presumably wouldn't have fresh demands anytime soon. Yet he was relieved too soon. Because back in Nagato's chamber, Konan pushed open the door, and Nagato felt an immediate headache. Yes, once again Konan must have found some beneficial arrangement for a Megakure that wasn't strictly about Akatsuki's final objective. The moment Nagato saw her calm expression, he knew trouble was coming. He was not disappointed. Konan spoke in her clear, pleasant voice, "Nagato, to manage the village more efficiently, I need more personnel. Specifically, I need Tendo Pain and Naraka Pain to cooperate with me." That stunned Nagato. Tendo was his main body, well, the main puppet he used, and Naraka was essential too. If both ended up assisting Konan, what would be left for him? Summoning all six was crucial for high-level tasks. He took a breath and advised gently, "Konan, you should focus on tasks directly related to Akatsuki's objectives." Looking confused, Konan replied, "I've been handling Akatsuki matters all this time, arranging thorough regulations for the children, letting those who qualify join, recruiting stronger ninja for our outer circle, plus so many other tasks." She began counting them off, leaving Nagato pained. Everything she said was tangentially related to Akatsuki but had little to do with implementing their final plan. Their organization was changing drastically. Kakuzu and Haiden were already influenced by Senshi, and now Konan, one of the founders, was similarly led astray. While Nagato inwardly despaired, Konan pressed on. "Nagato, I really need Tendo and Naraka Pain to help me deal with the infiltration issues in the village." Nagato massaged his forehead. "What do you need Tendo Pain for specifically?" Konan responded immediately, "Because of the village's rapid growth and open borders, all kinds of spies and shady characters are slipping in. Tendo has an impressive presence, so he can represent the village and negotiate with delegates or wealthy benefactors. Meanwhile, Naraka Pain's ability would greatly help our newly formed Anbu interrogate suspects." Nagato was speechless. "When did you create an Anbu?" Konan calmly said, "Yesterday. While you were negotiating with Taki's leader, I established an Anbu for a Megakure." He realized he had to tread carefully. Handing over Tendo was one thing, but Naraka Pain too? However, after serious thought, he decided to refuse. His real body was immobile, controlling all six paths was crucial. If he gave two up, he'd only have 4 for serious missions. But Konan retorted, "If we do face a real crisis, we can entrust the job to Senshi. Even you couldn't finish top-tier missions faster than he can. So if even Kakuzu's group can handle something, Senshi surely can. That means your paths are basically idle. Let them help me manage the village." Nagato, surprised face, he couldn't argue Senshi was unstoppable in missions. So Tendo and Naraka might indeed be free. With a sigh, he gave in. "Very well. Tendo can be our figurehead, working with you on external negotiations. And Naraka can help the Anbu with interrogations." He gazed out the window afterward, feeling conflicted. He realized that with every passing day, a Megakure was turning into a second Konoha, lacking only the formal titles of Reikage, Hokage, etc. Akatsuki's original purpose was overshadowed by daily governance tasks. Meanwhile, Senshi was still waiting in Kumagakure, hoping Yujito Nii would return. He had eavesdropped via mantra countless times. No one in the village knew where she was. Thankfully, the job had no time limit, otherwise he'd be forced to press Nagato for more cash, then capture Killer B. as a substitute. But the day finally came, Yujito was back, and he got the message instantly. Time to capture the tailed beast. He had already sent Haiden away, so all Kumigakure missions right now were for him alone. At a little stream outside the village, Senshi, Karin, and Sasori sat counting money. Swish, swish. Senshi was sorting his bills with practiced efficiency and a contented grin. Sasori had emerged from his Hirako puppet, meticulously counting his portion. In the past, he hadn't cared about cash at all. But now he needed massive funding to upgrade High-S Hextech Core. Karin too had never thought much about money, but she'd been burning a lot on groceries while studying cooking. So she was taking an interest. Karin was cross-legged on the grass beside a small mountain of banknotes, splitting them up. 100 for me, 100 for Senshi. 100 for me, 100 for me. 100 for me, 100 for Senshi. Senshi flicked her on the forehead. Silly goose, you think I wouldn't notice your little trick? Even Haiden wouldn't fall for it, let alone me. Karin stuck out her tongue and reluctantly gave Senshi an extra note. They spent the late morning counting money. Once that was done, Senshi took Karin and Sasori to finish a few more jobs. The biggest challenge at the moment was dealing with a roving gang of rogue ninja who'd been lurking around, likely from a rival black market organization threatening potential clients en route to Kumigakure's black market. This effectively hurt Senshi's revenue source, so even if no one posted a bounty, he would have exterminated them. Fortunately, some client had posted a request to handle them, so perfect. Guided by Karen's sensor abilities, they arrived at a spot near where the rogues often hung around. Karin raised her hand. Senshi, I sense them, about 3,000 meters in that direction. Senshi nodded, and used his space-time technique Kama to teleport himself, Karin, and Sasori. In a flash, they landed and found a scene that enraged Senshi. One of his valued clients, a certain Lawson-san, was being cornered by those rogues. Lawson and his wife plus children were all trembling, his hired guards had been cut down. When Lawson spotted Senshi, he jumped up, his knees miraculously steady again, and straightened his tie, pushing up his glasses. Lord Senshi, I'll pay you 30 million RY to bring these villains to justice. Commission accepted. Client, Lawson. Objective, protect Lawson's family from these rogue ninjas. Reward, 30 million RY. Mission rank, S. Higher points, 30,000. Senshi was a bit surprised. Well, I guess luck's on my side today. Showed up and immediately got a new job. He put on a professional face and asked, Lawson-san, who are these people, and what just happened? Lawson pointed at the 6 or 7 rogue ninjas. They attacked me earlier when I tried to come to Kumigakure to post a commission. They threatened that if they saw me return, they'd kill me. This time, I came with my family for a picnic, and they bumped into me again, decided I disobeyed their warnings, and wanted to kill me. They've already killed one of my bodyguards. Likely, a certain force had hired these rogues specifically to sabotage business heading for Kumigakure's black market. That clarified everything. Hearing the story, Senshi's group was furious. Samion was trying to wreck their livelihood. Sasori murmured, shall I just kill them all and make them into puppets? Before Senshi could reply, Karin stepped forward, hands on her hips. You villains dare scare off our clients and cost Senshi good business? How do you want to die? A tall rogue with 3 crisscrossing scars laughed cruelly. He was the leader, Yokokawa Kento. Someone with a massive kill count, not about to be daunted by Karen's threats. He sneered, kid, that red hair means you're one of those pesky Uzumaki survivors lurking around the ninja world after Uzashio fell, right? I remember how Omegakure announced it would take you in. Ha! I personally chopped a brash Uzumaki brat just your size clean in half. Since you're curious about what it's like, I'll do the same to you. He drew his blade and charged Karin with startling speed, aiming to slice her in two. But all he saw was Susanoo. Leave him alive. Before Yokokawa could even swing, a giant pink Susanoo appeared and grabbed him in its fist. The sight made him freeze in horror, every cell trembling in disbelief. Had Senshi not said leave him alive, Karin would have crushed him like an insect. The rest of the rogues had no such luck. Senshi turned them into ash in a single move. 200 miles volts, Raijin. Boom, boom, boom. A vast lightning giant formed, brandishing a golden trident, skewering the 6 rogue ninjas. They all vaporized in a flash of thunder. Lawson-san, the client, wiped the sweat off his brow. Worth every penny. Thanks to Senshi, we're saved. When Sasori saw this, he felt rather left out. He never even got to act. Taking money with zero effort left him uneasy. Meanwhile, Lawson approached Senshi, holding a 30 million RY check, and thanked him profusely. Lord Senshi, thank you for saving me and my family. Without you, we were finished. Senshi pocketed the check with a smile. We've worked together 4 times already, Lawson-san. You're like my treasured friend. Of course I won't let anyone harm you. Those words touched Lawson deeply. He had no idea that Orochimaru had once heard similar friend and brother lines from Senshi and developed a bit of trauma because while you were Senshi's client, you were safe, but after the job, you could easily become his next target. They made some small talk before Senshi left with Karin and Sasori. The tied-up Yokokawa Kento would be handed over to Kumagakure for interrogation. Some time later, they popped into Kumagakure's task center, where the AB brothers, the 4th Raikage and Keeler B, happened to be. They recognized the rogue's battered form and realized Senshi had already solved the sabotage. B started rapping. Yo! Senshi, that was fast, you complete tasks on blast. Senshi grinned. B bro, nice double rhyme SKRRT, SKRRT. Seconds really, he was thinking that if Yujito never returned, he might force Nagato to pay him more and just capture Killer B. But he was spared that route now that Yujito had come back. After a bit more chatter, the 4th Raikage came over. That's the guy who's been causing trouble around the village. Senshi nodded and dropped Yokokawa at their feet like a sack. They were 10 in total. I killed 6. Left the others for you to question. At that point, the captive panicked and spilled the beans. He admitted the YD been hired via Iwagakure's black market with a high bounty of 100 million RY to threaten potential clients from approaching Kumagakure. Hearing that, Senshi's heart ached. If only he'd known earlier, he could have set up a double cross and cashed in from both sides. But the AB brothers definitely weren't going to let him glean more details. They ordered Darui to take the rogue away so Senshi wouldn't milk that lead. Meanwhile, Senshi had to remain here for his main assignment, capturing the 2 tails, so he couldn't chase such a plan anyway. When they left, Karin beamed at Senshi, how about I cook dinner tonight for you and Sasori? He turned her down immediately, Karin, we're already invited to dinner by Terumi Mei. Another time. Karin, disappointed, pouted. She had many creative dishes in mind, but no chance to show them off. Meanwhile, Senshi was relieved. Had they stayed in, Karin might have forced him to sample More dark cuisine. Sasori decided to leave and do some puppet maintenance since he didn't eat. Anyway, letting him tag along to the restaurant would be awkward. No one wanted to order a couple liters of machine oil for the puppet guy. So Karan and Senshi headed off to meet May. Sasori went to a quiet clearing to maintain his puppets. He had never expected the difference real mission work made. He barely lifted a finger, yet half the money was always his. And Senshi tackled everything so fast there was no waiting around. As for Senshi, he was privately marveling at how well Sasori's full mechanical ascension was working out. Sasori could run missions all day and all night without tiring, a perfect partner for Senshi, who loved relentless mission grinding. Kakuzu and Haiden were good, but they still got fatigued at times. Sasori, though, never did. Reaching the appointed place for dinner, Senshi realized there was no restaurant in sight, but Terumi May was already standing nearby. The wind stirred her high ponytail, her tall, curvy figure on display under a dark blue robe. Seeing her was always a delight. He greeted her, "Sister May, where's this dinner you mentioned?" With a smile, May held up 2 storage scrolls. "I brought ingredients, fruit, drinks. Let's do a barbecue by the lake. How's that?" Before Senshi could respond, Karan excitedly asked, "May nay, let me handle all the other dishes while you grill the meat." But May politely declined, explaining she'd already prepped plenty of food and marinated meat that only needed a final sear. Karan was crestfallen. Still, she was determined to prove her cooking prowess, so when May said she only had 4 dipping sauces, Karan leapt into action. In a blink, she retrieved her cooking gear from Kamui space and changed into a mini chef outfit, proclaiming she'd make the perfect sweet sauce. Senshi was horrified, recalling how lethal Karen's concoctions usually were. But before he could fully protest, the aroma of cooked meat filled the air and everything happened too fast. Soon, Karan proudly offered them a black, tar-like sauce that made Senshi exclaim in alarm. "Karan, where did you get this crude oil?" She insisted it was her secret formula. May innocently decided to try it, dunked a slice of meat, took 2 bites, and promptly collapsed. Senshi caught her, worried. "May, are you okay?" Karan misread the situation as so tasty she fainted. Meanwhile, May felt the worst culinary betrayal of her life. Senshi exhaled in relief that at least it wasn't a lethal dose. Karan quietly stowed the sauce away in Kamui space, deciding it would become Haiden's next treat. The trio finished the barbecue without further disaster, though May was woozy and decided to postpone the conversation she'd wanted to have with Senshi. As they packed up, Sasori arrived. Seeing May's pale face, he asked Senshi, "Did you fight with the Mizukage? She looks ready to cry." Senshi gave a vague excuse, a gust of wind must have blown dust in her eyes. Karan piped up, "But there's no wind right now." Senshi messed up her hair in retaliation. She pouted and threatened him with mock punches. While they fooled around, Senshi suddenly brightened. He sensed the arrival of Yujito, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, thanks to his tracking. Finally, the target had returned, meaning it was time to do the mission. Senshi said to Sasori and Karan, "Get ready. The 2 tails Jinchuriki has appeared. We can go catch the tailed beast now." In a forest outside Kumagakure, a tall, blonde-haired woman raced through the trees with the body flicker technique. This was Yujito Nii, the 2 tails Jinchuriki. She'd been away and was now rushing back, thinking, "I've heard the villages had a bunch of developments lately. I wonder if the rumors are true? With Lord Rakage and Brother B there, I doubt anything major went wrong." She was aloof yet carrying the EP down. But the one thing she really ought to worry about was herself. She realized this a moment too late. Mid-step, she felt a wave of dread as someone appeared behind her senshi and knocked her out with a single chop. The next thing she knew, not that she was conscious, Sasori's Hirako puppet had her tail stinger wrapped around her, tying her like a package. Karin looked on, stunned. Sasori asked, "Senshi, you sure about this? I thought we were supposed to capture the beast, not the host." Senshi courted him, "This is about the two tails. The Jinkriki is extra. My client Orochimaru just wants the tailed beast. Capturing the Jinkriki is messing with the market." Sasori, surprised face, he was confused. Weren't they the same thing? Tailed beast inside the ninja? If they wanted the beast, they had to take Yujito. Senshi just laughed. "Hey, there are rules, you know? A beast goes for one rate, a Jinkriki for another, and bringing them both is yet another. Orochimaru's mission is specifically for the beast. If we gave him the Jinkriki as well, we'd be throwing off the entire market." It sounded ridiculous, but maybe it was simply Senshi's way. Sasori wondered if Senshi planned to extract the beast right here. Was that even possible? Sure enough, Senshi had the weirdest arsenal. So who knew? Sasori asked, "Do you have a way to separate the tailed beast from the Jinkriki?" Senshi grinned confidently. "A small matter." He tore Yujito's sleeve, revealing an iron armor seal on her arm. Karin and Sasori gawked, uncertain what was happening. Senshi explained, "I need to break this seal. Once I crack it, the tailed beast will come out. The difference is I'm leaving enough of the beast to keep her alive. Only want the main chunk. That way, the village might not even realize she's lost the beast." Sasori found it all surreal. Senshi pressed a hand against the character Tetsu, on Yujito's arm. Black sealing runes spread out, and the two tails roared, releasing a terrifying aura like blue flames. It started emergency though Senshi forcibly yanked it out faster, ignoring its wrath. In a short time, most of the two tails had been pulled free. The rest, smaller portion, remained in Yujito's body, presumably leaving her alive but very weak. When he sensed her life near in danger, Senshi used Hell Stab One Finger Nukite, a technique so formidable it sliced the beast in two. The chunk left behind remained in Yujito, presumably sustaining her life. The enormous portion in Senshi's grasp was the actual two tails. Furious, tee-hee! Beast roared. Senshi responded with lightning. The monster collapsed, paralyzed. This one-handed extraction left Sasori and Karin shell-shocked. Sasori mumbled. Is that even possible? That doesn't seem scientific. Even the standard tailed beast extraction in the ninja world involved complicated rituals or the Gedo statue. Yet Senshi had done it in seconds. Karin was likewise speechless. Senshi made sure to keep Yujito at least somewhat alive so that the mission wouldn't have repercussions with Kumagakur. Then he turned his attention to the writhing two tails, woke it back up with another jolt of lightning, and flashed it a lethal grin while activating a six paths-like power. In a swirl of energy, Senshi rose into the air, skin turning pale, red hair to white, horns sprouting from his forehead, and a hovering black truth-seeking orb behind him. The two tails trembled in abject terror. This aura was reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, but even stronger. Nibi crouched down, mewling like a frightened cat. From its perspective, Senshi could erase it entirely. Floating overhead in this divine form, Senshi gently threatened, "Blue Kitty, I don't want Yujito waking up and learning anything she shouldn't. You get me?" Nibi frantically nodded. Of course it understood. It would never speak a word of what happened here today. Watching from the side, Sasori and Karin could only gawk. The power rolling off Senshi was beyond measure. Karin murmured. He never trains, either. He says it's all from repeated mission experience. Sasori recalled Senshi's repeated claims that missions were everything. He'd half doubted, but now he was forced to believe. By pushing himself relentlessly with tasks, Senshi had ascended to near godly might. And he was still who knows how old? In this way, Senshi captured the main portion of the two tails while leaving a small fragment inside Yujito, ensuring she lived. Mission accomplished. He'd soon deliver the beast to fulfill Orochimaru's request and collect his well-earned bounty while hopefully leaving no clues for Kumagaku to figure out who had done it. Too much. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Getting Tricked. Senshi frankly admitted that all his world-shaking power was gained by doing missions. Karin backed him up, confirming that Senshi never spent time training but consistently strengthened himself through mission work alone. Sasori, having spent time alongside Senshi, also noticed that Senshi truly never spent any time on training. He was always on missions. This made Sasori start believing that undergoing arduous missions to temper oneself is indeed the fastest way to power up. No wonder that after some time with Senshi, Kakuzu became as obsessed with missions as a rabid dog. If hard work on missions could bring someone to 6 paths level Senshi, then no matter what, they had to keep at it. Sasori resolved that, for the sake of becoming stronger and earning money for upgrades, he would work even harder with Senshi on missions. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, he would not waste time maintaining his puppets. After using brute force to explain things to Matatabi, the two tails, Senshi patted Karin's shoulder and said, "Karin, stash this creature away in your Kamui space." Karin glanced at Matatabi, as large as a small mountain, and snickered. "This thing is huge and takes up so much space. Could we maybe trim it a bit first?" Matatabi, QQ. Matatabi's heart leapt at their conversation. She clearly remembered how moments earlier Senshi had simply halved her with one decisive slash, turning a perfectly good-tailed beast into 2 pieces. At that thought, Matatabi's survival instincts went into overdrive. She quickly shrank her mountainous body. For a tailed beast, changing size is no big deal. Having Senshi slice her a few more times would truly be fatal. Once Matatabi's body was reduced, Karin used her Kamui to pull the 2 tails into her dimension. Then Karin herself followed, jumping in alongside Matatabi. Karin's Kamui space looks the same as Obito's from the outside, but the 2 dimensions are unconnected. After entering her Kamui space, Karin put her hands on her hips and looked at the now miniaturized Matatabi. "This is my domain. As long as you're staying here, you'll do what I say, or I'll have Senshi deal with you." "Got it." Matatabi was extremely angry, but recalling that fearsome man outside, she dared not protest. She meekly nodded. Then Karin pointed and said, "In this Kamui dimension, that spot over there is off limits. You absolutely mustn't go near it." "Understood." Matatabi looked over curiously, only to freeze in confusion. Matatabi, confused face, she had assumed it would be some extraordinary place, but it was just a kitchen? A forbidden zone. For real? She wouldn't go even if they invited her. Though she felt annoyed and dismissive, Matatabi quietly nodded. She was already traumatized by Senshi, possibly ending up with Senshi phobia just like Orochimaru. Then the big watery eyes of Karan glimmered with mischief. She pointed to a small corner and told Matatabi, why don't you stay in that corner so you don't cause trouble? Otherwise I'll have Senshi come beat you. Matatabi, Sigma, Sigma. Matatabi was outraged. Were they raising her Li K a pet? How demeaning! She might not have been a paragon of justice, but she was still a proud beast. Even so, discretion is the better part of valor, so she grudgingly gave in. When Karan was done talking, Matatabi pouted and trudged off to a corner of the Kamui space. Squatting there with a pitiful look, like a 1,000-year-old sulking child. At that point, the two tails was totally subdued by Senshi and Karan. Senshi was in charge of brute force, Karan took charge of intimidation. One dealt physical blows, the other verbal abuse. Two red-haired fiends, simply unstoppable. After capturing the two tails, Senshi didn't harm Yujito further. Once Sasori untied her, Senshi brought Sasori and Karan back to their inn. Meanwhile, he kept an eye on Yujito with his mantra. Though he hadn't killed her, if some hostile ninja took advantage of her weakened state, it would still be a problem. Senshi remained focused on Yujito's situation from afar. Meanwhile, in the tailed beast space, Matatabi reported the incident to the other tailed beasts. The tailed beast space is the subconscious realm of the beasts. Should they wish to, they can gather there from anywhere at any time. In the original storyline, Naruto could summon them from all corners of the world for meetings. The tailed beast space is dark in every direction, including overhead, with the floor like pale gold water, sometimes rippling with small waves. Once she confirmed that her real body was temporarily safe, Matatabi entered the tailed beast space to warn the others about her crisis. When her consciousness arrived, she immediately called out, Kurama, Jiki, Chmei, Shikaku, everyone, come out. I have big news. The tailed beasts all appeared in turn upon hearing Matatabi's voice. Upon seeing the giant fox, he quickly said, something terrible has happened, Kurama. Kurama snorted at once, nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Matatabi, surprised face, she paused, then rephrased, Kurama, I mean a major event has happened out there. Hearing that, Shikaku perked up, delighted. Hey? Something happened to Kurama? Did that lousy fox finally die? Ha 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 ha. Kurama snapped a cold glare at Shikaku. Stupid Tanuki, do you want me to kill you? Shikaku was entirely unafraid and shouted, bring it on, dumb fox, like I'm scared of you. Before they could bicker any further, Matatabi intervened. Stop fighting. I'm serious. Not long ago I ran into a super scary ninja. He nearly killed me in a single strike. Her words made Shikaku burst out laughing, heedless. Ha 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 ha, Matatabi, are you scared out of your wits? Are you making stuff up? No shinobi in today's world can be that strong. Matatabi hissed. I'm telling the truth. He was a young red-haired ninja who used one lightning jutsu to slice me into a large and small portion. When I tried to fight back, he blasted me unconscious with a single thunderbolt. By the time I came to, I felt a power on him that was more terrifying than the Sage of Six Paths. Plus there was a red-haired brat at his side, two redheads, one cunning, one vicious. Absolutely horrible. After she finished, none of the other beasts responded yet, but the three tails, Isabu, hurried over excitedly for details. Upon seeing Matatabi, he recalled Senshi's appearance and asked, Matatabi, was it three of them? Two redheads plus a pale-skinned, sword-wielding middle-aged man. While Isabu and Matatabi conferred in low voices, Jiki stood around yawning. On hearing Matatabi mentioned two red-haired monsters. Jiki had initially assumed she was talking about Senshi. But a pale swordsman obviously wasn't part of Senshi's group, so Jiki lost interest and said, "I'm out of here. If there's another fight, don't bother me." With that, the ox's consciousness faded from the tailed beast's space. The others grumbled at how rude he was but carried on. Matatabi shared everything that had happened, along with intelligence about Senshi's trio, to Isabu and the rest. Yes, 3 people in black robes with red clouds, 2 redheads, 1 older, 1 younger. The other Guwai wasn't a middle-aged swordsman, but that's irrelevant since he didn't do much. The older redhead was unbelievably powerful. None of our tailed beasts here can handle him. She paused. Isabu realized they must have met different individuals, then responded sympathetically. "Matatabi, I've seen that bigger redhead too. He beat me up a while ago and drained a huge amount of my chakra. I've never felt so weak. I honestly thought I was dying." Upon hearing that, Matatabi lunged over to hug Isabu. Isabu likewise returned the embrace. Matatabi. Both beasts hugged, crying miserably together. But despite how dire it sounded, Shikako gave a mocking grunt. "Matatabi, Isabu, you two have really fallen far. Letting ordinary humans push you around like this, aren't you ashamed as tailed beasts?" Kurama said nothing for the moment, deep in thought. Red-haired, about 20, uses lightning release, cracks jokes easily, accompanied by a smaller redhead, both wearing black robes with red clouds. He was certain it was the same pair he'd seen at Naruto's side. In his view, however, Matatabi was exaggerating. Finally Kurama spoke. "I've seen that human you're talking about. Just a plain old ninja. Hardly so fearsome." With a disinterested look at Matatabi and Isabu, he delivered his final verdict: "A pair of weaklings." Neither Matatabi nor Isabu accepted that. For Isabu, Senshi was indeed strong but not beyond reason. But for Matatabi, who had been knocked out by a single lightning blast and even glimpsed Senshi's 6 paths mode, it was far more extreme. She warned, "I'm not lying. If you ever come across him, you'd better steer well clear. There'll be no time for regrets." Shikako let out another mocking laugh. "Haha, so you lost so badly to a human that you're trembling like a mouse talking about a cat. Ha ha ha." He cracked a cold joke and the other tailed beasts all guffawed too. A swirl of boisterous chatter rose in the tailed beast space. "Ha ha ha, Matatabi, you're too timid. Exactly, aside from the sage of 6 paths, there's no one worth fearing. You say that human was lucky. If he ever met me, Lord Shikaku, I'd blow him to pieces with a wind release, drilling air bullet." When Shikaku finished, the tailed beasts laughed even harder. Matatabi quietly jotted that down in her mind. If Shikaku ever ran into Senshi, she'd happily watch him suffer. Senshi knew none of this was happening. In the meantime, he monitored Yujito with his mantra. At this point, the two tails Jinkriki had just awakened. Upon waking, she felt terrible pain in her neck, as though her bones were nearly snapped. That explained why she blacked out instantly when ambushed. Soon she noticed something else infuriating: her clothes had been ripped. Yujito immediately slipped into her seal space. "Matatabi, what happened? Why are my clothes torn?" Before the beast could respond, she saw Matatabi's miserable state. "Yujito, Omega. Such a large Matatabi, now reduced to a little kitten?" She scrutinized it carefully, baffled. "Matatabi, how'd you end up so tiny?" As she spoke, she held out her thumb and forefinger, leaving a small gap between them. Hearing her question, Matatabi recalled Senchi's warning and the terrifying pair of redheads and tried to act serious with a flimsy cover story. Isn't it obvious? I'm dieting. As for what happened to you, I was busy losing weight, so I don't know a thing. Yujito, not wanting to waste words, rushed up and pummeled Mini Matatabi a bit. Then, staring at it with a fierce glint, she demanded, now tell me properly what really happened. Matatabi tried to dodge, it's better if you don't know. Another swat to the head. Seeing Yujito's scary face, Matatabi had no choice but to relent. You got ambushed by a very strong ninja. Hearing that, Yujito's eyes grew cold. What did he look like? Tell me everything. And did he tear my clothes? Matatabi couldn't evade that question. Yujito narrowed her eyes, which gleamed like twin blades. Under that pressure, Matatabi sighed. Sigh. I'm honestly just trying to help you. The beast realized it had to say something. So it continued. Yeah, he tore your clothes. But he didn't do anything else you humans might call weird behavior. Also, the fact he knocked you out so easily when you didn't notice means there's a massive gap in your strengths. Knowing that is enough, you don't need more details. You're okay now, so let's leave. It at that. Matatabi fully understood how frightening Senchi was, nor could both it and Yujito together defeat him. Her advice to give up the matter was genuinely for Yujito's sake. Yujito raged. Damn it! The jerk attacked me for no reason, presumably intending something vile. You think I can just shrug that off? Spill more info, I'm not letting him get away. But Matatabi refused. Yujito was feisty but wouldn't actually kill the beast, while Senchi certainly could. Seeing the beast's reluctance, Yujito realized she wouldn't learn more for now. But she definitely wouldn't give up. Grinding her teeth, she said. I'm not letting this go. I'm the proud two-tails Jinkriki of Kumagakure. I'll figure out who ambushed me and punish that scumbag. Matatabi, TT. Matatabi nearly wept. Why wouldn't she listen to reason? If Yujito wanted to invite death, that was on her, but it might drag Matatabi do WN too. Yet the beast was innocent, it had divulged almost nothing about Senchi. The night passed uneventfully. Next morning at the hot spring inn, Senchi had just stepped outside when he spotted a slender figure standing gloomily in the corridor. Samui, the top beauty of Kumagakure. However, recently she'd been utterly drained. Lord Rakage and her mentor had given her a mission. She was not at all suited for use her charms to win Senchi over. But how? She had no clue. Nonetheless, seeing him exit his room, she gathered her nerve and smiled. Lord Senchi, good morning. He paused, then nodded. Oh, morning, Samui. He was puzzled because Samui came by like this every day, and he couldn't figure out why. Behind him, the half-asleep Karin perked up at Samui's arrival. Over the past few days, Samui had come daily, not to post missions but evidently as a taste tester for Karen's cooking. Karin dashed over. Samui, nay. I just developed a brand new dish, I'll make it for you. Samui, TT, Sigma. At that moment, Samui nearly wanted to cry, yet again. She'd tried building a relationship with Senchi, only to be roped in by his assistant for food testing each time. She couldn't decline, lest Karin say something negative about her to Senchi. Watching her be led off so deject daily, Senchi couldn't help sympathizing with this blonde bombshell. Inwardly, he sighed. She's a brave woman, showing up day after day for Karen's cooking without collapsing. After that brief thought, Senshi left to find the Raikage. He intended to inform him that he would soon depart Kumagakure. The job of capturing the two tails was complete, there was no further reason to stay. He arrived at the Raikage's office, finding only the fourth Raikage and Darui inside. The Raikage asked, "What happened?" Senshi smiled calmly. "Brother A, I'm here to bid farewell. I've been in Kumagakure for quite some time, so it's about time I handle other missions. From what I've seen, my wood-style clones are enough to take care of everything at your mission center. I'll leave a few clones behind as high-level mission consultants to handle any tough jobs your ninja can't manage." His words made the Raikage and Darui fall silent. Here it was at last. They knew this day would come. They'd tried special measures, such as sending Samui to bond with him, but evidently that failed. The Raikage just couldn't understand why Samui's daily interactions with Senshi had yielded nothing. In the end, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, got her way. Had Samui known the Raikage's thoughts, shed have a lot to say. They greeted each other every morning, yes, but beyond that there was no deeper contact. And about Karen's so-called hospitality, words couldn't fully express it. Samui was lucky she hadn't ended up hospitalized from the dark cuisine. Senshi left the Raikage's office. Soon after, word spread around Kumagakure that he would soon depart. The entire village, the ninjas and the civilians alike, went into an uproar. It's the end of the world. Lord Senshi's leaving Kumagakure. I heard he's leaving some wood-style clones behind. Maybe it's not so bad. Humph, you don't understand. Our rapid progress is all thanks to Lord Senshi's huge influence. Once he goes, that growth spurt goes with him. Many ninjas looked depressed whenever they discussed Senshi's departure. He had turned the village's mission center into something akin to the ninja world's main job hub. Each day, employers from all the great nations and smaller villages came to request missions. While they primarily hired Senshi for top tasks, they frequently posted a range of other commissions as well, creating more job opportunities for Kumagakure's ninjas. Additionally, these out-of-town clients spent money locally and boosted Kumagakure's economy. Over this period, the village received unprecedented attention, gaining influence as never before. With Senshi gone, though they wouldn't revert to zero, their fast pace of development would surely slow down. Inside the Raikage's tower, the top brass cursed Terumi Mei for her cunning. She, as the Mizukage, had stooped to a feminine wiles approach to reel Senshi away, and apparently she'd succeeded. Indeed, Senshi was leaving. At the Raikage's office, the big names had gathered, among them the AB brothers and two special newcomers, Kinmyu and Ginmyu, descendants of the Gold-Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had killed the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Though those criminals had been beyond redemption, the village hadn't extended their guilt to their descendants. In fact, the talented Kinmyu and Ginmyu had risen to senior posts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at this crucial meeting. One after another, people arrived. The short-fused fourth Raikage roared and slammed his desk. Arg! This is infuriating. Boom! Desk HP, 1 billion. He shattered the desk entirely. This sight was nothing new for Kumagakure's ninja. Had Senshi not solved so many problems earlier, that desk wouldn't have survived so long. Looking around, the Raikage growled, "Is there really no way out? The moment Sensei leaves, our explosive growth ends. I don't have to spell it out, do I?" Everyone was well aware. But there was nothing to be done, apparently. Even Darui, usually resourceful, just frowned silently. Samui, also known for being level-headed, looked worried. She had just come from tasting yet another of Karen's dishes and was mildly food poisoned, but she prioritized village matters over her own condition. After a lengthy silence, Darui sighed and spoke, Reikage-sama, I see no room for negotiation. According to the contract Senshi signed with us, as long as he handles any top missions our own forces can't do, he's fulfilling the agreement. With his abilities now, even leaving only a few wood style clones is enough. Darui paused, then Samui chimed in, not long ago, Senshi took on a mission from the 5th Mizukage. If we try to stop him from leaving, we'd essentially be blocking his mission. From what I've gathered from his assistant, preventing Senshi from taking a mission could lead to dire consequences too big for Kumagakure to bear. Finishing, Samui drew regretful looks from the AB brothers. Terumi Mei was undoubtedly beautiful. But Samui was every bit as attractive, fair skin, slender waist, shapely legs, the lot, and still, Senshi was going away with Mei, likely in the next few days. While the Reikage and the others lamented, Kinmu and Ginmu exchanged glances in a corner of the office, nodding at each other. Before the meeting, they had already come up with a straightforward and brutal idea: capture Karin, Senshi's assistant. Over this period, they had confirmed how important Karin was to him. He brought her everywhere. If they seized her, they could control Senshi through her. They had come to the meeting hoping to see if the others had better plans, but discovered that the 4th Reikage and the other big shots only knew how to play by the rules far too by the book. In times of crisis, extraordinary measures are needed. They were thoroughly disappointed in how conservative and soft the leadership was. Kinmu and Ginmu were akin to Danzo from Konoha, old schemers. But Danzo was probably cleverer than these two. He wouldn't have tried kidnapping Karin as a way to restrain Senshi. While the high-level meeting dragged on, Senshi was back at the hot spring inn, packing up to depart with Sasori and Karin. Having finished her own packing in no time, Karin hopped over with a grin. Senshi, I want to go to the Kumagakure market to buy some local products. Senshi nodded. Go ahead. It was no big deal for her to go alone. He wasn't worried about her safety. His mantra blanketed the entire village. If anything went wrong, he could teleport to her side instantly. Besides, Karin had two Kamui powers plus her pink Susanoo. Even alone, she could smash through typical ninjas like a bulldozer. Shortly after leaving the inn, Karin arrived in the local market. Because of Kumagakure's terrain and layout, its market offered a dazzling, endless array of specialty items. She frolicked about in a shop till you drop mood. Kinmu and Ginmu had originally been worried about prying her away from Senshi. But they hadn't expected that, soon after they left the Reikage's office, luck would drop a golden opportunity. They heard from subordinates that she was alone in the market, shopping. Delighted, Kinmu said, this is our chance. Send someone to lure that brat somewhere secluded, then we'll act. Ginmu nodded firmly. Right, big brother. Let's have Arui do it. Glancing across at a grey-haired, bespectacled middle-aged ninja, Arui pushed up his glasses. Lord Ginmu, leave it to me. I've had an eye on that girl and know just how to handle her. Kinmu nodded. All right, Arui, go. Lure her to that clearing in the southwest part of the village. Yes, sir. Arui bowed and took his leave. In the bustling market, Karin was humming merrily while buying things in bulk, when a middle-aged man called to her. Hello there, assistant. Are you looking for fresh, top-quality ingredients? I have some premium black truffles near here, care to see? Karin. She was thrilled. Wow, premium ingredients discovered on a casual stroll? High-grade ingredients often need minimal cooking to turn delicious, and with her expert skills, the result would be sublime. And she might love it so much he'd beg her to keep feeding him. Eyes shining, she asked. Mister, where are these top-notch black truffles? Quietly chuckling inside, Arui kept a friendly facade. They're not far. Please come with me. Karan never suspected he might be malicious, so she nodded and followed. A few minutes later, they reached a clearing in the village. But there were no black truffles in sight. Instead, she saw two men with horns on their heads, plus at least 30 ninjas who suddenly appeared, encircling her. Seeing that, even a gullible person would know they'd been tricked. Karan got angry and was about to call out for Senshi, but after noticing these ninja were likely just underlings, she figured she didn't need his help for such small fry. Watching Karan lower her hand, Kinmu spoke with a laugh, a wise choice. We're far from the hot spring in. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, Lord Senshi won't hear. But don't worry, we won't harm you. We'll just hold you prisoners so that Senshi, in order to keep you safe, will stay and work diligently in Kumagakure. If he cooperates, we won't do anything bizarre. Karan? Kinmu's words left her puzzled. She wasn't someone with a gentle temperament. Since becoming Senshi's assistant, she hadn't had to tolerate any losses. Even Orochimaru was subdued. Now these two wanted to lie to her about top-notch ingredients, lure her out here, then kidnap her to threaten Senshi into working for them? Yeah, right. Absolutely no way she'd tolerate it. Susanoo. Killer Queen, ready to fight. Under Kinmu and Ginmu's astonished gazes, something shocking occurred. The watery sparkle in Karen's large eyes vanished, replaced by the scarlet glow of an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A giant pink skeletal frame surrounded her. Then, at visible speed, the pink skeleton sprouted flesh and limbs, forming a towering giant. Karan stood near the brow region of Susanoo, while Killer Queen perched on the giant's shoulder. Under Karen's control, Susanoo grabbed a massive rock from the side and held it out to Killer Queen. The stand touched it, turning it into a bomb. Next, Karan hurled that giant rock bomb at Kinmu and Ginmu. Ginmu hastily rallied nearly 20 ninjas to defend. Earth Release, Earth-style Rampart. As Ginmu led the group through quick hand seals, they slammed their palms to the ground. A huge earth wall sprang up, blocking the incoming boulder. But that wasn't the end. Karan uttered a single word, explode. On cue, Killer Queen pressed the detonator on its right index finger. Rumble. Boom. 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 The ground shook violently. That wasn't all. Very soon, Kinmu's men discovered every stone around Karan had turned into a bomb. Like a rocket launcher, her Susanoo kept bombarding them with explosive attacks. As a string of blasts went off, the upper echelons of Kumagakure were alerted and hurried to the scene. Sorry about the drop quality. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Negotiation. It didn't take long before the AB brothers, along with the rest of Kumagakure's senior officials, arrived at the area where the explosions had occurred. Smoke and dust choked the place, the ground in ruins from consecutive blasts. Through the lingering cloud of debris, the fourth Raikage soon caught sight of something that left him utterly stunned. They saw those two fools, Kinmu and Ginmu, leading their subordinates in an attack on Karan. Fourth Raikage, Omega Omega. That scene had the Raikage so shocked, he froze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what was going on in the minds of these two idiots. They were in Kumagakure, yet they were ganging up on Karin. Did these two have any idea what they were getting into? Could they not realize that the girl was practically clinging to Senshi's back all day long, like a little accessory stuck to him? Did they honestly think Kinmyu and Ginmyu or even all of Kumagakure could afford to provoke someone like that? The fourth Raikage felt chills. Senshi had already planned to leave, but with this incident, he might not just refuse to stay, he could end up turning hostile toward them. As for the events unfolding, Senshi had known the moment they started. His mantra covered all of Kumagakure. From the moment Arui tricked Karin away to that remote spot, Senshi had been keeping an eye on the situation. Seeing that Karin was thoroughly thrashing Kinmyu, Ginmyu, and their men, Senshi chose not to step in. These nobodies clearly weren't on Karin's level compared to their ancestors. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Kinmyu and Ginmyu fell short by a mile. It just so happened Karin could use them for combat practice. However, she didn't get much practice this time because, as soon as the Raikage saw Kinmyu and Ginmyu attacking her, he immediately stepped in to stop them. Lightning oppression horizontal. Lightning flickered around the fourth Raikage's entire body as surging lightning Sihakra instantly bathed him in electricity. Moving at a speed beyond belief, his figure streaked through the air straight at Kinmyu and Ginmyu. Seeing him coming, they quickly channeled Lightning Chakra for defense, but that was all they could manage before he violently knocked them both flying. That sent Kinmyu and Ginmyu into a fury. In their eyes, these Kumagakure higher-ups led by the Raikage were masters at internal fights, pushovers in external battles against Orochimaru. Previously, they'd been beaten badly. But faced with their own people, they suddenly hit like a truck, not even giving them time to talk. Yet before Kinmyu and Ginmyu could lash out, the fourth Raikage's furious roar cut in. "You two idiots! What do you think you're doing? And the rest of you, who authorized you to attack Lady Karin?" At that point, the Raikage truly wanted to slap them all. Anyone who wasn't blind could see how much Senshi's presence had helped Kumagakure's development. Kirigakure had realized it early on enough for their Mizukage to personally come a long way to invite Senshi. Kinmyu and Ginmyu, apparently having fried their brains on Raiden training, were so worried about Kumagakure being too close to Senshi that they decided to sabotage the relationship. Once the Raikage crashed into the battlefield and blew Kinmyu and Ginmyu away, Karin withdrew her Susanoo, also ordering Killer Queen not to detonate further. After reprimanding Kinmyu and Ginmyu, the Raikage, wearing a dark and rugged expression, forced a kind smile and 2 RNED to Karin. "My lady assistant, I'm afraid these fools must have taken leave of their senses. They acted on their own in attacking you. Their behavior does not represent Kumagakure's official stance. Neither I nor the village's top brass had any idea what they were doing. Furthermore, I offer my sincere apologies in the name of the Raikage, hoping this matter won't affect the friendship between Kumagakure, Lord Senshi, and yourself. As for them recklessly launching an attack on you, Kumagakure will deal with them severely. We won't let them off easily." Karin, however, didn't buy it at all. She wasn't as gullible as Haiden. Clearly, at least 30 ninja had been mobilized to ambush her. How could the Raikage not have known? She began to consider how to residential pond. Senshi hadn't shown up, but she was sure he'd already sensed everything. The fact that he hadn't come meant he intended for her to handle it herself, testing her ability to deal with crises alone. While Karin pondered, Yujito the Two-Tails Jinkriki arrived. She had recently returned to the village, wearing fresh clothes after a bath. Yet she was still livid about what happened last night. If she caught whoever had attacked her, she'd shred them to pieces. Despite feeling sulky, when she heard explosions in the southwestern outskirts of the village, she raced over at once. On her way, she thought, is there another bunch of idiots trying to attack the village? Great, I'll take it out on them. Humph. Yujito was swift, soon arriving at the perimeter of the blast site. Seeing it was Kinmu and Ginmu plus their elite subordinates cornering some little girl, her heart chilled. Kinmu and Ginmu were furious at the Raikage's interference, but there wasn't much they could do about it. Spotting Yujito, they grew excited. Among the entire Kumagakure, only Yujito could stand up to the AB brothers without fear. Hence the two hurried over to her, explaining the situation. In an aggrieved tone, Kinmu said, "Lady Yujito, you're just in time. We only did this for the Go-OD of Kumagakure. We plan to seize Karin, so that Senshi can't leave. But the Raikage, not knowing how to solve the bigger problem himself, actually stops us from doing it." Ginmu, backing up his brother, added, "Yes, Lady Yujito, our plan was just about to succeed. But at the most critical moment, the Raikage and his group messed everything up. These are special times. So we need special methods. Our village can't keep acting so weak." Yujito listened to them silently, then inwardly rolled her eyes. The Raikage was short-tempered, physically strong but lacking strategy. B was incompetent except for rapping. Samui was big in multiple senses but not strong enough. The so-called Gold and Silver brothers here were just incompetent fools. In the entire Kumagakure, apparently only she, Yujito, was truly all-around capable with no weaknesses, or so she believed. Deep in her mind, however, Matatabi, the Two Tails, freaked out. It had only been dozing after that dreadful encounter with Senshi and Karin. Having shrunk to a fraction of its former size, it had just begun to sleep, when it sensed a wave of ill will. Raising its head, it was horrified to see Yujito waltzing into a dangerous place. Bad. This is really bad. I'm doomed. Matatabi anxiously paced in circles, its two tails trembling. After hearing Kinmu and Ginmu urge Yujito to take on Karin, it itched to rush out and rip them apart. A rash move by Yujito might provoke the pair of red-haired fiends into wiping her out. But Matatabi soon realized it wouldn't have to intervene. Though Yujito didn't heed advice, she still made a decent decision. She scanned everyone on site, then announced coldly, "What's with you people, always thinking of kidnapping kids? Remember what happened last time you tried that, how badly Konoha clobbered you? Just disperse, stop embarrassing us with such pathetic stunts. Strengthening yourselves is the only real path." After scolding them icily, she turned to Karin with a gentle smile and asked, "Little girl, are you hurt? Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, nothing like this will happen again in Kumagakure. If you were scared by their nonsense, I can beat them for you." By nature, Yujito had a habit of looking down on the strong or the proud, while showing compassion to the weak. She might be arrogant toward the Raikage or powerful ninja or even Matatabi, but she was kind to villagers and small children like Karin. To Kumagakure's crowd, this came as no surprise. That was simply how Yujito was. Yet Karin felt awkward. Yujito was unaware of last night's events, while Karin was well aware of them. She never imagined that the big sister Senshi had knocked out so easily would turn out to be so warm-hearted. Seeing Karin remain silent, Yujito assumed the child was frightened, so she bent down to hug her. "It's all right now. No need to fear. I'll protect you and all the other little ones in Kumagakure from Harm. Surprised face. Karin, for her part, felt incredibly embarrassed. She could sense Yujito's warmth and concern were genuine, but thinking about how they dealt with her last night, plus the way Senshi ripped her clothes, she just didn't know how to face her now. By nature, Karin would typically repay grudges. She'd wanted to punish these people in Kumagakure. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Yujito stood there, hugging her like a caring sister. As soon as Yujito let go, Karin blurted a quick thanks. "Thank you, sis. No need to punish them. I'll go back now," she said, then fled like a spinning top. All Senshi's fault, she thought. Yujito was obviously a sweet, gentle big sister, yet Senshi had torn her clothes. Blushing fiercely, Karin hurried away. Yujito, a bit puzzled, murmured, "What a shy little girl." At her words, the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kinmyu and Ginmyu had boasted that their plan was seconds from success, but had the wreckage not shown up, it was more likely they'd have been blown up by Karin and Killer Queen. Though the AB brothers Lu daily berated Kinmyu and Ginmyu, it was obvious from the scene that Karin was entirely unscathed, whereas many of Kinmyu and Ginmyu's men were injured. From the crater littered area hammered by bombs, you could guess that Karin was no timid waif. Back at the hot spring inn, Senshi had long since finished packing. He was pondering their next move, when a red-faced Karin suddenly stomped in. Surprised, Senshi wondered what on earth had happened. After that earlier mess ended, he'd stopped paying attention to it. "Curious?" he asked. "Karin, what's got you all worked up? Why so red?" She halted, hands on her hips, glaring. "It's all because of you, Senshi." Then, flustered, she dashed straight into her own room. Senshi, surprised face, he was dumbfounded. What had he done? He'd basically done nothing. Still, he found it amusing. He followed her and knocked outside her door. "Hey, Karin, what happened? Come on, tell me so I can enjoy it too." From inside came an exasperated little cry, "Ugh, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Senshi laughed, "So that's how it is. Guess I'll toss out this worthless Kumagakure specialty dishes cookbook then." Wham! A flash of red. The door flung open, and she darted out, hugging Senshi's long legs, basically attaching herself to his waist. As he snuggled her head against him, raised her big shining eyes, and said sweetly, "Senshi, you're the best. Hand over that local cuisine cookbook, okay? It's not like you're going to cook anyway." Smirking, Senshi mussed her hair into a bird's nest, then gave her the cookbook. It wasn't something he purchased, it was one of many items he'd drawn from the system. He liked to dole them out now and then to amuse his silly little sidekick. Karin treated it like a treasure. Despite Senshi messing up her scarlet hair even more, she decided not to fight him. She was too busy happily flipping through the cookbook. Senshi sighed inwardly. If she devoted half the passion she had for cooking to studying medical ninjutsu, she'd be top tier by now. But she just wasn't interested. And with Naruto and Sasuke absent, even if she improved her medical jutsu, there wasn't much opportunity to use it. Senshi and Sasori rarely got hurt anyway. As Karin pored over the cookbook, Senshi said casually, "Karin, better finish packing. We're heading out for Kirigakure." She nodded dutifully. "Got it, I'll be done soon." With that, she dashed back to her room to check she hadn't left anything behind. Sure she hadn't, she returned to Senshi and Sasori, and the three of them left the Hot Spring Inn. Senshi's original plan for the Kiri's request had been to let a few wood-style clones handle it. His chakra reserves were huge, and he was strong enough that clones could do the job. But between how much Terumi Mei was paying and how sincerely she'd come all that way and waited all those days in Kumagakure, it would be rude not to go in person. Together with Sasori and Karin, Senshi found Mei. Sister Mei, I've finished my work in Kumagakure. Hearing that, Mei's exquisite eyes lit up. She said happily, so you can come back to Kirigakure with me now. During that time, she'd watched how Senshi had brought Kumagakure incredible prosperity. Though Kirigakure was doing fine, she certainly wasn't opposed to further gains. Sadly, Senshi had been stuck in Kumagakure. Now he was free, so the Kiri could harvest similar benefits from Senshi's presence. Brimming with anticipation, Mei asked, and Senshi nodded. Yes, I'm done here. Without further delay, Senshi headed to Kirigakure with Mei. Even before they got into the village, he noticed a ninja quietly watching them and then dashing off. He assumed it was just someone going to inform the others. Sure enough, once they reached the gates, they were met by a crowd of villagers and children rushing out to greet him. It was a heartwarming spectacle, villagers showing fervent welcome, brimming with vitality. Other than in Omegakure, Senshi had never seen such enthusiastic unity. Moreover, quite a few kids in Kirigakure were wearing red cloud robes. They apparently adored him, wanting to be just as outstanding. Senshi found himself shocked and bemused. It was so sudden, it felt like he was back in Omegakure. Early on, he did share notes with his wood-style clones, but as the number of clones kept expanding, it became impossible to keep up with each one. So he wasn't fully aware of how Kirigakure had changed. He hadn't realized that around the village, many children ran around in red cloud outfits. Mei had mentioned to him that people here admired him, but he thought she was just flattering him. Only now did he see that his clones must have contributed a lot, giving him a high level of popularity here too. Sasori, seeing so many red cloud-wearing kids, was taken aback, momentarily wondering if Akatsuki had opened a branch in Kirigakure. But upon overhearing the local chatter, he understood that it wasn't a real branch of Akatsuki. Rather, many kids simply liked Senshi so much they copied his clothes. Greeted by enthusiastic crowds, Senshi headed with Mei to The Mizukage building to discuss their cooperation. Meanwhile, Sasori and Karin didn't accompany them. Sasori planned to do puppet maintenance, Karin wanted to explore the local ingredients. Kumagakure was mostly mountainous, while the Kiri was built around lakes and marshes. Different geography meant different produce. Soon after Senshi left, a swarm of children gathered around Sasori and Karin, clamoring excitedly. One child stared at Sasori curiously, "Are you Lord Senshi's partner? Why do you have the same clothes as Lord Senshi?" And the moment he finished, other kids chimed in. "Yeah, are you on Lord Senshi's team? Can I join too? I want to be a strong ninja admired by the whole village, just like Lord Senshi." "Me too. Me too. Let me join you guys." Sasori felt overwhelmed. He had no idea Senshi was so revered in the Kiri. He'd assumed that it only happened in Omegakure or Kusagakure. But apparently, Senshi was something of a Robin Hood in the ninja world. Even in the 5 great nations like the Kiri he was considered a genuinely good person. Sasori murmured, "So it's not just Kakuzu and me who think Senshi is decent. There are many who admire him." Karin nodded wildly, "Exactly. Senshi is the best. He's number 1, super amazing." She said it partly out of real conviction, partly hoping Senshi would notice and reward her with new cookbooks. Of course, her silly scheme didn't go unnoticed. From the Mizuki's office, Senshi was aware of every word, smiling inwardly. He resumed his talk with Mei. Evening Ng came quickly, and Kirigakure prepared a lavish welcome banquet for Senshi. At the banquet, Senshi, Karin, Mei, and Genji all sat together. Genji had transferred full power to Mei and was now a carefree elder, seeing Senshi and reflecting that it had been the right decision for them to hire him. Senshi still had to do a bit of socializing. Karin, though, was far less reserved, brandishing her chopsticks like a mini whirlwind and wolfing down the dishes. As a dedicated chef, she figured sampling extensive LY was essential for forging top-level cuisine. Over the meal, Mei poured herself a cup of sake, then poured one for Senshi as well, saying, "Senshi, let's drink to our friendship." He picked up his own cup to toast. Immediately, Karin, not wanting to ble foot out, lifted her glass of juice. "Senshi, Mei cheers." Some distance away, Genji and other old retirees from Kirigakure watched Karin glued to Senshi's side and felt headaches. Early on, Genji had been seated with them, but he soon excused himself to give Senshi and Mei some time alone. After all, they knew about the big benefits Senshi had brought to Kumigakure, and they'd already seen how his clones had improved the Kiri. Eager to help Mei and Senshi grow closer, they lamented that Karin hadn't left the table, so they had no chance to get more personal. Genji decided he'd look into Karin's interests and find ways to lure her away next time so Senshi and Mei could have time alone. But he was missing a crucial detail: if they tried to humor Karin, they'd likely get themselves roped in as test eaters of her bizarre cooking. Even the Mizukage had trouble tolerating that stuff, and in the past, only Haiden's immortality had made him fit for the role of official taste tester. Wine and dishes circulated freely at the banquet. After a while, Senshi was still fine, but Mei was woozy, basically passing out from drinking. Senshi beckoned two female ninja. Lady Mizuki's had enough. "Please help her back to rest." Mei, half drunk, mumbled, "I'm not drunk. Take me to Senshi's room. We need to discuss more of our collaboration." Senshi, surprised face, he couldn't help being amused. Did Mei love being Mizukage that much? Why then, in the original timeline, had she retired so early and let an ordinary person succeed her? After the banquet, Senshi and Karin went back to the hot spring inn that Kirigakure had arranged. But instead of going to sleep, once the local guards withdrew, Senshi used Kama space warping ability to go find Orochimaru. In Konoha, inside Orochimaru's lab, a dark red, swirling vortex quietly formed. Senshi and Karin stepped out not far from Orochimaru. Seeing that he was actually in Konoha made Senshi blink. Senshi, surprised face, this was definitely not something Senshi had anticipated. He never imagined Orochimaru would return to Konoha. But he didn't waste time and quickly greeted him. "Sneaky snake cough, I mean. Snake bro, counting money, are we?" Only then did Senshi notice there were two huge piles of cash behind Orochimaru. Evidently, business has been booming for him lately. Orochimaru glanced briefly at Senshi and Karin, then went on counting. He'd been working in Konoha recently without conflict. He had nothing to fear, so with half his mind on the bills, he said casually, "Senshi, you've come. What do you want this time?" Senshi replied, "Snake bro, time to pay up. I already captured the two tails for you." Orochimaru? He hadn't forgotten that commission, but was capturing a tailed beast really so easy for Senshi that he could do it in passing? Still, if Senshi had indeed brought the two tails, that was problematic. Because Orochimaru was profiting in Konoha and not free to store the beast. After pondering, Orochimaru pulled out a 100 million RY check and handed it over. I'm not in a position to leave it. The moment, just let the two tails stay with you for now. Mission complete. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, capture Kyumigakure's tailed beast and deliver it to Orochimaru. Reward, 100 million RY. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 100,000 employment points. Senshi took the 100 million check and stowed it away, then held out his hand again. Orochimaru froze. What's happening now? Before Senshi spoke, Karin poked her head out from behind him and planted her hands on her hips. Orochimaru, you're leaving the two tails with us, so aren't you paying a storage fee? And a feeding fee? What if it starves to death? Matatabi might have muttered, all that feeding fee you're charging, I haven't gotten a bite. But Orochimaru was speechless, if used to her style. He knew that if Karin wasn't haggling with him, it meant something far scarier was afoot. Since she was pulling stunts, he explained calmly. This is an Akatsuki contract. The official payment is 100 million. There's no separate fee for storage or feeding. Senshi wasn't pleased. Don't give me that small or big organization talk. If you want it stored, you pay a fee. Karin likewise seized the moment. Hurry up and post a storage mission then, or I'll dump your tailed beast in your face. Between Senshi and Karin, Orochimaru literally trembled. This is robbery, he must have thought. Since when did tailed beasts require fancy storage or feeding? They were intangible chakra beasts. After all. Yet faced with this unstoppable duo, he could only yield. He'd be risking bodily harm from Senshi and scathing ridicule from Karin. Each of them alone was formidable, together they dealt a double blow. Orochimaru sighed and turned to Senshi. All right. How much do you charge for storage and feeding? Senshi looked at Karin, thinking maybe a few tens of millions. Considering the original capture was worth 100 million, charging 30 million for safekeeping was already quite steep. But when Karin noticed Senshi's glance, her eyes lit up. She raised a hand, implying a 50-50 split. Senshi guessed. She meant 50 million total. That seemed fair enough, so he said. 50 million for storage plus feeding. Pfft. Orochimaru nearly spat blood. 50 million? That was enough to buy half a tailed beast in the first place. He opened his mouth to argue, but Karin barked harshly. What, you're not willing? Then I'll just toss the tailed beast on your face. Wait. Orochimaru quickly waved at her to stop. He might withstand a polite threat from Senshi. But Karin actually would fling a tailed beast in his face. Swiftly, he wrote out a 50 million check and handed it over. I'll pay you 50 million to handle storage and feeding for the two tails. Until I need it, keep it safe. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, safely hold the tailed beast. Reward, 50 million RY. Rank, S. Mission bonus, 50,000 employment points. Seeing how forthcoming Orochimaru was, Senshi happily put away the check, netting 150 million. Total plus 150,000 employment points on this trip alone. Truly a top-tier client, he thought. He was about to leave with Karin when Orochimaru paused and spoke again. Senshi, wait. Orochimaru felt torn. He wanted more of Senshi's chakra. It was crucial to producing the eternal chakra elixir. He'd collected some from Senshi before, but it was used up. If he wanted to keep marketing this new project in Konoha, he needed a new supply. Since he called Senshi to stop, Senshi paused, grinning. Snake bro, got another job for me. Seeing Senshi's carefree attitude, Orochimaru grimaced inwardly. No doubt, he'd be losing more money. But at least if Senshi took the cash, he would get the job done, leaving Orochimaru satisfied. Asked about it, Orochimaru answered frankly, I'd like to gather some of your chakra for experimental research. Senshi had half expected another advanced mission, not something so simple. Then he remembered that his own chakra, having grown through countless buffs, was unique in this world. For him it was effortless to produce more, but for anyone else it was beyond measure. So with a thoughtful expression, Senshi said, Snake bro, remember we have that long-term deal some hair, a small bit of chakra for your research. Sure, I can spare a small amount. But that might not be enough for your ongoing experiments, correct? As he spoke, Senshi formed a grain of sand-sized ball of chakra in his palm. Orochimaru's eyes nearly popped. A tiny speck he'd call that small? That was barely a trace. If he weren't extremely careful, it might dissipate into thin air. Orochimaru sighed. Such a minuscule amount isn't enough. Let's do a new job. If you supply me with, say, 10 million RY worth of chakra, that should do. Back then, Orochimaru spent 100 million on a long-term arrangement with Senshi, so pay 10 million for more chakra now seemed fair. But Senshi's face hardened. He met Orochimaru's gaze. Brother, you don't understand today's market. Look how my strength has soared since then. You think my chakra is still priced the same as before? Hearing that, Orochimaru hesitated and said, 30 million, that's 3 times the previous rate. Indeed he had earned a lot recently, but it never seemed enough at Senshi's pace. Plus he'd already made huge concessions on the two tails matter. Couldn't Senshi cut some slack? Before Senshi could respond, Karin cut in with her hands on her hips. 30 million? That's not even enough to buy my chakra alone. Think about it, can you get any of Senshi's chakra for a mere 30 million? And he's not 3 times stronger than before, he's at least 10 times stronger. You want his chakra for research? 100 million sounds about right. Orochimaru, surprised face. Senshi, surprised face. Karen's statement left Orochimaru dumbfounded. How were they calculating this, just robbing him blind? He'd spent 100 million to get the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Then another 100 million for the two tails. Now they demanded 100 million more just for some of Senshi's chakra? Was that not extorting an honest man? Senshi reckoned 50 million would have been enough, given that chakra replenishes quickly. But since Karin had already named 100 million, he wasn't about to contradict his own assistant. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Snake bro, let's do this. You're an old customer. How about I let you see the goods first? And then we can talk about the price. Once again Orochimaru stood there, petrified. What was happening? Were they really preparing to charge him 100 million? And if they were open to negotiation, was that an invitation to go higher, or lower? Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Baffled. Senshi and Karin performed a double act that left Orochimaru utterly at a loss. While they had some logic to their arguments, jacking the price of chakra up to a sky-high 100 million RY was a level of outrageous he wouldn't have expected from anyone else. Despite his swift mental calculations, Orochimaru still decided to shell out a large sum to buy Senshi's chakra, so he could make these two red-haired troublemakers, one big, one small, be on their way. With an obvious pang of regret, he pulled out 100-million RY check and handed it over to Senshi. Simultaneously, he gave Senshi a new commission: I'll hire you with a 100-million RY fee to provide me with chakra for my research. The moment Orochimaru issued the commission, Senshi's mind received the system's notification. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, provide chakras so Orochimaru can conduct experimental research. Reward, 100 million RY. Rank, S rank. Mission bonus, 100,000 employment points. Senshi had actually shown up prepared simply to deliver the two taels, collect 100 million, and leave. Who would have thought that, with Karen's help, he'd first rake in another 50 million for holding and feeding fees, and then have Orochimaru personally present him with yet another 100-million RY job? Having pocketed Orochimaru's check for 100 million, Senshi was practically grinning from ear to ear. Given that Orochimaru was being so straightforward, Senshi decided he'd show equal generosity in return. Tucking the check away, he casually said, "So, Snake Bro, we're good. Where do I put the chakra you want me to provide?" Hearing that, Orochimaru got to his feet, leading Senshi over to a peculiar device used for storing chakra. The contraption looked fairly simple, a cube-shaped base connected to a spherical container overhead. Once they arrived, Kabuto got right to work on the nearby control panel, operating the apparatus. Orochimaru had designed this piece of equipment precisely for the long-term storage of Senshi's chakra. Mounted on the device was a chakra storage tank of considerable capacity. Simply put, in Konoha, not even 20 Kakashis, drained completely of their total chakra, could fill that tank. Once Kabuto had the machine up and running, Orochimaru led Senshi up to it and said, "You just need to send your chakra through that inlet above the base, so it can go into the storage tank." Orochimaru hoped that this time Senshi would really give him a large amount of chakra, enough to let him mass-produce his product as well as do a deeper analysis on Senshi's chakra itself. In theory, this storage tank could hold the total volume of 20 Kakashis. When Orochimaru finished explaining, Senshi placed a hand on the chakra inlet. "So all I have to do now," he asked, "is pump in my chakra in one long, heavy stream?" Orochimaru gave a raspy laugh. "Yes, just pump it all in." He was actually still worried Senshi might be stingy, given that he had spent so much. Senshi might deliver only a trickle. But if Senshi was upfront enough to ask, "Is it alright if I vigorously channel my chakra in?" why should Orochimaru say no? Having confirmed Orochimaru's nod, Senshi commenced channeling his chakra in huge amounts through the inlet. This time, after all, he had indeed been paid 100 million, which was plenty to buy even a tailed beast, so his plan was to be fairly generous with Snake Bro. Orochimaru and Kabuto, at first, sensed no looming problem. Then, within a single second, the device's danger alarm started blaring, and a bright red light began to flash wildly on the storage tank. Only then did Orochimaru and Kabuto realize the seriousness of the situation. "Orochimaru, Omega Omega! Kabuto, Omega Omega!" Orochimaru let out an urgent cry, "Stop! Stop right now! No more chakra, you'll blow the tank!" For a moment, he froze. Internally, he was shouting, "Is Senshi some kind of monster? In just an instant, he's poured so much chakra that the tank almost burst. That tank is sized for no less than 20 Kakashis worth of chakra." Even more terrifying, Senshi had unleashed all that chakra in the blink of an eye and still looked completely unfazed, showing not the slightest sign of having lost a tremendous amount of energy. After this stunt, Orochimaru and Kabuto had no choice but to upgrade their assessment of Senshi's strength yet again. Indeed, every time they didn't see him for a while, Senshi's power soared to a level they could hardly imagine. By now, Orochimaru couldn't even guess how strong Senshi truly was. At Orochimaru's panicked call, Senshi withdrew his hand. Just previously, Orochimaru had personally confirmed, "Yes, pour in as much as you can." Yet that was all the tank could manage? Senshi gave the device an evaluating glance. He'd imagined Orochimaru's apparatus would store quite a bit. He had barely injected a small portion of his chakra before nearly blowing the tank. And so Senshi shook his head and said, "Snake bro, your tank's capacity is a little lacking." Ugh! Orochimaru forced out a sinister chuckle. Honestly, what could he say? Which normal ninja can afford to lose enough chakra to fill 20 Kakashis, only to be none the worse for wear? He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he'd built multiple backups. Had he realized Senshi could, and would, give so much, he'd have lined up 3 or 4 tanks, or even more. After looking at the now cracked container, Senshi turned back. "Well, that's that, right? My mission here is done, so I'll head out. If you get any other juicy jobs, just let me know." Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, no problem." Having finally acquired enough of Senshi's chakra, Orochimaru just wanted the big and small red-haired devils gone. He had only recently started making a tidy profit from his new hustle in Konoha. But in no time, Senshi had drained him of a total of 250 million. The lone silver lining was that now Orochimaru possessed enough of Senshi's chakra to carry out extensive research. After obtaining the Yamata no Orokai fruit, the path to genuine immortality was no longer a matter of using the living corpse reincarnation. Investigating Senshi's chakra became a crucial step. Senshi's chakra, after all, was more extraordinary than anyone realized. If Orochimaru could fully decipher its secrets, his ambition for an eternal chakra elixir might not be so far-fetched. Soon after Senshi and Karin vanished, Orochimaru casually said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, draw a small sample of Senshi's chakra for immediate study." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto meticulously extracted just a tiny bit from the giant reservoir of Senshi's chakra, running it through another analyzing machine. Gazing at the readouts, both Orochimaru and Kabuto showed unconcealed shock. Unable to hold back, Orochimaru exclaimed, "Senshi's progress is ridiculous, so much more advanced than last time. The chakra he gave us now is on a completely different level from what we used to have." Kabuto nodded. "It's astounding indeed. Senshi's chakra has become far denser and richer." Observing the swirling data on his monitor, Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked grin. "If this keeps going, there may come a day we compel it a true eternal chakra elixir." Such words thrilled Kabuto, who, as a fellow researcher, grew excited merely at the thought that this new technology could be feasible. Orochimaru soon continued, "I'll monitor the readings here. You go rest, and we'll swap in a while." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto nodded before retreating to his own quarters. In the time since Orochimaru started his business in Konoha, things had been going so well that both had already earned large sums. As Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kabuto also took a decent cut. Settling in his room, Kabuto knelt down by a sizable pile of money, gleefully counting the bills. While counting, he mused inwardly. 100 million is nothing huge, but I'm still very far from my dream of 100 billion. Kabuto, was never meant to be average. I too have my own artistic pursuits. Initially, Kabuto's plan had been to gather merely 100 million. Now, however, he realized that as long as he worked under Orochimaru, more money was always better. Thus, his resolution to help Orochimaru's research and business only deepened. Meanwhile, back in Kirigakure, Senshi and Karin emerged from Orochimaru's lab via Kama, returning to their rooms in the hot spring inn. After one good night's rest, Kari-en awoke brimming with energy, urging Senshi at dawn to go out and tackle commissions together. Senshi never slacked off in the matter of missions. Even if his true body was physically in the inn, his wood-style clones were out there, working tirelessly day and night to complete tasks. The moment they exited the inn, they spotted an old fellow squatting gloomily by the entrance. The man looked drained and downcast, as though haunted by some unsolvable crisis that had led to deep mental exhaustion. Seeing Senshi and Karin from not far away, the old man's eyes flashed with hope. Up until that second, he had looked half dead. Now, he sprang up like someone 60 years younger, face bright with excitement. He opened his arms, took 2 giant steps, and rushed right up to Senshi. Thump! He fell to his knees before Senshi without a single word. Senshi, surprised face. Karin, surprised face. What's going on? This is all too sudden. Senshi hurriedly bent forward, helped the elder up, and asked, Sir, is something wrong? He found that this disheveled, bespectacled man with a mustache looked vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't recall who, exactly. Once Senshi lifted him, the old fellow cut straight to the point. Lord Senshi, allow me to introduce myself, my name is Harusame. I have a student, Utakata, in whose body a dreadful monster is sealed. This monstrous curse torments him without cease, and I beg you, Senshi, please help my student. Harusame, though technically a Kirigakure official, seldom participated in village affairs, devoting himself instead to solving Utakata's curse. He'd tried countless methods but never found a truly workable solution. With nowhere left to turn, Senshi's presence felt like a godsend. After all, Senshi had performed countless miracles for the village. If anyone might fix Utakata's tailed beast issues, it would be Senshi. At first, Senshi did not recognize the man, but once Harusame spoke of the 6 tails Jinkraki, everything clicked. The curse was just the inability to fully control the 6 tails, causing Utakata to spiral out of control at times, bringing serious disasters. Now it all made sense. Senshi feigned a worried expression. Ah. So your student's monster is a tailed beast. That can be tricky. Harusame wasn't shocked that Senshi knew. He had read enough about Senshi to guess Senshi's intel uncovered nearly everything. If Senshi understood that Utakata housed a tailed beast, that felt perfectly normal. Unbeknownst to Harusame, Senshi was giddy inside. This old man was effectively dropping another tailed beast right into his hands, and Senshi excelled at tailed beast matters. After all, the 2 tails was already sitting in Karen's Kamui dimension. Another one would only sweeten the deal. On the outside, Senshi maintained that uneasy frown. Harusame, seeing this, did not panic. He was well aware that if Senshi said something was tricky, it meant, it can be done, it's just not easy. Not that it was impossible. He seized the moment and pounded a fist to his chest, sounding very polite. Yes, we all know you have your set terms. But I implore you, Senshi, take my mission. I beg you, only you can do it. So saying, he produced several checks summing to 100 million RY and handed them over. Mission accepted. Client, Harusame. Goal, resolve the tailed beast's tormenting hold over his student, Utakata. Reward, 100 million RY. Rank, S rank. Mission bonus, 100,000 employment points. Senshi, tucking away all those checks, heard the new system chime and was overjoyed. Another well-paid job, plus a free-tailed beast cameo. One day Nagato would inevitably post a Capture 6 Tails mission, and Senshi would simply conjure it on the spot. Perfect. As a bonus, the 6 Tails could even keep the 2 Tails company in Karen's dimension so that the poor Matatabi wouldn't be so alone. Accepting the job, Senshi marveled anew at how Kirigakure was full of such generous folks. First, they practically gifted him the 3 tails, and now the 6 tails. If one compared that to Konoha, it was a stark difference. Naruto hadn't received half the courtesy from his village. Indeed, in Konoha, certain people even gave Naruto a hard time. Meanwhile, Kirigakure worried over its Jinchuriki's emotional health and took steps to rectify the problem. Sighing with the realization that such fortune was not going to replicate across the 5 great nations, Senshi said nothing further about it. He took the checks, and Harusame inquired politely, "Lord Senshi, would you have time to see Utakata tomorrow and fix High-S curse?" Senshi waved a hand. "Harusame, you don't really know me, do you? If a task can be finished today, I'd never push it back to tomorrow. If it can be done this morning, I won't wait until afternoon. I've accepted your job, so why wait?" Though he spoke of it being a tricky matter, in truth, like Karin said, it was easier than slicing onions. Naturally, he wouldn't tell the client that Utakata lived on a small island near Kirigakure. A few wooden huts, plus a cave, served as his entire dwelling. To jet her with Harusame and Karin, Senshi headed out, soon arriving on that island, where Utakata, wearing a pale blue robe, carrying a special bubble-blowing tool, spotted them from afar. Since Senshi and Karin had come with Harusame, Utakata at first didn't receive too strongly. Despite the so-called curse, he trusted his teacher unconditionally. Harusame introduced everyone. "Utakata, this is Lord Senshi. He's performed countless miracles for Kirigakure. The young lady is Karin, Senshi's assistant. All attempts to lift your curse have failed. Only Lord Senshi has a shot." Because Utakata had barely any contact with the village, he had no idea about Senshi's reputation or feats. So upon hearing that someone would remove his tailed beast, his first suspicion was that his kindly master had been tricked. If ridding oneself of a tailed beast were so easy, the village would have done it long ago. Nevertheless, he stayed polite. "Master, I'm not sure it's so simple." Harusame, Senshi, and Karin all heard the implied doubt. Before either teacher or Senshi could speak, Karin insisted proudly, "You're overthinking this. Senshi's super amazing. Handling tailed beast problems is simpler than chopping vegetables." Her adorable face brimmed with sincerity, yet ironically, it only made Utakata doubt more. "We're talking about a tailed beast, not a dinner salad," he thought. "And these 2 redheads look very young. Is this for real?" Harusame coughed softly. Clearly, even he felt that chopped vegetables was going too far. Sure, he believed Senshi could do it, but describing it in such trivial terms made it sound absurd. All the same, Harusame simply attributed it to the girl's youth. He turned to Utakata seriously. "Utakata, trust me. Lord Senshi can handle this. Go along with what he says." Utakata was uneasy. "Master." This was his life and the village's safety at stake. If the tailed beast truly broke loose, disaster loomed. Yet Harusame gently patted Utakata's shoulder, smiling kindly. "Utakata, I believe in you, and in Lord Senshi. It's going to be fine. Senshi chimed in, no need to fret. I perform a tailed beast extraction operation all the time. After we remove it, you'll never worry about the tailed beast going on a rampage again. Plus you'll even keep some portion of its power. Karin nodded vigorously to affirm. Indeed, she had personally witnessed Senshi do a near-identical procedure with the two tails. Harusame and Utakata, for their part, were totally baffled by the phrase tailed beast extraction operation, which means surgery. Tailed beasts can be surgically extracted without forcibly letting it rampage first. But seeing Senshi so confident and relaxed, they finally agreed to let him try. Since Utakata cooperated fully, Senshi didn't bother knocking him out. Instead, he found the seal directly and went to work. The moment the seal was released, Utakata and Harusame both tensed up. Unsealed tailed beasts were like bombs. Freed from the seal, the six tails soon realized it could escape. But as it tried to scramble out, Senshi was already forcibly dragging it. Their seesaw lasted only a few seconds before the entire beast had emerged. It scarcely had time to exult before seeing a brilliant blue flash. Hell, stab one finger Nookite. Senshi's knife hand descended, cleanly slicing the slug in two. One tail remained in Utakata's body, morphing into a pint-sized version of the beast that scuttled away, terrified. The bulk of the slug, short one tail, manifested outside. Utakata, Omega Omega. Harusame, Omega Omega. They both stood there dumbfounded. Now they knew Karen's words were no bluff. Senshi really had made it look like chopping veggies. Next question, with the tailed beast forcibly removed, how do we contain it? It was a powerful, violent creature. Freed from any seal, it could ravage everything. Sure enough, the slug realized it had lost a tail and roared furiously. Raware. Poised to strike Senshi, it was greeted by his calm response. Rage-in. A colossal thunderbolt slammed down onto the slug. In that instant, the beast's EYES became dull. It collapsed. After a moment, Senshi sent another jolt to reawaken it forcibly. This time, the six tails realized it was outmatched. This red-haired human was unbelievably strong. One more defiant act, and it would be toast. At last it quieted down. Senshi tapped Karen's shoulder. Karen, collect it. She nodded, instructing the slug to shrink its body to save space. Terrified, the slug complied, letting Karen stash it inside her Kamui dimension. Within that dimension, the two tails Matatabi Age had long been crouched in one corner, not daring to wander, especially not near Karen's kitchen. Now a swirl of transparent energy appeared, delivering the six tails plus one small red-haired troublemaker. After a brief scolding from Karen, that place is off limits. Go stand in that corner or else. She popped back out, leaving the two tails and six tails to lament their fate together. Hey? You got caught too. So you were telling the truth all along. Those two redheads. They're no joke. And so they sobbed shoulder to shoulder. Outside, Harusame and Utakata stared in dazed surprise. Harusame hastily scanned Utakata's physical condition, verifying that there was no harm done. The curse that had tormented him for years was fully resolved, replaced by a small fraction of the tailed beast's chakra under Utakata's total control. Indeed, Utakata felt a newfound sense of relief, with only a bit of fatigue from losing so much chakra at once. Both mentor and student were overjoyed. Was it truly that simple? They'd never have imagined that unsealing and removing the tailed beast could be done in the blink of an eye. They then expressed their utmost gratitude. Harusame, Lord Senshi, I can't thank you enough. We've tried every method to break this dire curse, all in vain. Without you, it might never have been lifted. Utakata, Lord Senshi, you gave me new life. The source of my suffering is gone, so I can finally live as a normal person, not holed up on an isolated island. Senshi casually waved the M off. No need to be so formal. Completing the client's job is my duty. Then he adopted a serious tone. But regarding the tailed beast, best if nobody else hears about what happened here. Things could get complicated. Both Harusame and Utakata promised, rest assured, will remain silent. Utakata in particular never wanted new troubles, nor did he want to implicate his benefactor. He would keep the matter under wraps and figure out how to reintegrate into daily life. With that mission concluded, Senshi mused on whether he ought to go capture all tailed beasts outright. They were scattered around the world, with unpredictable locations and jinkraki. If they were all stashed away in Kairon's Kamui dimension, then any future tailed beast-related job would be trivial. But he had yet to make a firm decision. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire's black market, Naruto and Sasuke were tirelessly racking up missions, working non-stop. Kakashi, on orders from the third Hokage, accompanied and supervised them at all times. Despite carefully observing them for a while, Kakashi found no evidence that they were in league with outside forces. However, certain happenings around them did baffle him. Namely, the two displayed inexhaustible stamina, plus absurdly rapid growth. When they first stepped into this black market, they had only qualified for D rank tasks. Within a few days, they were already taking on B rank. At this rate, might they soon be eligible for A rank? Kakashi, acclaimed as a genius in Konoha, was astonished at how quickly Naruto and Sasuke were advancing far beyond what he'd ever matched at their age. At one point, Kakashi was outside the black market building, taking a breather, when Naruto dashed over. Kakashi-sensei, why are you resting again? You should do some commissions too. Just sitting around is no good. Those words made Kakashi sigh inwardly. Keeping an eye on these two was exhausting enough, he hardly had the time or energy to do missions of his own, and now Naruto was urging him to get to work as well. Naruto teased him once and then joked, anyway, sensei, I bet I beat Sasuke this time. I've done all the missions on my plate, he hasn't come back yet, right? Before Kakashi could reply, a calm voice from a side wall said, Naruto, what makes you think'd finish slower than you? They turned to find Sasuke leaning with folded arms, presumably having arrived earlier. Once again, Naruto realized he had lost. He pouted, darn it. If only I had some lightning style or a space-time jutsu, I'd definitely beat you, no contest. Sasuke shrugged. My Sharingan and lightning style are part of me, it's natural I use them to raise efficiency. Nothing wrong with that. Naruto continued grousing, arg, if we both had the same conditions, I'd have outdone you so many times. Meanwhile, Kakashi's gaze shifted into recollection. Naruto's mention of a space-time jutsu reminded him of his teacher, the fourth Hokage, who had indeed used the Flying Thunder God technique. If Naruto inherited that, Sasuke wouldn't stand a chance. However, Konoha currently had no one capable of teaching him, let alone whether Naruto could master it. Dropping that train of thought, Kakashi noticed the two kids were back inside the black market to get more tasks. He stood up, determined at least to ensure they didn't accept anything too dangerous. But stepping in, he quickly realized something alarming, Naruto and Sasuke weren't heading for B rank commissions. Instead, they were marching straight to the A rank section. He quickly called out, "Wait, that area is for A rank commissions." Naruto turned around with a grin, "Kakashi-sensei, we're up for A rank now." "Kakashi, Omega Omega." Naruto's announcement shocked Kakashi like a thunderbolt. Seriously? Already? The only way they'd be allowed to handle A-rank jobs here was if the black market had judged them fully capable, based on the large number of prior commissions they'd completed with exemplary marks. No time to process it. Naruto and Sasuke were happily browsing the A-rank listing S, leaving Kakashi reeling with questions. He slumped, bewildered, watching their backs. He couldn't fathom how these two had accomplished so much so quickly. During this time, they had done nothing but run missions. They hadn't spent dedicated time training or asked for ninjutsu lessons. Yet their raw power soared fast enough that the black market had granted them A-rank privileges. So, simply grinding mission after mission is the fastest way to become stronger? That can't be right. Can it? He was no longer certain. Possibly everything he knew about training had been upended. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Deflated and Rejuvenated. Land of Rain, Omegakure. Inside the tall tower of Omegakure, in Nagato's quarters. Still connected to his life support apparatus, Nagato hadn't yet awakened when someone knocked at the door. Knock. 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 Those 3 knocks roused Nagato from his sleep. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Konan's exquisitely beautiful face approaching with a faint smile. Walking to his side, she spoke in her usual gentle manner. "Nagato, you're well rested by now, right? These documents concern some crucial matters for both the village's development and the Akatsuki's growth. I need your input on them." Nagato, oh. He couldn't help letting out a sigh inwardly. Day after day, why so many matters? Why did they only seem to increase? Just last night, hadn't he already made final decisions on a host of issues concerning Omegakures and the Akatsuki's development? After all, Omegakure was just a mid to small shinobi village. Where were all these matters coming from? Nagato sighed and said, "Konan, you're one of the Akatsuki's founders, and an important manager of Omegakure. Whether it's the Akatsuki's development or the village's, unless it's one of those very few issues where both of us must decide together, you can just take care of the rest yourself." Hearing this, Konan gave him a slightly odd look. Nagato, puzzled, "What is it?" Speaking offhandedly, Konan replied, "I've been doing that all along. Everything I can decide on my own, I've already handled." Nagato, surprised face, "Good grief. So the documents he'd vetted last night, applications, briefing notes, plus everything Konan had brought him now were merely the leftovers after her initial filter. If that was the case, just how many daily tasks did Omegakure currently face? He didn't have a chance to keep wondering, though, because Konan had already picked up on of the files, ready to read it out for him to decide. A fragrant breath escaped her lips as Konan began. "Quite a few mercenaries in our black market say they want us to revise the mission rules again. Recently, Haiden and Kakuzu have been speed-running missions in the black market. Aside from the high-value commissions, some lesser jobs normally not assigned to them wind up going to them anyway, just because the employer sees they're more efficient and prefers to hire them directly." Nagato heard it and felt his head throb. He'd already dealt with black market issues a long time ago. Back then, it was Senshi dominating all the missions. He reorganized the black market so at least other mercenaries could get enough to do. Now that Senshi wasn't around to cause trouble, Kakuzu and Haiden had picked up the baton and stirred up new chaos. The black market wouldn't normally give them those lesser tasks, but if some clients specifically sought out Kakuzu or Haiden, that was another matter. Given they pay the same fee, of course the client would prefer the super efficient mercenary. It threatened to disrupt the black market's normal order. Another overhaul was evidently needed. After thinking hard for a while, Nagato said to Konan, "Konan, from now on, any mission commissions in Omegakure must first be submitted to the village's mission office. That office will arrange how to assign them. All high difficulty tasks can still go to the black market, while low difficulty ones will be assigned by the village to whichever ninja is suitable. Any client who wants to post a job in Omegakure must abide by this rule." Konan listened and commended him. "Nagato, as expected. You came up with a good plan in no time." In her eyes, Nagato was becoming more and more like a real leader of both Omegakure and the Akatsuki. No wonder so many villagers privately referred to him respectfully as Lord Omekage. Of course, a mid-small-scale village like Omegakure usually didn't officially appoint a Kage, but it showed how many admired him. As for Nagato himself, he wasn't happy. If he could swiftly decide complicated matters now, that was thanks to Konan's training. Originally, his only tasks had been to gather rogue ninja for the Akatsuki, accumulate wealth to grow the organization, and then methodically capture the tailed beasts to realize the Akatsuki's ultimate dream of resetting the ninja world. That alone was enough, simple and straightforward, with no need to worry about other nonsense. Now, as he put it, it was just tears, every day. Before Nagato could dwell on it further, Konan moved on to the second file. Many villagers are suggesting. She didn't get to finish reading before Nagato's face darkened. Evidently, someone else from some other village had arrived at the leader's office to negotiate. This time, it was high-level officials from the Land of Rivers, a neighboring country of the Land of Rain. Because the Land of Rivers borders the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, it was in slightly better shape than the Land of Rain. As long as Suna and Konoha didn't go to war, they could stay safe. However, they also lacked strong ninja, so any rogue Janin-level ninja could wreak havoc there, and the Land of Rivers would have a hard time dealing with it. With ninja powerhouses everywhere rising and rogue ninjas proliferating, the Land of Rivers felt enough pressure to turn to Omegakure. Led by a defense officer Kawagakur, the Land of Rivers delegation arrived in Omegakure's main office. They saw Tendo, Devapath, Pain, and Shinnashuk introduced himself. "Honorable Leader, I'm Og Shinnashuk, Defense Officer of the Land of Rivers. We've come to discuss a long-term cooperative arrangement. Though our world's at peace on the surface, many powerful wandering ninja roam around. We'd like Omegakure to send a high-level ninja squad for a long-term station inside the Land of Rivers, so they can handle troublemakers beyond our ability." If Senshi were there to hear this, he would have laughed. "Stationing your ninja in another country for their security? Looks like Omegakure really is becoming the big boss now." Of course, most ninja would not want the hassle of a permanent posting in a foreign land, but Senshi could just dispatch a few wood-style clones. Unfortunately, Senshi wasn't present, and Nagato didn't think first to hire him. Upon hearing Shinnashuk's request, Tendo Pain briefly considered, then asked, "How many ninja do you need? Roughly what level are the enemies you fear? Do you want them expelled or eliminated?" Though Nagato was exhausted day in, day out, he still displayed a Kage-level sense of leadership. He Only needed a moment to ask precisely the right questions. Okshin Nishuk, somewhat impressed at Tendo's efficiency, replied. We leave the number of shinobi up to you, leader. Whether to drive them out or wipe them out is also your choice. Our threat is Jainin level enemies on par with Konoha's, so if anyone that's strong shows up, we need a Megakure's help to subdue them. Tendo frowned. One-time or short-term tasks were easy, send a pain or a core member. But a permanent station was trickier. He had two plans. One, have multiple squads rotating stints in the land of rivers. 2, pass the entire job on to Senshi, who might even thank him for the contract. Just as he meant to press forward, Tendo felt another headache. A Megakure's Anbu had just arrested 2 mysterious spies, who required interrogation by the Naraka path. Meanwhile, Nagato's main body was busy in a separate meeting with Konan about official matters. While Tendo was dealing with the land of rivers, and now the Naraka path had its own demands. Senshi used wood-style clones to multitask. Nagato had to rely on the 6 paths. Back in the Anbu's interrogation hall, the Naraka path, along with the Anbu, ended 2 unidentifiable middle-aged men. Summoning, King of Hell. Naraka path wasted no words, immediately summoning the giant black and white King of Hell, the kanji, King, inscribed on its forehead. With Naraka path's judgment, if a detainee lied, a purple tongue hand would yank out the victim's tongue and feed it to that giant maw purely to show them the stakes. Meanwhile, as Tendo and Naraka did their work, Nagato's real body also wasn't resting. Konan wasn't there in person this time, but she had left him a desk by the life support system and a tall stack of documents. She even readjusted his chakra rods for convenient desk work. After all this training, he was now able to manage the flood of Omegakure and Akatsuki paperwork more briskly. Konan Hati left him a mountain of files, and he'd finally processed all but 2. Whew! Nagato let out a slight breath. Tendo Pain's discussions with the land of rivers were nearly resolved, the interrogation at Anbu had finished. Once he cleared these last 2 files, he'd be done. And could relax. He picked them up and handled them one by one. 10 or so minutes later, all done. He couldn't help exclaiming. Good grief, Omegakure and the Akatsuki are expanding so fast. Each new day, a new flood of matters I have to decide on. But at least for now, I'm finished. I can rest. No sooner had that thought occurred than he saw Konan appear again in her calm, lovely way, carrying yet another stack of urgent documents. Nagato was taken aback. What the? Already so many more? As Konan moved to place them on the desk, Nagato hurriedly called out. Konan! Wait, this can't be right. Why is there so much that needs my final say every day now? Konan, surprised face, she didn't see anything amiss. With the village and organization growing at such a pace, it was only natural. Organizing her thoughts, she explained. Right now, the village and the Akatsuki are developing so rapidly that there's indeed a ton of work. I'm also dealing with quite a lot on my own. These are all to help the village and the organization thrive, so just bear with it, please. Nagato, surprised face, he was at a loss. Handling so much daily wasn't a matter of personal effort anymore. Looking down at his scrawny frame, he sighed. Konan, working on so many issues each day, IFEAR my body might not handle it. In her shimmering eyes, Konan's gaze reflected encouragement. Nagato, I believe in you, you can do it. He shook his head. No, it's not about willpower or trust, it's simply a fact. Lately, my health's been declining. I must cut back on my workload. His survival instincts were strong, the Akatsuki's ultimate plan wasn't yet realized, he absolutely couldn't die prematurely. But Konan remained confident. Relax, Nagato. I previously gave Senshi a mission, cure your health troubles. I believe soon, you'll recover completely. That made Nagato's heart ache once again. Did they really need the Akatsuki and Omegakure to flourish so thoroughly before the final plan even started? Having left those documents, Konan glanced again at Nagato's bony form and decided to message Senshi, asking about the mission's status. They spent the night without incident. Next morning, Konan went to Omegakure's black market to locate one of Senshi's wood-style clones. On the way, every villager who saw her greeted her warmly. Good morning, Angel-sama. Angel-sama, you're more radiant every day. Morning, Angel-sama. These heartfelt greetings received Konan's gentle nod in return. Before long, she reached the black market, where Senshi's wood clone had just taken a job and was about to leave. Spotting him, she called out. Senshi, hold on. The wood clone paused and turned around. Yes? What is it? Konan approached and asked, contact your main body, please. I'd like to know how that mission I gave him last time is going. At her request, the wood clone immediately contacted the original. An instant later, a swirling reddish-black vortex opened, and the real Senshi emerged with Karin stepping out as well. Seeing Konan, Senshi gave her an immediate update. Sister Konan, don't worry, the mission you entrusted to me earlier, I've finished it. Konan nay, cried Karin happily. It'd been a while since she'd seen Konan, so she launched herself into a big hug. Konan had been concerned Senshi might fail after all. The mission involved the legendary Rin-Egan. But hearing him say it was done soothed her worries, banishing the faint anxiety on her lovely face. Karin pounced on her, and Konan caught her in a tender embrace. Karin-chan, what's making you so delighted? Karen's eyes sparkled. She'd indeed had a cheerful time lately, traveling with Senshi on missions. But she didn't know how to explain. Partly, she was elated because they'd earned so much money from Orochimaru, partly, she had 2 pet-tailed beasts locked away in her Kamui dimension. Karen's bright eyes darted mischievously. She changed the topic. Konan nay, shouldn't we have Senshi hurry up and finalize that task? He's itching to complete it. Senshi? He was not in any hurry, but clearly Karin was fibbing. In truth, Nagato might still live a long time. Etc. The mission did not need to be rushed. Yet mention of Nagato refocused Konan's mind. She asked for confirmation. Senshi, so you really can cure Nagato's health problems now? Senshi, chest out, gave a resounding nod. Sister Konan, trust me. Ever since you gave me that mission, leader's problem was basically solved. Senshi's confident tone instantly reassured Konan. But the passing shinobi who overheard were stunned. What problem of the leaders was basically solved? What were they talking about? Still, Senshi and Konan both walked away without clarifying. Led by Konan, Senshi and Karin soon arrived at Nagato's door. Konan pushed it open and walked in. Nagato looked up, saw Konan's elegant face, and felt his head ache. He'd done so much mental work recently that every time Konan came, it meant more tasks. Yet after a moment, he felt relief. She wasn't alone. She'd brought a young man and a young girl. Senshi and Karin, upon seeing Nagato, both widened their eyes. Senshi, surprised face, Karin, surprised face. They remembered how, in earlier times, Konan would push him in a wheelchair for fresh air. Back then, Nagato seemed relatively normal. In Senshi's mind, Nagato only got this emaciated much later. Now, not only was Nagato rail thin, he had dark circles under his eyes, obvious signs of poor sleep. Having brought Senshi here, Konan spoke to Nagato. Senshi's found a thorough way to resolve your health problems. Nagato's expression showed deep doubt. He knew exactly how much strain the Rinnegan placed on his body. Not even Senshi could easily fix that, right? Nagato frowned slightly and asked. Senshi, how exactly do you plan to cure me? Senshi took out the system's modified Captain America serum, explaining. I'll use this super shinobi potion to make you a super shinobi, fully unleashing your potential and comprehensively strengthening you. That way, your health issues will be solved once and for all. Nagato furrowed his brow. As leader of the Akatsuki, he had a top-notch intelligence network, yet had never heard of any super shinobi potion. Could it truly be reliable? Hesitating, Nagato asked, are you sure this potion works the way you claim? Before Senshi could reply, Karen eagerly nodded like a pecking chick. Senshi never lies. You can trust him completely. Amused, Senshi patted her on the head. He privately thought Orochimaru would have done a better job marketing this product. He's the real sales genius, but oh well. Nagato still seemed wary, but Konan then spoke up. Nagato, there's no need to worry. Senshi took the mission, that means he'll see it through. Hearing that, Nagato relaxed. He had far less faith in Senshi's normal deals since that man either was scamming or about to scam someone, but when it was a mission, Senshi's success rate was absolute. Thus Nagato felt hopeful. Because of Hanzo, he'd lost the use of his legs, forced into a wheelchair, add to that the accumulated toll of the Rinnegan. If Senshi could truly restore him fully or beyond, that was exhilarating indeed. Finally, Nagato nodded, all right. Let's begin. How do we apply this super shinobi potion? Senshi approached. Very simple, just inject. Whereupon he gave the bony Nagato a shot. Almost instantly, Nagato let out a piercing wail. A sphere of chakra engulfed his entire body, and he howled with ever more pained cries. Karin and Konan, hearing him shriek, were alarmed. Konan, in particular, asked at once, what's happening? He sounds like it's unbearable. Senshi pressed his palm down in a calming gesture. It's fine, Sister Konan, don't worry. Nothing stands without first being broken. He's currently going through a rebirth, just wait. But ironically, Nagato's screaming only intensified. Senshi, surprised face, is he doing this on purpose? He wondered. Is the serum that painful? Konan, already worried, got even more anxious. Luckily, the ordeal didn't last long. Within a few minutes, Nagato's cries subsided, replaced by the sudden surge of a massive, formidable chakra. Boom! A thunderous burst came from the life support device as it shattered. In the roiling smoke, one could see a red-haired man, his Rinnegan eyes glowing pale purple, emerging. Senshi reacted quickly. Taking a set of black and red Akatsuki robes from his system storage, tossing them over, then covering Konan's and Karen's eyes to avoid embarrassment. Realizing he was bare, Nagato quickly donned the robe. Once Senshi let go, Konan and Karen both gasped in astonishment. Konan, surprised face, Karen, surprised face, because the difference between Nagato now and Nagato just minutes ago was night and day. Before, he was all skin and bones, chest ribs jutting out. Now, his entire frame radiated vitality. Looking tall and solid, with none of that sickly aura, he no longer qualified to join some emaciated duo with Itachi Uchiha. Even wearing the robe, one could glimpse the faint outlines of powerful muscle definition in his shoulders and arms. Nagato gazed at Konan, then looked down at his strong new limbs, Too emotional for words, a smile tugging at his lips. Senshi hadn't exaggerated, the leg injuries were gone, his emaciation cured. And it wasn't just a return to his old prime, he'd far exceeded his former state. He felt an immense reservoir of chakra, surging with power. Never had he felt this strong. Senshi happily glanced at Konan. So, Sister Konan? Satisfied with the mission results? If so, pay up. He said this while playfully rubbing his hands. After all, the commission was 150 million ryo, a huge sum. Seeing Nagato's remarkable transformation, Konan was indeed pleased. Nagato was not only her most important companion but also the indispensable leader Kage in all but name of Omegakure. She gladly took out a 150 million ryo check and handed it over. Mission complete. Client, Konan. Goal, cure Nagato's health issues completely. Reward, 150 million ryo. Rank, S. Mission bonus, 150,000 employment points. When the system message sounded in his head, Senshi grinned from ear to ear. Indeed, money was sweet. Better yet, these days, any job he took seemed to pay well into the hundreds of millions. He needed plenty for that academy and for sustaining refugees, so the more the better. After finishing, Senshi turned to Konan and Nagato, giving a little wave. All right, boss, Sister Konan, I've still got other tasks waiting. I'll be off. Karin also waved goodbye. Bye, leader, bye, Konan nay. Nagato nodded, Konan smilingly returned their farewells, and Senshi vanished via his lazy man's space-time technique. Once Senshi left, Konan looked at Nagato. Nagato, how do you feel now? Exhaling, Nagato murmured in awe. Senshi's power is absolutely unbelievable. I don't even know where he got that super ninja serum. Its effects exceed everything he claimed. I feel a complete rebirth in every aspect, with all my hidden potential unleashed. I can now wield these eyes perfectly, no burden. Before, my legs were crippled, traveling outside the village or doing anything physically was extremely troublesome. All of that is gone now. At this moment, Nagato was practically brimming with confidence, ready to say, come at me, I'll take on 10. But that bravado soon deflated, as Konan's lovely eyes lit up, and she produced a towering stack of documents for him. Nagato, this is wonderful news. Since the village is expanding so fast, and your workload will also keep growing, at least your body can handle it now. Yes, Nagato thought bitterly, but I'm fully recovered. Shouldn't I take on bigger missions instead of continuing with this paperwork? He shook his head. Konan, at this point, my strength has reached an incredible level. I shouldn't waste time on trifles. I ought to hunt down the long-lost Uchiha Madara and advance the Akatsuki's final plan. Konan was unconvinced. Nagato, do you think your ability to handle tasks surpasses Senshi's? Nagato, surprised face, and no, obviously not. Nobody in the ninja world could match Senshi at mission efficiency. Realizing he had no comeback, Nagato stayed silent. Konan just nodded and continued. Exactly so, all missions should go to Senshi. Our job is to keep developing the Akatsuki and the village, so we'll have more and more funding to keep giving Senshi tasks. Nagato felt helpless. Konan was right, and he couldn't argue, whether it was him or any other core member taking missions, none could guarantee a perfect success rate. But if they hired Senshi, it'd be 100%. So that left him no choice but to obey her logic. His new role? Grow the organization and the village, earn more money, and pay Senshi to do the missions. At that, Nagato had a sudden idea. They were about to sign a deal with the Land of Rivers, maybe at an annual rate of 200 million ryo. Senchi's wood-style clones would fix at most 3 major crises a year, and if more big troubles arose, not only would they have to pay Senchi extra commission, but the Land of Rivers would also owe Omegakure an additional 10% collaboration fee. With Senchi's skill, even 10% was a windfall. And more importantly, this approach could be expanded across many smaller countries lacking robust ninja forces. Omegakure would simply post a few wood clones, and in return, collect fees. Senchi had no idea just how generous Nagato bro was being, forging more missions for him while generating more revenue. That Captain America serum definitely paid off. When Nagato sank into these thoughts, he realized Konan was still there. Konan, is something else up? She gave a slight, hesitant smile yet did not take out a scroll with more files. Instead, she said, "We found suspects in the interrogation who'd rather have their tongues torn out than talk. So I've formed an interrogation department. I need the human path to staff it. His memory reading would be invaluable. While he's idle, used to let him remain stationed there without you actively controlling." Nagato let out another sigh. "Konan, you do realize I control all the paths behind the scenes?" She nodded. "I do, but right now, the human path is underused, and his ability is ideal for the interrogation division. When there's no interrogation, just have him hang around, with no extra strain on you. Since the village and organization are skyrocketing, every resource must be exploited fully. Let's all work even harder. It's all for the Akatsuki. Anyway, our manpower is limited, so everyone's overloaded. Unfortunately, that includes you. Let's endure these times. This surge of growth won't last forever, right?" Nagato felt the pangs of despair anew. It was as though the rain falling on Omegakure was his tears of sorrow. Even so, he had no way to oppose Konan. She stood for the collective good, and indeed, everything benefited the organization. Finally, Nagato said with resignation, "All right, I'll dispatch the human path to join your interrogation department and assist you." Thrilled, Konan beamed. "Nagato, you need to get accustomed to all this as soon as you can. When you were so ill, I turned down many requests that would help us develop Omegakure and the Akatsuki. Now you're better, so next time we face those opportunities, I'll gather the documents, and you can handle them." Nagato, hey! He was dumbfounded. So, with every passing day, the tasks for Omegakure and the Akatsuki grew? Had they always been so big? Could they really keep going like this? As Konan departed, Nagato momentarily questioned everything. Nagato's life was hard indeed. Orochimaru, by contrast, had become quite comfortable. After absorbing a load of Senchi's chakra, his own research on that special chakra of Senchi soared by leaps and bounds. While he hadn't yet developed a true eternal chakra elixir, he had manufactured a preliminary eternal chakra elixir, type 2. Though diluted, it marked real progress. Supposedly, it could even turn grey hair black again. He planned to call Homura Midokado over to test it, hoping for some dramatic before and after effect to entice the older crowd. If that worked, many waffling old-timers would happily throw money at his cures. Just then, Yakushi Kabuto led Homura Midokado into Orochimaru's lab. That old fellow Homura. Midokado once again found himself scammed. Catching sight of him, Orochimaru stood up, wearing a sly grin. "Ajisen, so glad you're here. Quick, come try our lab's latest product. This time, we've had a major breakthrough." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Akatsuki Branch in Kiri? For a ninja who has walked through countless bloody storms, slowly aging bit by bit until withering away to death is undoubtedly extremely painful. After Mitokado Homura took office at an older age, his body became increasingly less useful with each passing day. Aside from offering some brain power for the village, he found it increasingly difficult to do much else for it. The gradual weakening and decay of his body also affected his daily life. Although the old man Onaki from Iwagakure, who is nearly 80, is still fighting on the front lines, Mitokado Homura, however, has had no choice but to accept his age. His body can no longer support him for sustained, high-intensity combat. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he won't participate in fights anymore. But Orochimaru's appearance, and the stimulating effects of the eternal chakra elixir he provided, gave Homura new hope. Last time, after taking Orochimaru's eternal chakra elixir, Homura's body very noticeably recovered some vitality. He felt more energetic, and both his muscle strength and his speed of chakra refinement had improved to some degree. Because of that, he was filled with anticipation for the eternal chakra elixir that Orochimaru was developing. This time, upon hearing that Orochimaru had developed a Type 2 eternal chakra elixir, he didn't waste any time and came right over. With keen anticipation in his heart, Mitokado Homura arrived in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, have you really developed a more effective eternal chakra elixir so quickly? Orochimaru nodded and at the same time took out a bottle of elixir, handing it to Homura. Homer's Ajizan, this is the latest Type 2 elixir I've developed. Give it a try and see how it works. Because of the ample research funding provided by you and the others, the development of the eternal chakra elixir has been moving along very fast. Orochimaru said that as a lead-in for what he intended to say next. Of course, Mitokado Homura had no idea that if Orochimaru were sliced open, he would be black through and through, completely devious. Right now, Homura's attention was entirely focused on the Type 2 elixir that Orochimaru had handed to him. He accepted the Type 2 elixir like it was a priceless treasure, carefully opened the cap, and downed it in one gulp. The Type 2 eternal chakra elixir had a smooth taste, it went down in one go, and it tasted great. Right after Homura took the elixir, he felt a very vigorous sort of chakra start to nourish his body, repairing hidden injuries within it. As the elixir's effects continued, he felt his entire body grow much lighter. Originally, with AGE, his body was becoming stiff day by day, but now it felt more flexible again. At this moment, Homura became a bit emotional. This was only a preliminary result of Orochimaru's research. If Orochimaru completely perfects the eternal chakra elixir, wouldn't they be able to return to their peak condition, at least until their natural lifespan ran out? But his happy surprise wasn't over yet. At that moment, Orochimaru handed him a mirror and said, Homer's Ajizan, look, while the elixir continues to take effect, your white hair is gradually turning black again. Hearing this, Homura was stunned. He took the mirror Orochimaru had handed over, and seeing his reflection completely overwhelmed him. A portion of his white hair really was starting to turn black at the roots. If the damaged cells could be thoroughly repaired, could his lifespan be extended? While Homura was still in shock and speechless, Orochimaru smiled and asked, Homer's Ajizan, are you satisfied with the Type 2 eternal chakra elixir? Homura nodded vigorously. Satisfied, satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Orochimaru, if this elixir is completely perfected, won't it allow us to greatly regain our peak strength, and possibly even extend our lifespan? Hearing Homura say that, Yakushi Kabuto, who was standing beside Orochimaru, couldn't help but adjust his glasses. In his heart, he admired Orochimaru even more. Because Lord Orochimaru had already told him that they would sell these elixirs to the old guys in Konoha. Not only would the old-timers offer them huge sums of money, but they would also be thankful for it. Just look at advisor Homura. Lord Orochimaru hadn't even started pitching the product, and Homura had already begun to answer his own questions. Sure enough, after Homura jumped to conclusions, Orochimaru followed right along. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Indeed, Homer's Ajizan. The pity is that developing the eternal chakra elixir is extremely costly. In the entire process of my research, funding constraints were always holding me back. If I had enough funding, the elixir would have been completed earlier and produced more, and increasingly better, interim results." Well, that's it. Earlier completion? Continual production of even better interim results? Time to bring out the checkbook. Lots of money must be added. Feeling very excited, Homura immediately said to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, I've always known since you were young that you had great potential. You don't need to worry about the research funding. I'll help you figure something out. How about this? I'll sponsor you another 100 million RY for your research, and I'll also help spread the word about the eternal chakra elixirs so that you get even more funding." Hearing this, Orochimaru was overjoyed. He handed Homura a box labeled Type 2 Eternal Chakra Elixir. "Homer's Ajizan, thank you so much for your help. Take these elixirs and use them. When you run out, come and get more from me." Homura wrote out a 100 million RY check and handed it to Orochimaru. Though he simply nodded without he speaking, his meaning was clear enough. "Orochimaru, take the money. But stay away from my eternal chakra elixir." Watching Homura's figure disappearing into the distance, Orochimaru was inwardly delighted. It's far too easy for him now to produce interim results, because the so-called Type 2 elixir was just a watered-down version. The future Type 3 and Type 4 elixirs would just have a little less water each time. That scheme could be repeated many more times. Though Homura had been taken advantage of, he still had a bit of luck on his side. For the time being, he was unaware he'd been scammed. Compared to him, the Two-Tails Matatabi was in a much more miserable situation in Kairin's Kamui dimension. Matatabi not only knew it was being exploited but was continually suffering the exploitation. Inside the Kamui dimension, Matatabi was there along with the Six-Tails Seiken, and Karin was also present. At this moment, Karin was in the Forbidden Kitchen space, painstakingly practicing her cooking skills. She wanted to improve secretly and then wow everyone. In the near future, Samui ne, Mizukage me Terumi, Konan ne, leader Nagato, and all the others would surely come to appreciate her cooking. From a small corner, Matatabi saw Karin come out of the Forbidden Kitchen, carrying a plate of a charred black dish. The sight made the tailed beast freeze in its tracks. Kairin's cooking wasn't about whether it tasted good or bad, it was that it was fundamentally not edible. Seeing Matatabi trembling in fear, Seiken scoffed, "Matatabi, look at you acting like a coward. How can a mere human's food scare you so much? There's nothing to be afraid of. Just watch, your bro Seiken is going to eat it in one gulp. Then I'll ask her for 10 more servings." Matatabi, surprised face. Matatabi hadn't expected Seiken to be so bold. It privately considered Seiken as the strongest of the tailed beasts for this. Karin, surprised face. Karin herself was momentarily perplexed. Usually, whether a ninja or a tailed beast tried her cooking, one serving was enough to make them full. She didn't expect Seiken to love her cooking so much that it actually wanted 10 servings. Karin. Seeing Seiken's eagerness, Kairin's cute little face was all smiles. She placed one dish in front of the mini version of Seiken and another dish in front of the mini version of Matatabi. Then, very happily, she said to the two little-tailed beasts, "Hurry up and eat. This is my latest recipe. Even Senshi hasn't tried it yet." Matatabi was very aware of the destructive potential in Karen's cooking. If Senshi's overwhelming power frightened Matatabi with the prospect of death, Karen's cooking terrified it with the prospect of being alive and suffering. Matatabi's voice quivered as it said, "Karen, I'm not hungry right now. See, my belly's all swollen. I'll eat this afternoon, okay?" Karen shook her head. "Nope, if it gets cold, it won't taste good." Saiken gave Matatabi a scornful glance, silently thinking, "Matatabi is such a weakling. Just watch me gulp it down." The moment that thought crossed its mind, Saiken picked up the plate and poured the black, mysterious dish into its mouth. It gobbled up the entire plate full in a flash. When Karen saw how quickly Saiken devoured her dark cuisine, she happily dashed back into the forbidden kitchen, ready to make Saiken a second helping. But right after Saiken finished the dish and ran 2 steps, it abruptly collapsed to the ground with foam at the mouth, barely breathing, looking as if it were about to die. Witnessing this, Matatabi was terrified. And what it dreaded even more was that Karen had already headed back to the kitchen to grab her beloved little spatula. Matatabi hurried to Saiken's side, shaking it repeatedly. "Sai-chan! Sai-chan! What's wrong? Wake up! This is a disaster. She's at it again. You've got to hold on, you can't die here, woo." While Karen was torturing the 2 many-tailed beasts, Senshi was inspecting the development of Kirigakuer together with Mei Terumi. Over in Kirigakuer's mission center, he had left several wood clone bodies behind. With his recently skyrocketing strength, his wood clones could now handle most assignments. Unless it was a high-level mission like capturing tailed beasts, there was no need for his real body to show up. He'd basically finished all the tasks in Kirigakuer, and staying there any longer didn't serve much purpose. Meanwhile, back in Omegakure, even more strong-willed youngsters had shown up hoping to join his mercenary group. Between setting up a refugee shelter and a ninja academy, the results had finally come to fruition. Thinking of this, Senshi said to Mei Terumi, "Sister Mei, the missions in Kirigakuer are mostly sorted out. I'm planning to head back to Omegakure." Upon hearing his words, Mei Terumi felt a jolt of alarm. When Senshi stayed in Kumagakuer, he brought them a massive development windfall. Now that he was in Kirigakuer, they were getting a similar boost. But he had stayed much longer in Kumagakuer, allowing them to reap an even bigger reward. Whereas in Kirigakuer, he handled a few tasks and now wanted to leave. Mei Terumi certainly didn't like that. But she could see that Senshi had already made up his mind. Insisting he remain would only annoy him and likely wouldn't work, anyway. Nevertheless, she had a fallback plan. Instead of forcing him to stay, she said, "Senshi, Kirigakuer hopes that the Akatsuki will establish a branch here in Kirigakuer." Senshi, surprised face, what Mei Terumi said completely took Senshi by surprise. A proposal for the Akatsuki, a mercenary organization, to set up a branch in Kirigakuer? He scratched his head. "Are you kidding?" Mei Terumi shook her head, speaking seriously, "Not at all. We truly want the Akatsuki to establish a branch in Kirigakuer." She knew Senshi wouldn't understand at first. On the surface, it might sound complicated, and in truth, it actually was. But once Kirigakuer had done its homework on Akatsuki, an organization that began in Omegakure, whose core principle was a world without war and with lasting peace, it became very appealing to a village eager for peace and growth. Besides, with Senshi, a pillar of Akatsuki, having such close ties to Kirigakuer, it only made sense. From the latest intelligence, Kirigakure knew Akatsuki wasn't just talking about peace for show. Omegakure was openly receiving refugees from all over, and its ninja academy was flourishing, producing many promising talents. Those talents would eventually join Akatsuki. If Akatsuki set up a branch in Kirigakure, then Kirigakure could gain a group of elite ninjas, cooperating with them. Furthermore, Kirigakure's own ninjas and youths could study and train with Akatsuki members, improving rapidly. They could even join Akatsuki's Kirigakure branch. And if Senshi became the head of that branch, it would bring him to Kirigakure more often. Whenever they branch had issues, Senshi would have to come deal with them perfect. After carefully thinking through all that, Mei Terumi said to Senshi, "You've brought Kirigakure to where it is today. Many kids in the village look up to you. If Akatsuki established a branch here, they'd be inspired to train even harder and join Akatsuki." Her words made Senshi's mind light up. Many kids in Kirigakure admired him and wanted to join Akatsuki. Perfect. He quickly checked his mercenary group interface and indeed saw the names of some young hopefuls from Kirigakure. That was enough to make him grin from ear to ear internally. So he straightened up and replied, "In that case, yes, Akatsuki should set up a branch in Kirigakure. The children are the future, and we should support them wholeheartedly." Meanwhile, he silently added to himself, "Sigh, it's not that I want to recruit more ninjas, I just don't want to disappoint these kids." Seeing that Senshi agreed, Mei Terumi was also delighted. If she could have Senshi visiting Kirigakure more regularly, they could keep enjoying the benefits that came from his presence and continue to prosper. She smiled and said, "If that's the case, let's not delay. I'd like to go to Omegakure with you right away to negotiate with the higher-ups of Akatsuki and Omegakure." Senshi nodded, "Sure, Sister Mei. You wait here. Let me pick up an escort mission and bring Sasori and Karin with us." Mei Terumi, surprised face, she wanted to ask him why they see Aldenti just teleport via his space-time jutsu and why he insisted on taking a standard escort mission. But Senshi didn't give her a chance to ask, and anyway, there was a simple explanation: he loved carrying out missions the old-fashioned way. It didn't take long before a merchant caravan appeared not far away. The merchant leader was overjoyed to learn that the one accepting his commission was Lord Senshi himself personally. Being escorted by Lord Senshi on his trade journey to Omegakure was a stroke of luck he could brag about for a lifetime. If he phrased it cleverly, he could even claim, "I once assisted Lord Senshi in completing a mission." Because without him posting that commission, Lord Senshi wouldn't have had a mission to do, right? Of course, The merchant's happiness meant nothing to Mei Terumi, who found herself sitting in the last carriage of the caravan. She'd pictured traveling swiftly via Senshi's space-time technique, but now found herself bouncing along in a horse-drawn cart a bit speechless. She wasn't the only one. Even so, she wasn't left speechless the entire trip. She snacked on seeds while watching Karin challenge Senshi to a fight. Senshi teased Karin, "Karin, how'd you manage to make yourself so grimy while cooking? You look like a native of Kumigakure now." "Karin, sob." She whined, and then began swinging her little fists like windmills, picking a fight with Senshi. "It's all your fault. I was in a critical moment of my cooking when you suddenly pulled me out of the Kamui dimension. By the time I got back, the pot had exploded. That's how I ended up like this. So it's all your fault." Pfft. Hearing that, both Senshi and Mei Terumi, as well as Sasori, couldn't help bursting into laughter. Karin puffed out her cheeks, glaring, "Senshi, Sasori, Mei, were you making fun of me just now?" Looks like I have to cook something you'll all approve of, so you'll finally respect my cooking. Sasori quickly raised a hand. Karin, you're mistaken. I'm just a puppet with no express ion. I wasn't. Laughing. He made a mental note to modify his Hirako puppet so that it could control whether or not it laughed out loud. Mei Terumi opened her hand. Karin, look, I'm in the middle of eating seeds. I can't laugh while I'm chewing. As for Senshi, he promptly added, Karin, you know me, I'm a top-tier, well-trained mercenary. No matter how funny something is, I don't laugh while I'm on a mission. He silently added, unless I can't help it. Before Karin could press the point any further, Mei Terumi changed the subject, taking out a handkerchief and waving at Karin. Karin, come here. Let me wipe your face a little. Karin's tiny face was so sooty that it really was funny to look at. Mei Terumi felt she needed to wipe it clean quickly or risk laughing again. The caravan's journey went smoothly, arriving at Omegakure without incident. Once Senshi turned in the mission, he was ready to bring Mei Terumi to meet Konan. Sasori said, you're going to discuss cooperation matters with Konan and the others, and I don't need to be there. I'm heading to the black market to do some jobs. Senshi, surprised face, he wondered why everyone suddenly was so keen on undertaking missions. It wasn't as if you could just spam missions and instantly become a 6 paths level ninja, right? Then he recalled that Sasori's Hextech core could still be upgraded 3 more times, so it made sense. After Sasori left, Senshi led Mei Terumi toward Konan. Mei's beauty drew many stares from the shinobi and villagers in Omegakure, who whispered among themselves. Wow, that kunoichi next to Lord Senshi is gorgeous. Is she his client? She's as beautiful as Angel Sama. I'm in love. Hey, watch your manners. Don't you see the Mizukage hat? That's the Mizukage from the Kirigakure. Whoa! The Mizukage from one of the 5 great shinobi villages actually came to our Omegakure. Our village is going places. Where have you been? Our village has already made it big. More and more people noticed Senshi's return. Everywhere they went, villagers welcomed him warmly. Many children wanted to run up to him, but upon noticing a distinguished guest with him, they held back, only bouncing around to greet him from the roadside. Gradually, word spread that Lord Senshi was back in the village, and soon the entire place was filled with excitement. Konan, noticing the commotion, walked over calmly to welcome him. At the sight of the elegant Konan, Mei Terumi narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking, so this is Omegakure's angel. Definitely a formidable rival. Konan, seeing the dazzling Mei Terumi, was just as vigilant, the 5th Mizukage of the Kiri, said to be both bewitching and formidable. Why is she here with Senshi? Trying to poach from Akatsuki? But before she could dwell on that, Senshi spoke up cheerfully. Sister Konan, let me introduce you to. This is Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. Then he said to Mei, Sister Mei, this is Konan, a senior leader in Akatsuki and a key figure in Omegakure, our angel here in AIM. For brevity, he skipped over the detail that Konan was basically Omegakure's acting vice-cage. He continued, Kirigakure hopes that Akatsuki can establish a branch there. Sister Mei came here specifically to discuss this with you. Konan, surprised face, she was stunned. Set up an Akatsuki branch in one of the 5 great shinobi villages Kirigakure? That sounded too crazy to be true. She told them that she couldn't decide on such a big matter alone and suggested they go talk to Nagato, the leader. Soon enough, they all headed Tower D Payne's office. In his personal room in Omegakure's tower, Nagato was busy working through a huge pile of Documents a meccage paperwork. Even with his restored and strengthened body, it was overwhelming. If not for his much improved health, this job might very well have killed him from overexertion. While signing documents, he frowned in pain. Conan was approaching his office, but so was Senshi and the Mizu cage. He decided to channel some attention through Tendo, Deva Path, Pain to see what was happening. Once they reached Tendo's office, Conan explained the situation. Pain, the Mizu cage from Kirigakure would like to form a close partnership with us. She wants to invite us to set up an Akatsuki branch in Kirigakure. Nagato, listening through Tendo, was stunned by her words. One of the 5 great nations, Kirigakure in the land of water, wanted an Akatsuki branch? Could that be real? He had Tendo look at Senshi, hoping for more clarity. Since the Mizu cage came with Senshi, presumably he knew the facts. Tendo Pn turned to Senshi. Senshi, what's going on? Senshi explained. Basically, Amegakure's rapid progress in Akatsuki's ideals sparked Kirigakure's interest. Both sides share common ground. The Mizu cage hopes to deepen cooperation, achieving a win-win situation. He refrained from adding, I get 4 or 5 wins out of it myself, although that was definitely on his mind. After Senshi spoke, Nagato, via Tendo, decided they needed a formal discussion before making any decisions. Cooperating with one of the 5 great nations was a huge step, so they'd have to convene a meeting. He said to Mei Terumi, Mizu cage, this is unprecedented. We must hold a meeting to discuss it. We'll give you our answer tomorrow. Mei Terumi nodded. Very well, I'll take my leave for now. Tendo politely offered, we can arrange someone to guide you around Amegakure. She declined. That won't be necessary. I'll look around on my own. After that, Tendo didn't insist. Once the situation moved into meeting and discussion, Senshi was ready to slip away. He wanted to find Kakuzu who, along with Haiden, had been racking up missions like crazy. Especially Kakuzu, after decades of job hunting experience, he was a mission completing machine. But as Senshi was about to exit Tendo's office, Conan stopped him. Senshi, wait. You need to attend this meeting with us. Hey. He paused, then smirked. I get to join a high-level meeting. Conan nodded seriously. You've contributed so much to Amegakure and Akatsuki that you're now an essential figure for both. From now on, you'll participate in major decision-making meetings about the organization's and the village's development. Internally, Conan sighed. So many members of Akatsuki were away on missions, and Uchiha Madara had disappeared. That left only her and Nagato to handle many critical decisions. But fortunately, Senshi was reliable in both strategy and information, so letting him attend important meetings was the logical step. At this, Karin piped up with her hand raised. Conan nay, can I listen in as well? Conan smiled, reaching out to pat Karin's small head. Of course. Stay by Senshi's side and learn. When you're older, you can help run Akatsuki and Amegakure. Karin. She was overjoyed. Would she really be that awesome when she grew up? Awesome. And so Tendo Pain, Conan, and Senshi began their meeting. Karin, though she wanted to cling to Senshi's back, realized it was a serious occasion and chose to sit quietly next to him. Through Tendo, Nagato opened the discussion. We can't work with Kirigakure. Even less so can we open a branch there. Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to make the world feel pain, understand pain, accept pain, and taste pain. Only by enduring the extremes of suffering can people comprehend the value of peace, so the Y will live in eternal peace in the new world we create." As Tendo spoke, he raised both arms zealously, as if ready to ascend into the sky and start quizzing people about how many flights of stairs a single bag of rice could climb. Konan and Nagato had debated the organization's ultimate purpose before. Konan believed in returning to their original ideals, while Nagato felt they should stick to their current plan. Now Nagato, via Tendo, said, teaming up with Kirigakure doesn't fit Akatsuki's existing objective. Konan was silent for a moment, then responded quietly, "That's true. A Kirigakure-based branch doesn't align with our current stance. Still, cooperating with Kirigakure and by extension the land of water, one of the 5 great nations, would supply us with vast resources and population benefits. Rejecting them would be a pity." No sooner had she said that than Nagato retorted through Tendo. "Konan, you're mistaken. Setting up an Akatsuki branch in Kirigakure is absolutely impossible. If Kirigakure's ninjas join Akatsuki now, then once we implement our final plan, we'll end up fighting them ninja against ninja, a civil war within Akatsuki. This proposal is fundamentally flawed. I reject it." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Complete in Patreon. Please check it out. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Art is Eternal. After Nagato expressed his opinion, Senshi became somewhat anxious. He had thought that this matter would go smoothly, that all he had to do was make a quick appearance in the leader's office. After all, cooperating with Kirigakure offered enormous benefits. Who would have expected that these two well, actually, the leader would be so stubborn. With so many advantages laid out before him, he was still busy pondering how many flights of stairs a single bag of rice could be carried up. It looked like he was just one step away from making some bold, boastful claim. Before Tendo Pain and Konan could continue, Senshi interjected, "Hey! Why is cooperating with Kirigakure suddenly wrong? Let me tell you, cooperating with Kirigakure is absolutely correct. Isn't Akatsuki's ultimate goal to make the world experience pain, understand pain, accept pain, taste pain, so that after we rebuild it, people will cherish the peace and stability that was so hard to obtain? Isn't that right?" Nagato nodded slightly. "That's correct. Which is exactly why we can't work with Kirigakure." Senshi shook his head. "What's correct about that? That line of thinking is definitely wrong. Why can't the Kirigakure ninjas in an Akatsuki branch help us achieve Akatsuki's final objective? Before that branch is even established? Is there anything more painful for Kirigakure's ninja than watching the younger generation they pinned their hopes on grow up, only for those same youngsters to inflict suffering on them? Our plan should be for any ninja who joins Akatsuki to work with us to complete Akatsuki's mission. As long as we can achieve that, anybody can join Akatsuki, and Akatsuki can set up a branch anywhere." Tendo Pain, surprised face. Konan, surprised face. Karin, surprised face. When people said if you cut Orochimaru open, he'd be black inside, now they couldn't help wondering, if you sliced open Senshi, would he be black through and through as well? Using Kirigakure's resources to train Kirigakure's own ninjas, only to have those ninjas turn around and hurt their own village. That wasn't just feeling pain, it was enough to make even pains mother wail in Ago, New York. For a moment, Nagato was dazed. Should he just let Senshi become Akatsuki's leader? In terms of making the world feel pain, Senshi was clearly more far-sighted and more professional than he was. Perhaps no one in the ninja world understood pain better than Senshi. Just imagining the scenario Senshi described made Nagato's own heart ache. After a short pause, Konan nodded and said, "I agree with Senshi. If we proceed in this way, not only will Akatsuki's cooperation with Kirigakure be highly beneficial for both sides' development, it also doesn't conflict at all with Akatsuki's ultimate goal. When she finished, Konan turned to Tendo Pain and asked, "Pain, what do you think?" Tendo Pain had to admit that Senshi understood pain even better than he did. Yet he still sensed something off about the whole idea. Strictly speaking, both Kirigakure and Akatsuki seemed to be going in odd directions these days. He couldn't pinpoint why, but it felt like they were both being subtly nudged off track, albeit not completely so. Regardless, Omegakure had indeed become even more suitable as an environment for Akatsuki to operate, and Akatsuki was now stronger than ever, pushing its plans toward achieving its ultimate goal. Senshi noticed Tendo Pain's silence and assumed that Nagato, the real mind behind Tendo, was opposed to such an approach or had other concerns. So he decided to press the matter. No matter what, he intended to seal this deal today. A big venture like this was too important to let slip. It could net him multiple wins at once. Senshi looked at Tendo Pain and Konan. Actually, we don't have to rely on Kirigakure's funding to train Kirigakure's ninjas and then brainwash them into turning against Kirigakure. Let's be clear, the ones who caused great harm to the original Akatsuki were hands of the Salamander and Konoha. Hands is already dead. So once we train up ninjas in the branch, we could let them direct all that pain onto Konoha, right? Karin, surprised face. Hearing that, Karin immediately thought about her two little subordinates in Konoha, Naruto and Suzuki. Was it really okay for Senshi to set Konoha up like that? She tiptoed close to Senshi, placed one small hand on his clothes, covered her mouth, and whispered in his ear. Senshi, Naruto, and Suzuki are both members of your mercenary group, they're your students, and they're from Konoha. Isn't it kind of bad to do Konoha dirty like this? Senshi shook his head. In his view, Karen's words missed the mark. How was he doing Konoha dirty? If he didn't propose this plan, would Konoha avoid carrying that bag of rice? If he didn't propose it, would Konoha evade a Megashinra Tensei? This was basically paying homage to the source material. He was just using a different method for Konoha to experience Pain. In fact, Konoha should be thanking him. After all, would it prefer to be assaulted by hordes of Akatsuki branch ninjas, or be flattened by one Megashinra Tensei? Given 100 chances, they'd pick the former. Otherwise, if Nagato unleashed that Super Shinra Tensei without resurrecting anyone, Konoha would be finished for good. Nagato, controlling Tendo Pain, and Konan were both moved by Senshi's second idea. It was, in fact, a very tempting proposal. Originally, the first version of Akatsuki was a group of idealistic individuals chasing peace and aiming to reform the world. But they were too young and ended up betrayed by Hans the Salamander and Dans from Konoha. One of Akatsuki's founders, Yahiko, was killed by Dans and his group, along with other first-generation members like Daibutsu. On top of that, Konan's and Nagato's parents had also perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Thinking of all this, Nagato controlled Tendo Pain to nod gravely and say, "You're right. Akatsuki and Omegakure have ended up like this entirely because of Konoha. Let them carry that pain." Konan also nodded in agreement. Seeing both of them concur, Senshi flashed a satisfied smile. "All right. Then it's decided. I'll go share this good news with Mizukage-sama right now." With that, before Nagato and Konan could say anything else, Senshi activated Kama's space-time teleportation, taking Karin with him and disappearing from the leader's office in an instant. After they were gone, Tendo Pain stood there in confusion. "Hold on, what does its decided mean? Weren't we just discussing how Konoha should carry that pain? How did this get finalized so fast? As for whether or not they should indeed cooperate with Kirigakure, Nagato felt there was more to consider. Kirigakure of the Land of Water, one of the 5 great nations. Collaborating with such a village required carefully studying a host of issues. Yet Senshi had already run off with Karin, leaving no room for objection. Seeing Tendo Pain's baffled look, Konan could easily imagine Nagato's frustrated expression back in his real body. Inside, she thought it all somewhat surreal. Of all the members in Akatsuki, Senshi was both the easiest and hardest for Nagato to deal with. Easiest because Senshi could complete absolutely any task given to him, 100% success guaranteed. Hardest because he could make spur of the moment decisions on massive issues like forging ties with Kirigakure without any real caution. Though she and Nagato generally supported cooperating with Kirigakure, shouldn't they at least hammer out the specifics of such a weighty matter? Konan's hunch was spot on. In the chamber where Nagato's life support equipment had once stood, Nagato was indeed feeling vexed. He felt Senshi was being reckless, but now that it had progressed so far, there was no use overthinking it. And even though Senshi might be a little impulsive, Konan was still a very reliable partner. Right. After Senshi took off, Konan casually comforted Nagato, "Nagato, there's no need to worry too much. With the current strength of Akatsuki and Omegakure, no matter what happens, we can handle it. Besides, from any perspective, working with Kirigakure brings more benefits than drawbacks. If a problem crops up later, we can always stop. Trying out a period of cooperation with Kirigakure is no big deal." After Konan finished speaking, Nagato sighed, controlled Tendo Pain, and nodded. "We really don't have a choice." Silently, he added in his heart, "Konan truly is the best." Not only was she always by his side, facing any difficulty together, but whenever Senshi caused him headaches, she would do her best to reassure him, so he wouldn't fret too much. But since he wasn't good at expressing emotions, he wouldn't say such appreciative words to Konan anyway. Nagato mulled things over briefly and decided to continue reviewing the stack of documents concerning village development and Akatsuki's broader plans. All at once, he realized that after the meeting, Konan hadn't left Tendo Pain's office. So he controlled Tendo Pain to speak with her. "Konan, is there anything else?" Asked by Pain, Konan's delicate, beautiful face revealed some embarrassment, like there was something she wanted to say but found it difficult. Seeing her like this, Nagato felt a pang of anxiety. "Oh. His might be huge. Konan, how about you? Pretend I didn't ask?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, Konan gently said, "Nagato, as the village and Akatsuki grow at an ever faster rate, we're seeing frequent incidents of unrest all around the village. To ensure we can develop peacefully and stably, I've created the Omegakure police force. Would it be possible to let me have the Preta path as well, so it can assist me in running the department?" As she finished speaking, her bright, lovely eyes sparkled, full of anticipation, aimed at Tendo Pain. Of course Nagato, looking through Tendo, could see her irresistibly enchanting expression. Still, he wanted to say, "Konan, that's not going to work. That technique won't affect me. I'm only left with 3 paths: Azura, Animal, and Preta. How could I possibly just hand over the Preta path to you?" Yet, a dozen or so minutes later, Konan appeared happily in front of the new Omegakure police force building, with the tall man wearing the Akatsuki robe right behind her, the Preta path of pain. His ability was to absorb others' chakra. Typically, no matter how vicious the opponent, Pretapath could subdue them without killing them. He was a perfect fit for police work. As for why the Pretapath was there? Well, if a young leader faces the kind of challenge Conan posed, how many could really pass such a test unscathed? While Conan merrily took Pretapath to register with the police force, Nagato, up in the Omegakure tower, was left questioning his life. He gazed out the window, murmuring, "Is this really okay? I can't shake the feeling that something's amiss." As he spoke, he glanced toward the nearby Azura path and Animal path, feeling even more forlorn. Senshi used wood-style clones to juggle multiple tasks simultaneously. Nagato, on the other hand, was controlling 7 pains at once, almost doing 7 jobs by himself. The free time he had for deep contemplation seemed to be shrinking by the minute. The responsibilities he held included, head of Omegakure's INT Irrigation Department, head of Anbu, head of the police force, head of the leader's office, leader of Akatsuki, cage of Omegakure, all titles belonging to Uzumaki Nagato. Sighing at the irony, he refocused on the towering stack of documents on his desk. He furious. Tapping of pen on paper would likely continue late into the night, making him want to cry from overtime. With Omegakure now open to outsiders from across the land, the influx of visiting shinobi was enormous. Even his Rain Tiger at will technique couldn't solve every public safety issue. So it was definitely necessary to set up a police force. By now, they had established most of the key departments the village needed. Hopefully, Azura Path and Animal Path would remain safe. If something urgent happened and he couldn't leave, he could at least dispatch those 2. Still, an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart, as if big trouble was on the horizon. Meanwhile, Senshi had already taken Karin to look for Mei Terumi. After asking around, he learned Mei was staying at a hot spring inn. Unfortunately, he came at a time when Mei was soaking in the hot spring, so he couldn't meet her. But no matter, this was exactly where having an assistant shone. Senshi patted Karin's head. "Karin, go tell Sister Mei that the leader has agreed to cooperate with Kirigakure." Karin nodded and headed off toward the women's bath to find Mei. But before she left, Senshi added, "Karin, if you'd like to have a soak in the hot spring, you can stay with Sister Mei." This time, Karin shook her head adamantly like a little rattle drum. Mei was very gentle, and Karin did enjoy spending time with her, but being around Senshi was even more fun and exciting. Unless there was something that prevented him from bringing her along, she would always choose to remain at his side. She was, after all, his most capable little assistant. Karin soon reached the hot spring pool and found Mei. White steam rose in wisps all around, drifting upward. Mei Terumi was quietly leaning against the edge of the pool, her stunning face serene and relaxed. Above the water, her smooth, snow-white shoulders and the graceful collarbone were fully on display. If Jiraiya had been here, his Ika-Ika paradise would likely have had several more chapters of material. Seeing Mei, Karin ran over happily and said, "Mei, I have some good news for you." Hearing Karin's words, Mei's heart gave a little jolt. A slightly strained smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Karin, have you come up with a new delicious dish again? I'd love to try it, but right now isn't really convenient. I'm pretty tired and want to take a good soak to relax. If you've cooked up something tasty, maybe you can share it with Omegakure's angel instead." Once she finished, Mei realized how clever she was being. She had just escaped a potential crisis of being forced to eat Karin's dark cuisine, and she'd also directed the threat of that cuisine toward The angel of Omegakure. She had observed the bond between Angel and Senshi was as strong. Maybe stronger than hers. Such a dangerous woman obviously needed to be punished by Karen's cooking. Surprised face. Originally, Karen only planned to deliver a quick message and leave, since Senshi was still waiting outside. But since May had mentioned wanting to taste her cooking, Karen felt obliged to satisfy her. And to be fair, she couldn't favor one over another. She had to prepare a special dish for Conan as well. So Karen giggled. May, I'm not here to talk about cooking. Senshi asked me to let you know that our lead has officially agreed to the partnership between Omegakure and Kirigakure. But of course, if you really do want to try my cooking, I'll happily make a special dish tonight for both you and Conan ne. Senshi's still waiting for me outside, so I'll be off now. Bye, May ne. After waving, Karen took her leave. May Terumi, oh. Watching the little girl skip away, May felt a flood of regret. How foolish of me! Why did I have to bring up her cooking in the first place? Outside the hot spring, Karen ended back over to Senshi, who, noticing her beaming face, asked curiously, Karen, why are you so happy just delivering a message? Karen faithfully relayed the whole incident in concise detail. Pfft. After hearing her account, Senshi couldn't help laughing. May had thoroughly shot herself in the foot with that one. After that, he used his mantra, intending to bring Karen along to locate Kakuzu. He had wanted to find Kakuzu earlier but had gotten called to Conan's meeting. Now that everything else was set, he could finally go reward his top mercenary officer. But scanning with his mantra, he was startled. And not because he noticed Mai Terumi in the hot spring, but because he saw that Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori were all in the same place, joined by Deidara and the Seven Tails Jinkriki from Takigakure. Quite a lively gathering. It completely surprised him. He had no idea why Sasori was mixed up with the others. To explain that, we have to go back several hours. After returning to Omegakure, Sasori headed off to the black market. Hoping to save up enough money to upgrade his Hextech rejuvenation core, he accepted a bounty worth 30 million RY. The target was a ninja named Chenchi, who also took jobs via various black markets, but was extremely ruthless. After killing a target, he usually wiped out the entire family to prevent revenge. Because he left no survivors, no one had been able to retaliate until now. Eventually, he failed to destroy some survivor during a mission, and that survivor ended up becoming a wealthy merchant. This merchant directly posted a 30 million RY bounty on Chenchi's life in Omegakure's black market, making it impossible for him to escape. After all, if no other ninja could handle it, the legendary Sensei would eventually come for him. But instead, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori all took the job first. Following his leads, Sasori arrived at the location and witnessed a surprising scene. 3 people he knew were there. On the left stood Haiden, gripping a huge scythe and ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Opposite him was Kakuzu, with green eyes. Unlike the lone wolf Haiden, Kakuzu had 2 companions, Deidara, his partner, and a girl. Sasori didn't recognize the Seven Tails Jinkriki of Takigakure, who was Kakuzu's ardent supporter and little assistant. At that moment, Haiden glared at Kakuzu icily. Kakuzu, I saw him first. Are you trying to steal my job? He was referring to Chenchi. When Chenchi first spotted Haiden, he nearly keeled over in fright. But seeing Haiden and Kakuzu bickering gave him hope. He knew both Haiden and Kakuzu had bounties on their heads in black markets elsewhere. Now all he wanted was for them to fight to the death, allowing him to reap the benefits if they destroyed each other or at least both ended badly. Haiden and Kakuzu didn't disappoint him, their argument quickly escalated. Kakuzu glowered, "Haiden, I'm warning you, stay away from my target. He's worth 30 million. Even if you saw him first, I accepted the job first. Havnt, you noticed I've been finishing every mission I pick up lately? That means the moment I accepted it, the job was basically done. You're the one trying to take my assignment." After Kakuzu finished, his little assistant F spoke up to back him. "Lord Haiden, based on the mission acceptance logs, Lord Kakuzu did indeed pick up the bounty first. Logically, after he'd claimed it, you shouldn't have accepted it again. Otherwise, if you were on a mission sometime and Lord Kakuzu swooped in to claim your target, you'd waste a huge amount of time." Hearing that, Haiden snorted. "Brat, nobody asked you. If you or Kakuzu dare stop me from completing my mission, I'll kill you both." Deidara found all this very entertaining, making no move to intervene, he just folded his arms and watched. Haiden's words enraged Kakuzu. "Haiden," Kakuzu said darkly, "I believe I warned you before, watch your tone toward my assistant. Are you really pushing me to kill you?" Haiden sneered, "Tch. Don't get cocky. I have Lord Jashin's immortal body. What could you possibly do to kill me?" Then he turned to Deidara. "Deidara, how about this, you become my assistant?" Seeing that Lord Jashin had an assistant, and Kakuzu likewise had one, Haiden wanted one of his own. He'd looked around the Uzumaki clan's settlement and found some promising kids, but they were too young to be his helpers. Deidara was at least somewhat viable. "Deidara." Haiden's words first startled Deidara, then enraged him. Sure, he was young, but he wasn't some little kid to be taken lightly. Fuming, he slammed his hands together, summoning a giant clay bird bigger than Haiden. He planned to blow Haiden to bits. Kakuzu's eyelid twitches at the sight of that massive clay bird. "Deidara, what are you doing? Put that thing away." The bigger Deidara's clay bombs, the more powerful they were. One that size would surely vaporize their target if it exploded. They needed Chenchi's corpse or at least his head to deliver to their client, who wanted it as part of a memorial for the family Chenchi had murdered. But Haiden didn't seem worried. "Tch. That thing won't do a thing to me." Hearing that, Deidara exploded in anger. He pulled out 2 handfuls of clay spiders, ready to hurl them at Haiden. "You bastard, don't underestimate my art." Off in the distance, Chenchi saw Deidara getting involved and was so happy he was practically crying. Deidara also had a bounty on the black market. If all three fought and ended up severely